ไม่ดูไม่มันวิ่งไงดีทำไมคุณถึงไม่เลือกซุยแฟตวะเดี๋ยวเข้าไปหาพี่ไวเปอร์โดราเอมอนกัน
Connected. Channel switched.
ไวเปอร์เล็ก21เจนจี21
เฮ้ยเจนจีเนล21เจนจี21
เฮ้ยไม่ให้วูฟแล้วเหรอ
เฮ้ยไม่ให้ ไม่มีทุกประเดี๋ยไม่เคยให้วูฟวันนี้ไม่มีความคิดจะให้วูฟ
ทำไมเจนจีอ่ะเพราะเจนจีใช่ไหม
ใช่
เอฟคู่2จ้าสวัสดีค่ะ
โอ้แต่ไม่เล่นอยู่
ภูมิ
Parasite. Three sides.
คู่2ที่ให้เจนจี
Got three.
Making cover.
Cutting their
I got myself.
New stage in 10.
Party's over. That's 3.
เฮ้ยเป็น4แล้ว
3.
Stage 3.
Gotta go. Gotta go.
Be right back.
Slow them down.
It's you and me.
I'm out of here.
Cutting their vision.
แปลกบ่
Charge your own.
เก่งกว่านี้ป่ะ
It's ready.
Go, go, go.
Done.
No distraction.
Stage in 10. Stage.
Reloading.
ก็จะฟิกเมาส์เพลือเนี่ยดูล็อกกี้กิบาต้ายิงหัว
Still inside.
Reloading. Gotta go.
kills remaining. Charge your ults. Kills remaining.
I'm out of here.
You had your fun. My turn.
5 kills remaining.
It's you and me.
Holy shit ดืดไปคู่สองครับคู่แรกเจนจี
Match found.เจนจี20เลยเนี่ยรีบ
Get zapped.
โอทีอะโอทีแบบ3 เกมเลยปะล่ะ แบบไปเป็นเล็กเริ่มตี 3:30 CGI ต้องกรีดร้อง
Gotta go.
Begin.
Gotta go. They're dead. I'm out of here. Go, go, go.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Down. This. Gotta go.
Seconds until stage change.
That's 3. 4 down. Gotta go.
Ultimate orb spawning.
I'm out of here. Gotta go. Go, go, go. Bye, monsieur. That's 3. Watch out. This way. 4 down. I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Gotta go. Gotta go.
Holy shit
Go, go, go.
Hey, bro. Hey, เสา
Long. Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Next, here we go. My ult's ready. Down. I'm out of here. Gotta go. I'm out of here. Not ready yet. Gotta go. Hi! I'm pissed! Go, go, go!
Reloading.
เฮียไอเลน่าไอตึง
Go, go, go! Take this! Gotta go! I'm out.
Charge your ults.
Go, go, go! Work good! Go, go, go! I'm out of here. Gotta go! Go, go, go! Drop!
ทามมิ่ง
Go, go, go!
ทามมิ่ง
Gotta go! Kill! Stop it! I'm out of here! I'm out of here!
Blinding.
Gotta go! Next! Go, go, go!
เออเอามาไปเลยคนเอาอิสุนาเฮ้ยเอิร์ธขอบคุณ69 บาทครับ
Gotta go!
Make some noise.
Gotta go!
อ้าว
I'm out of here! Go, go, go!
ลำมาว
Yo, I'm out of here! Watch out!
ว้าวลำมาว
Go, go, go! I'm out of here! Here we go!
You
My
want
ult's
to
ready.
play? Let's play.
5 kills
Gotta
remaining.
go! Nice try!
มาก
Gotta go.
วิลุง
รับมาหนูเว้ยเอาเป็นหนูเว้ย
ใครกันพูดอะไรเด็ดๆมาน้องจริง
Match found.
เป๊ปคู่สองใช่ไหมสรุป เป๊ปมันชอบแข่งคู่สองเลยแข่งเอาใจกล้า
Get zapped.
เอ้ย เอ้า ลืมไปไม่ทันละอะไรก็จะแข่งนู่น10 นาทีอะฟ็อกซี่ในนี่ถ้าเป๊ปชนะเจนจีชนะนี่อื้อหือเข้าท็อปโฟร์คู่เลยวะท็อปทีดิ
ไปแปซิฟิกคลองเลย
ธรรมดาของคนนอนเช้า
The danger dome will be open shortly. Don't disappoint me.
เฮ้ยค้างปะ
ค้างดิพี่ พี่ค้างปะ
หายละค้าง
Go, go, go.
เดี๋ยวไหลแล้วเดี๋ยวนี้ เป็นนี่ของห้องหรือว่าของม่วง
Gotta go.
บ่าวผมไม่ค้าง
อ้าว
เพราะว่าผมยังไม่ได้เปิดจอ
เป็นที่ถูกแล้ว
Gotta
พี่เอยมีเทคนิคอะไรให้ทำให้ยิงคมขึ้นไหม
go. Wait, I'm out of here.
ยิงเดสแมทเลย
Stop it. I'm out of here.
Stalling.
ส่วนพี่เดสแมทช่วยสุดละเล่นแบบ
Gotta
เล่นแบบ
go.
เมมอ่ะเล่นให้ครบอ่ะ
แล้วก็หมดแรง
เฮ้ยไม่หมดดิแต่คือไม่ได้เล่นก่อนเล่นแรงนะแบบสมมติช่วงจะแข่งตรงสตรีมมันก็นั่งยิงโมงของชั่วโมงแล้วก็พัก
New stage in 10.
ติดกันสัก3-4 วันก็เข้าที่
I'm
ว่ะ
out of here. Sensor trick.
Stage 2.
I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Gotta go.
ใส่ทาเล็กกัดบีบี
I'm out of here.
อยากเห็นท่าที่กลับมาแข่ง
ใช่ไม่เห็นผม
I'm out of here. Not ready yet. Smart move. Go, go, go.
One less.
Go, go, go. Stop. No.
โอ้โหโอ้โหโอ้โห
I'm out of here. Go, go, go.
10 seconds until stage 3.
What?
Match 3.
Go, go, go! Gotta go!
Cover going.
I'm out of here! 4 down! Go, go, go!
เฮ้ยจบเร็วๆน้อง
Gotta go!
เกมกำลังจะเริ่ม
Taken out. My ult's ready. I'm out of here. Here I go. Go, go, go.
เลส
Gotta go. Hold them to their grave.
เฮ้ย
Until stage
เชี่ยเราเนี่ยแปลก
Go, go, go.
It's you and me.
เท็กเจอร์นีออนสบายๆครับผม
I gotta go. I'm out of here. Gotta go. I'm out of here. Shocking.
อาจจะมี2-1ได้คู่นี้
I'm out of here. Shortcut. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. One more. I'm out of here.
ยังไม่เริ่มยังทัน
Gotta go.
อ้าว
Gotta go.
charge your ults.
Go, go, go.
Stealing sight.
Get out of my way.
Barrier deployed.
Gotta go. Gotta go. Go, go, go. I'm out.
เอาเริ่มแล้ว
I can't miss. We're really going to tap into sort of the preparation coming into this. Almost a benefit, actually, to come to split and see the same composition for Gen G.
Because this puzzle has been solved. We've seen it before the desk. Going through it, Mimi highlighting that, you know, the cycling of the utility was a profound problem in the game up against Fnatic previously. And now we are questioning for more
Texture.
find that same sort of
Texture
look here.
เองคนดี
Already
คน
though,
เดิม
Texture, who has been probably one of the highlight players thus
Absolutely.
far, off to a belting start.
Certainly slow things down here in the pistol, as well as this utility in mid. Wolves probably happy to sit behind this, wait for anything further if Gen G do show anything. So the Viper util goes back up, now stacked up reinforcements here in mid.
This deadlocks look good, Mike. I've liked seeing it here. Foxy 9
Foxy
solid
9
on this, and we've expected this sort of pace from Wolves, right? Slow, cautious, methodical, very clear-cut, very precise in approach. But the timing from Foxy 9 will hinder this. It's going to slow them down. Paranoia's going to come through, but a quick slip towards the site means safety is secured. Texture still unaffected. They've given up a lot of space though, and there's not that many rotations. Mike, where's the support here? Texture left on his island, still going to get 2 so far. Looking to make it a 3rd. He's done it! 13 seconds. This guy is just out of his mind.
เท็กเจอร์เกินไป
โฟคิว
And look at the time. Spring. A little too late to this one. Looking more like summer.
Oh, cute,
and
don't
autumn.
you?
This one, it's done.
งานวันตอนเช้ายัดอยู่ไปนอน เฮ้ย อะไรวะ ดี
Can't
เคย
ask for much more from Texture to kick things off here. Certainly discussing
ทำไม
an MVP level
Texture
performance
gets
already so far here in Toronto. Only really the reload that prevents the ace from coming through here. Just a lack of pressure, really. I would call it lack of coordination, but the swings here you can see in the replay. happy to sit back, dig his heels in, and deliver here for Gen G. As well, just coming back to that discussion on the deadlock. Talk about how you don't really want to say all in on this first wave of utility with Teo, but certainly deadlock, a tool to slow things down beyond that. Not necessarily removing the risk, I guess, of that lack of utility. Wolves kicking off slowly here.
And if we're talking bigger picture, look, Gen G's pistols have been really solid. I mean, statistically, it's been the case. So,
โอ้โหคิด
the
ไปแล้ว
numbers
วะ
show that for sure.
yeah, so this, I don't want to say an expected
Dale,
result,
wait,
but
hold on,
you
Dale.
kind of know that Gen G is going to get a good start here. For Wolves, they need to build back in now, though. This round, obviously, just with the classics, not going to find too much. Obviously, the extremity dealt with by Texture and Caron. I mean, not going to leave it all to Texture. He's a name in the mix here. Obviously, Gen G, it's a bit of a highlight reel. Hard to avoid. Still going farming. And now you've just got the main man himself on this one, kind of hearts and minds out here. See if that baby has been outstanding for this squad, but slow starts here, and Gen G clean as anything.
I think as well, Wolves probably need to find a way to deal with this utility in mid. Gen G's ability to really close the shutter. Texture able to farm up, but that's probably pretty close to his ultimate already, just one away. See early learnings here to find from a round like this. Now Wolves used to navigate beyond that. There needs to be obviously pressure across the map.
ล้อเลียนนี่หว่า
Weaken
ล้อเลียน
Foxy
ล้อ
Nine's
เลียนฟ็อก
ability
ซี่มันล้อเลียน
ฟ็อกซี่ใน
to over the start here. First
Foxy
buy
บอกเอ้า
for Wolves
แบบนี้ยืนได้อะก็เอาดิ ยืนแบบ no react
in this default.
But I like this deeper push towards B, even that audio cue, kind of
ก็
planting
มั
their
นคือผู้บุ
flag
กเบิ
in
กไง
this map very early on. I like this from Gen G. Not afraid to make moves, and even on towards that A
ใคร
side
เป็
as
น
well.
มารู้เลย
Pushing
ใคร
up a little bit deeper. You saw only in that second round, Texture willing to take that fight.
Presence shown on both sides of the map for Gen G. So, see, Trip dealt with early in B main, so we'll force Mix Cowan a little deeper here with the Guardian.
Toxins going up.
2-0 ครับคู่นี้
Late use of the drone as
May
well.
na 2-1
Re-clear actually.
Missile deployed.
Outside A. So Gen G with a pretty good idea now. Where the focal point is, Munchkin going to be first on the chopping block, potentially.
There's a lot of pressure on middle, but 49 is up to the test. Takes away Juicy, and that's a big player gone, right?
ผมว่ามันจะ
That's
ส
all
แปม
that
ต่ออีกที
springboard
นะ
into the site now lost.
ได้ยินเสียงดึง
This is starting to worry me. When we're looking at the time, 35
Mungkin
seconds, they haven't had a huge
Ah,
success
kunin na lang
anyway.
yan.
They didn't get the steps towards middle. They're not getting towards B. Gen G looking so
สู้กับเกาหลีนี่คือ
refined in holding this.
80% ตายจาก
Switch
ใน
in
ส
mid
โม
on
ก
the back of the Prowler. Executed to perfection.
เกมเส้น
Almost
ไม่งยัง
left
โหด
scratching their heads now in the buy round. Probably Finn is if you want to hold on to these rifles here.
เหมือนจังหวะสมมติขึ้นมันต้องสแปมไปก่อน
Spike
ชุดนึง
not
อะ
committed
เพราะ
anywhere.
คนมันเนียน
We're going to look for a
จะโด
kill
น
here. So a big win for
10
Gen G
seconds left.
with the bonus.
Toxins going up.
Apply further pressure here onto
โกน
Wolves.
กูจะตี2เฮ้ยตะโกนเลยอะ
Like I said,
Up
really,
here,
I mean,
yao
the
เลย
big positive would be even to go even in this trade for mid in this first buy round for them. Whether or not Gen G got any further layers here to apply. Still would be able to get something back. Two players that did struggle financially, but
อ๋อเห็นวันเว
between them, perfect timing here for Cowan as well to pick up that kill.
เฮ้ยนี่มันยืนแล้วรีแอคว่ะ
No, I mean coming into this, we were talking about.
เหลือเชื่อว่าที่เป็นจะเป็น
kind of
Foxy Night ที่ยืน
simple Valorant.
ทำเอาโคตรเร็วอะอยากเห็นเท็กเจอร์ยืนว่ะแต่เท็กเจอร์มันจะยืนก็ตอนเมื่อมันไม่ได้เอ็ดวิกเตอร์4 คิว
Get that grip on how they want to approach middle. I mean, we saw Juicy kind of go in there almost solo through the smoke and gets dealt with, and that felt like it fizzled the round. So then does this become almost indicative of a very direct approach from Wolves? That's kind working through middle and those extremities quite passively didn't really reward them much. And now if they're going to go for a direct site approach, that's going to, if anything, now reward the operator.
And actually a much deeper setup here from Foxy9 in terms of the util, so see whether or not actually Wolves
ไอ้ที่มันยืนอยู่ดียืนขึ้นเฉยๆนี่คือเหมือนยืนไว้อะไร
to exploit here towards A. Still 2 members for Gen G, Munchkin and Karen. Will be contact found here.
Let's see what they do with this though. Do they... Okay, so right now Gen G are re-clearing middle as well.
I was going to say, right on the back of this, there's a re-clearance through mid. No confirmation just yet, but...
Look how deep they're holding this default,
Yeah.
though, right? Because Texture's temptation will be to maybe fact-find
เรีย
further.
บร้อยครับ dead
Or do
man
you assume they're all there?
Aye.
Texture, you
Wee.
don't, no. What?
อุ้ย
Ooh, he's a lucky boy, 5 HP, and he's still breathing. But it shows that there's still a default in play, right? That's pretty
Lag,
indicative that there's pressure elsewhere. Maybe there's still presence middle, but there's still more going on here. This presence in ramp has drawn the rotation now.
I was going to say, if Texture hadn't taken damage,
Reload
actually, they could
from
almost,
Stay hidden
with this
now.
trip up towards B Heaven,
He's got
send an
deep
extra
line.
body across, but there's the awareness there. Gen G, obviously, with where this trap placement is, have given up mid. Got to be aware of vents now.
Yeah, there is a chance that that vent player could be a problem, but it's already being watched. And
Ooh.
with Texture on that deep line,
Ui.
they're safe. Caron, how are you hitting
บ้า
that?
เกิน
Finally,
เนาะ
Wolves breaking on the side. There's an extra body here.
โอ้โห
They
ดูมัน
don't
คอนแทค
know
กันดิ
about it. Gen G simply have their numbers spring. Still fighting forward.
ตาย
Wolves
นะ
in
ใน
the
สายอ่ะ
2v2. Rotation on the way. But it's
แล้วคารอน
Caron.
เอาอยู่
Left, right. Takes down one. For
โอ้
the
โห
destroy.
คารอน
โอ้
Four kills.
Ah.
And Gen
You can even
เหนี
see
ยว
here
มาก
the general idea of numbers of where Wolves are. A couple of players unconsidered, but
ตายยาก
this
เลยขนาด
second
นั้นนะ
swing through the smoke.
เดี๋ยวเมื่อกี้มันรีเพย์รอบที่แล้ว
From Heaven.
ตัวนี้เวอร์จัดอะ
Karen in particular
โทษนะ
stands his ground here.
โคตรยากอะ
Finds
โคตรเซ็ง
four
อะ
around the second 4K.
จูซี่บอกโอ้โหกูโดดเข้าหลังมาเลยเนี่ย
Fortunately, another situation when it comes down to just two.
กระสุน
Not
นะ
able
เหลือ
to
นัด
sync
เดียวอะ
up.
อืม
ทั้ง
Get
แม
a
กกาซีนอะใช้
unified
คุ้มจัด
swing
อะ
onto
โอ้
the
โห
side here.
ยืน
Fantastic
โอ้
play
เบื่อ
from
กับ
Gen
การยืนเนี่ยวูบอะ
Wolves now back down to all but one sheriffs across the board.
แม่งผ่าชีมือคือเหมือนแม่งบูเดจี้ชีมือนั่นแหละ
1-1-3 approaches. They're tough. Those late
Good boot.
retakings of space coming out from the likes of
มัน
Texture
ดี
or
ว่ะ
that
ชอบ
almost awareness of the okay, we've left vents
มี
open.
ทีมแบ
That's
บบู
fine.
เย
We're
อะ
going to
มัน
catch that from heaven. Again,
ตอน
Genji
นี้บู
very
ยังไม่
aware
ได้
of
ระเบิด
the
พ
board
ลัง
here.
อะไร
I need
มา
to see
นะ
if Wolves can be disruptive. I want to see them try and get in their faces now. Garon, this feels like rinse and repeat, right? But there's no
ภาพมันคุ้นๆเลย
flying juicy towards
Yeah,
the
well,
site.
yeah, on the back of actually the paranoia invested there. There's not really going to be much behind that. So a big win out for Gen G on a less purchase.
เอาอีกแล้ว
เป็นเรื่องเลยอย่างนี้
9 1 HP, by the way.
I guess there is that
Lửa
small benefit in the
nưng.
fact that they are figuring out that maybe they can draw that utility out of Ash, and it's very then hard. It's incredibly hard then for Genji to re-clear some of these spaces. But this isn't the round to make the most of it. This might be another moment for the man here. 5 and 1, make it 6.
นีออนมันดูเหมือนแบบว่าพอยิงออฟเซ็ตแล้วไม่มีอะไร
and he doesn't look under pressure. But oh my goodness! Oh my god! Texture! It's
Oi.
unthinkable! He's
Oi,
beaten
Mia.
an army, and
เดี๋ยว
Wolves
มัน
down to 2
น่าจะ
now.
ค่ายได้ก่อนแล้วไปโฟร์
Still
คิ
a
ว
chance, but 20 seconds. Someone's got to go above and beyond for their side if they want a chance in this one. Spike's knocked
Wait.
down. And this slow creeping
In there.
death with the judge is coming in from Munchkin. You got 10 seconds. They have to make their move. Munchkin now knows there's a player nearby. That judge is lethal.
Spike planted.
Hey,
A
Matt.
spring. Got to try and clutch up. It ain't
Ui.
happening. Gen G.
Ba
My, these
cơ.
guys look so controlled.
Yeah, so drilled today. We've got Texture and Karen delivering on opposite sides of the map here. Not much for Wolves to do. A lack of inventory in this round. I mean, he's just happy to stand his ground here. Actually, a miracle almost that he shut down what he was. A well-placed headshot by Spring, but not many positives for Wolves to build upon here. Back into a buy
เล่น
round.
ได้เทโว
Really,
ไล่ต่อ
now
ไม่
you're
ตอน
asking
ด่าน
someone
นี้
to
อะไร
ไล่
step
ต่อ
up
จะ
the
ยืนยั
pace
งไง
a
วะ
little
เนี่ย
bit.
โดน
They've
ฟอกตี้
got
เล่น
to
ขนาด
find
นี้
some sort of victory.
ลอมได้สัก
in the
ราว
early
เนี่ยจะได้
round
ยื
in
น
terms of
สวน
util
กัน
drawn out.
ได้ถ้าได้ราวเดียวไม่กล้ายืนนะอย่างเงี้ย
เอายืนเป็นขวัญกำลังใจให้เพื่อนเลย
Dude,
Are
yeah.
just winning everything.
And
Yeah,
it feels like
yeah,
Genji have
Jing.
got all the right kind of solutions so far. They know their strengths and weaknesses. Maybe learning from that game up against Fnatic, but a big opportunity here for Wolves to try and put together all of the
โอ้โห
pieces
แล้ว
they've
บอกเลย
learned thus
คอม
far.
มันโคตรบุกอ่ะ
But as it stands,
Indeed.
the big man himself, Texture, is over here. This guy, again,
ขาด
Absolutely miraculous performance. Gen.G re-clearing towards ramp. And we know the pace coming out from Wolves is slow, but they are still here. And now here comes the fight. Already Texture can't support here. Denied by the cross. Already Foxy 9 just holding that corner. And it feels like these kills are on trade. How many times we've seen Juicy go down and not have support? Spring is there to take away Ash, but there's still time being purchased.
สปริงมันไว้ใจได้จริงๆโคตรของ
A window of opportunity passing them by almost. Luckily now, will equalize.
ไซเฟอร์ไหลเข้ากลางนี่คือชะตา
คือ
ขาด
เมเทโอล่างแบบว่า
45
ตาม
seconds looking for another win for Wolves really, but it doesn't come. Texture finds one. Munchkin now with a judge shut down. Lysor potentially opening up this round.
But the spikes hit
Hey,
the
hey,
temptation is to rotate through towards B, which isn't a bad shout. They still need to get this spike through vents, through middle, over towards B, and you can see that maybe Texture's going to try and mirror that. If it goes silent towards that inkling place, it's going to be the hit. But look who's waiting here, Karen. No slash by any means. Hello. No.
โอ้โหมันกะจะไม่หมุนหันเลยเหรอ มันแช่เลย
Karen just given the gifts of the kingdom. Look, this guy's the keys left out on the table. There's the support from Texture. 8 seconds, and it's confidence from Texture. He's playing with him. He's toying with him. You should respect him. But look at the HP. It's
โอ้ยหมดอะไรวะเนี่ย
a gift, a chance. There was a second it became possible.
ตลกนะเจนจีเมื่อกี้ตลกอะ
Slade remains clean.
ไอ้พวกที่ไหนก็ตีมืดไป
Unfazed so far.
Lysor feelings towards maybe being a little rattled here. Getting to Wolves.
ลืมกด
Obviously, we're talking about elimination, but the stakes much higher versus Gen.G here. Almost a jump scare for Lysor. Again, the difference being, look how quickly Texture's happy to swing onto this to try and bail
รู้เลย
out.
ปากมันพูดว่าอะไรอ้าวชิบะ
Second time out pulled here
ตัวเบาๆก่อน
before
ตัว
round
เบา
7. Like I said, it's feeling a little rattled here.
อ่านปากเทคเจอร์ที่รู้เลยมันพูดว่าอะไรเมื่อกี้อ้าวชิบะยองครับผมอันยองวันนี้พี่อาร์มไม่มาหรอพี่เลยไปถ่ายตังค์พี่อาร์มหรือเปล่าแบบค่ากาแฟอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแล้วไม่มาดูละเข็ดเลยไม่สู้อะไรอย่างงี้
They were playing it, right? You started to believe in it a bit, right? Okay, we've got another great team coming out of this region. Cool. Let's see how far they can go. And it has been a bit of a miracle so far. And now it feels like they've met one of the giants. Now they've taken down some big teams on Gen.G. You're looking at these guys, honestly, throughout Swiss, they were one of the best.
Yeah, especially with the form we're talking about.
อยากรู้ว่าถ้าลาวที่แพ้มันยืนได้
Time out, Mike. Maybe it'll help.
But again,
อาจจะต้อง
it's now a
กู
concern
บอ
to
กไม่ทันแต่
have
เก็บ
to
เอทอะไรเงี้ย
pull the trigger on that in round 7. Let's talk about both timeouts being done in one half.
Again.
Just, yeah.
อุ้ยที่ผมผ่านจุยซี่เหรอ
What's the value of this peak?
And that's hard for Juicy as well. Like I'm not expecting him to be able to just like clean swing middle and be able to do what he needs to. It needs everything to set it up in motion, but it's just not there. And Texture, not enough this time. It's down by Spring.
Able to actually deny info off that trap. This Texture caught completely off guard here. Lysor considering a bold move actually.
Oh no, but
Munchkin
caught as well. Munchkin caught sleeping at the wheel. Lysor wants this one.
เฮ้ยเอาละโดนแน่
ไล่สอได้ยืนอย่าง
And
งี้
maybe given a chance here. Hope reignited down at Ash and Karen. And Karen's been really dangerous though. Ash could be in trouble here.
Spike planted.
Missile going, double swing. Nice from Wolves, much better. Karen
เฮ้ย
falls.
เอา
We
แล้วไง
go.
กลับไปเล่นเวนเดอร์
Breaking the curse.
ฮารอน
ยืนแล้ว
Gen.G caught sleeping on 3
ได้ยืนแล้วเว้ย
separate occasions in this round. Credit where it's due to Wolves for dissecting this B site hold, but that started with Juicy falling for 3 in mid. A bold maneuver from Lysor. That's reflected in Munchkin's reaction to the situation or lack thereof.
Enemy remaining.
The Wolves able to drag this one across the line.
He's up.
You can see on the other side of the stage still smiles.
It's one of those. It felt like overconfidence, right? Some of those peaks.
We
good
see
to
you're not
being
on that,
punished.
are
This
we?
could maybe
Juicy แบบ
ไม่ได้เล่นเลย
of that, I guess, confidence
It's
coming
also like the player act. When Juicy falls, you can see it's almost like, oh god, not
Here we
again.
go. Yep. Oh dear. Right. Texture's been just about everywhere in this map, it feels like. Set up here by the drone. This actually could work here. Yep, that does give him the angle now to...
He's gonna take the space back though.
Look, he's been doing well at these deeper lines too.
Deadman.
You know, we saw it over towards that B main early on. Oh my god, they're coming this way.
Oh,
Texture has no
Deadman.
idea how many people are about to come out of those
Oh,
sewers. Do they clear it with the Prowler? I think that might be in hand, but the timing.
The temptation to almost sit on that rope there and just hold it.
ก็ดีนะ
This Prowler's good though. It's really good. Nice work there. Have to
ไปเลย
invest
ครับ
it early though. This is, you know,
ใกล้
look how
ตื่น
deep that has to just clear Texture away from this. And they're not even heading this way. Thinking that's enough of a fake, but it's not. There's still 3 players for Gen G on this side of the map. Yeah, they're trying to get through heaven, but look who's waiting. Foxy 9.
โอ้โห
Take a seat.
เอาดี
ดีว่ามันยิงมาช้า
Side here. Gen G still holding numbers, still looking unfazed. 35 seconds. The time's going to start running low.
Oh my god
How many
Hey.
times are Gen G going to be doing this?
ต้องเอ็ดแล้วอย่างงี้
One after the other. We've seen Karen do it. We've seen Texture. Now Foxy 9 puts his
อยาก
name
เห็น
up
ผม
in
ที่นาย
lights.
แบบดิ้นแบบเท็กเจอ
It's
ร์
just spring.
เมื่อกี้ที่เป็นจรวด
Has
เก่า
to
นี่หาย
take
หม
the
ด3
walk.
เลย
It's
นะ
15 seconds. The
แบบ
spike is
หน้า
in
หลังใช่ไหม
Aya.
เออ
Another one back here for Gen G.
10 seconds left.
You can see the amount of stall invested to this setup. We'll get a chance to look at it once again, but Wolves figure out where the operator is in this round and just the obstacle course laid out by Gen G. So many things for Wolves to deal with.
Yeah, you can stand up for that one. Yeah. That one's good. That's solid. I mean, this does feel like we've got kind of the 2 fronts of Gen G working here. Individually, yeah, they're hitting like a truck, right? This
49
again, beautiful control, but look at spacing.
I mean, yeah, this is the first time to
Oh,
actually see
Someone try to
Wolves,
swing
yeah, in a
in.
position
Like up, but
stacked
what the
up,
fuck,
ready
man?
to try and deal
เฮ้ย
with somebody.
สั่นเลย
It's
กล้อง
got to be frustrating.
Well, you feel like you're hitting a literal brick wall.
Yeah.
Like, you're like, okay, cool, we're going to try and trade
Yeah,
in, get that
well,
spacing
Big
right up. Okay.
In a game of numbers, you still want to put yourself in those positions. So
Oh, trying to speed up on this, but Munchkin joined by Ash, which is a
โอ้
shot in the
บ้า
back
แล้ว
that works.
อันนี้โอ้โห
They're
จูซี่
taking
ส
out
ตรีหลุดแล้ว
texture.
เงี้ย
That's
เล่น
the
เงี้ย
first step here. Can they get this
หลุด
build
เลย
from
นะ
this
เจอโดน
point,
อีกแล้ว
though? An untraded kill back, that's perfect. Ash, though, filling the gap towards middle. And if they take their eyes off the ball for a moment, if Foxy 9 pulls their attention here, and they're so confident. Look at the swing, they're getting punished
Ooh,
for
something.
this confidence. Karen is still holding the site. No. Okay, the paranoid didn't land.
well, actually, it comes down to a 2v2, but a lot of time to work with here. Pit actually will expire over towards A, so now Munchkin in a pretty
ว้า
rough
ใช้ละ
spot.
คน
Potential here for Wolves to
ไอ้มุม
pinch him.
สุดเลยมุมเนี้ย
Lovely, lovely. You tip.
มึงใจถึงจัง
That's
อะ
bold. That is very
รู้
bold.
ว่ายังมีอย่าง
To leave somebody
มันจะมาตัวเดียวอยู่แล้ว
behind them now. Karen,
ทางไปเลยครับ
a lot of ground to cover to regroup here, but looking as if they might actually stack up towards main. Looking for a safe plant from Wolves
หรือว่าพิษต้
and
อ
a
งเข้า
very comfortable post plant here. Plenty of time to set it up. They don't necessarily know, but the pit will enable that as
Look at the
well.
pace though, look at the pace coming in. Munchkin wants in on this fast. Both ults pretty much sent towards CT, but Munchkin's already controlling the site. The other side of this. Oh, not able to get that one done, a little too
เพลินไปหน่อย
far. But Karen now closing in as well.
ที่มันเป็นสแปมแบบ
Both of them now kind of on
ไม่
the
เผื่อ
other
เลย
side
อะ
of the pillar. What can he do here? A couple of smokes, but that's about it. Timing is everything. Spring first to
Ow.
fall. So does the pit, and now Karen's got a real chance at this. See if Fat Baby's gotta clutch up here for a chance here. The nerves now starting to show here. What are you gonna do? No way. No way. Nicely handled.
น้องงูอ๋อไม่ด้าน
But he gets the job done. Second round for Wolves.
Everyone will fall, but a second on the board.
Yeah, but,
Nonetheless, not necessarily a sigh of relief in terms of their finances, but certainly in terms of this scoreline. Another example here where the trades come through quick enough. Like I said, comes down to a 2v2, but Wolves able to stabilize a little bit.
That damn smile. 7 to
ไอ้นี่มันก็เล่น
2.
แข็ง
Come on,
กัน
can
ด้วย
they
ว่ะ
recover
VCTWatch
this? This feels like there's still something here, right? Maybe a bit of that
มันแบบ
confidence
หุ่นนัก
started
ออกกำลั
building.
งกาย
Maybe a
มั
bit
น
of that back in yourself. Maybe Wolves aren't done yet. They've kept the buy humble. Look at Munchkin. Look at Ash. Bulldog, Stingers. given themselves. They've carved out a little bit of room here for Wolves. Gonna have the ult ready for Juicy, one away from YU.
Bring them
Couple
down.
of options now.
To slow down the early rounds, much like the start of Split. 4 over towards B main here. Munchkin and Karen tasked with controlling this.
Ooh, Karen had to give away the game. These horns have been really nice. Genuinely, really nice.
Ow!
The ult. See what happened? I don't understand what happened. I hope we catch it on a replay, but oh god, no. This
Do
this
I
could
want
be
to know?
I'm actually left back with the
Ooh, like I'm right.
swings in, gets 2, and Ash is there. What's happened there to Wolves, Mike?
Well, the showstopper's gone somewhere. Certainly not the
We see
intended
what-
placement, I'd hope.
I'm watching
เครียดแบบฆ่าตัวตายแม่งเลย
I just don't understand how it happened.
Karen dealt with here. I mean,
มัน
that's
โล
right.
จัดเลยนี่หว่า
I mean, down to 1 HP because of decay
Like
taking
it.
effect.
This is
ร่าง
a
งง
reload
วะ
game from 0 and
กูยิง
10.
ติดเชี่ยเลยวะ
And these sort of moments weigh heavy. They weigh really heavy on a duelist player who's used to be able to take in that space, being
He's looked
explosive.
fantastic here as well.
Yes, and to have a downturn in performance like this feels really harsh. 8-2. Can he pick himself back up? Big question here. And that judge could be lethal in the middle. Munchkin.
We can see on the
Ooh,
X-ray.
Brave boy. Oh dear.
Looks to regroup back towards sewers.
ทามมิ่ง
Munchkin will give up the space temporarily, but tucks into Mayo now. Texture will be foaming at the mouth here. Oh, but actually, swing and a miss on the first, but Wolves not able to springboard on the back of that and look to overwhelm the operator. Obviously with an Eon, it's tough to really pin him down after that first shot, regardless if he hits or not. But 50 seconds now. Still Ashir able to slow down any progress towards A side. And even further now, the utility causing lots of problems for Wolves.
God, why do I feel Texture might be on for one here? Here they come, that's the
30
first.
seconds left.
Foxy9 gets the second. Foxy9 is just cruising through this game. Sadly, the purchase obviously in this round was far from perfect for Wolves. Trying to make it work with what they had, just Sheriffs, maybe a little bit of hope. But Texture still just controlling the site, making it difficult here. He's feeling that pressure, getting closer. 10 seconds, they're gonna work for a block. The spike gets dropped.
Spike
See
down
BB
A.
goes down, and now it's all too easy for Texture. Good lord, can anyone stop him?
Texture again delivering for Genji. Foxy9 as well. Two crucial kills for him to kind of keep that pressure away from Texture on site with the operator. Staring down the barrel, at least a purchase here in round 12.
9-2 เลยเหรอ
But potentially
9-2 เลย
looking the best scenario
โอ้โห
being a
แบ่งเพื่อนเล่น
9-3.
บ้าง
Not
Foxy,
an
Texture.
impossible score if they get that third, but you've got to add into the equation.
Yeah,
Genji
it's
good on the pistol.
Certainly not
you know.
feeling good about that
No,
one, but
no. But Wolves need to keep some hope.
yeah, that would definitely be a positive, all things considered. So he's starting, what, 6-0 in this half. Both timeouts used. A long road back ahead of them in the second half.
I want to try and clear ramp control again. We've seen that kind of different tempo from Texture, aggressive, now sitting very, very passive.
Almost now playing with the idea of where is the operator, right?
Yep. They're making
Testing,
it hard.
yeah, testing this default. Now they know.
We see.
Juicy again, another first step.
เท่าไหร่
for
แล้ว
him.
อะ0-12มาเนี่ย
Feels sacrificial at this,
That's
this
hard,
point, but there's
man.
no benefit for it. Spring trying to...
1-1-1-1
It's actually done really well.
Oi.
Completely unexpected.
เอาละ
Spring
มัน
finds a bit
กิน
of
ความ
timing.
ลำบากละ
Munchkin now a little bit worried. He's got pressure. Great work from
เรียบร้อย
Wolves.
ครับ
Making some space on this B site. You could potentially get a plant here as well. You do have mid being
เป็น
controlled by
เคิร์ดแบบ
YU.
นี้เป็น
This is
เคิร์ด
good. Plants in play.
30 seconds
And
left.
player advantage.
That's it, make that an even further advantage now. Just a 1v4 for Ash. Revealed. Not even getting it at first. Lysol will shut it down. A 9-3 half here for Genji. You could argue a slight recovery
เฮ้ย
towards the end.
ยืน3กับยืน9อ่ะหนุ่ม
ลืมปิดพี่อัดคลิปใช่ปะเมื่อวานอ่ะ มีคู่หนึ่งอัดแบบไม่ได้อัดตอนเริ่มอ่ะก็ลงไป คนงงตลกว่าอัดคลิปอัดไม่เต็ม
สู้ยากมากเลยขนาดเฟเนติกยังเหนื่อยเลยดันเนี้ย
เปิดคอมใหม่บอกเลย
อยู่ที่ซี่หมดเลย13
เขาบอกลาก้าไม่ได้พูดจีนแล้วก็พูดอังกฤษไม่ได้เล่นไงอ่ะ
Statistically are nuts at pistol rounds.
And also when you can take into consideration converting the bonus and then 3 rounds behind that
Oh yeah.
in the first half, you've got to beg that Wolves able to find success here if there's any hope of recovering split.
Gotta go.
เฮ้ยนี่อย่าอัดหน้า
เอา
เลย
นี่ไง
Making it
Yeah, make
harder for him.
เฮ้ยคอมโบจุยซี่ป่ะเนี่ย
right now, slowing down that progress
เจอ
towards
บอก
side.
เครียดๆว่ะตันหน้าตัวเองไปทิ้งแก้เครีย
Again,
ด
it's an early
เอาไป
tester.
1-5
สโมก
And they
1.5
actually make it out pretty, I was going to say unscathed, but
Well,
Foxy 9 did catch a lot of damage.
He
there.
did. Drawn an extra body, but still mid firmly in control of Wolves. And it's almost actually the, I mean, the timing there was actually perfect on the minimap. If you see when Spring decided to head back over towards B.
Oh, this is going to be hard. It's juicy on this side of the map too.
Yeah.
Right, this is a time for him to, if he gets a good start here, that could just bring him back.
Oh,
But why
wide,
not?
actually, yeah.
Lovely, and that's so indicative. Finding texture there feels like there's got to be more, right? There's got to be more players behind this. See Spring slowly coming back over as well. Gen G trying to work in the dark almost.
But down to 30 seconds now, you'd almost hope that even though Texture falls there,
30 seconds left.
you'd want to see Gen G take advantage of that.
เป็น
And Juicy still able to play into this, and the cross is being watched. That's fantastic
Ow.
from Wolves. A 2v3
มันลอง
though.
ได้
Numbers still looking good for Wolves here. Denied the springboard straight through heaven, but still, Plant's gonna be in for Gen G. Prowler goes through close, doesn't find too much. It's Paranoia, if it's well placed, could be perfect. And maybe a trade out here. Yeah, it is.
เล่นเลยครับ
Lysor gonna
โดน
send
ใบ
him
ส
back.
วน
Foxy 9 wanted to get involved. Lysor takes him down. Maybe a chance here to build this game back. Carrot can't do it all.
เรียบร้อย
Wolves
เอาละครับ
giving themselves exactly what
ได้
they
ลุ้น
needed.
ได้ลุ้น
First tick in the box here to try and mount this comeback. It's just around
Picture.
the walls.
เหมือนจะแทงอยู่คนเดียวแล้วมุมนี้
Initially here, well, the fact we saw that on the screen as I said that, but Genji able to get back into a position, but you almost expect, even though texture falls kind of blind through the wall, as soon as Wolves see that in the kill feed, the fact that it's texture, they know to try and get ahead of this hit. And
We
actually,
need that. You can see it. Look at it. Look at the difference in them already.
one of the few examples where actually, even though it's a tooth for two as well, Juicy and YU able to kind of stop that from developing into any further threat.
Just got armor and a stinger as well. He's given away it's here. Quick paranoia and a quick pace. They want to try and pressure this problem early, straight up towards heaven.
Yeah, not looking phased.
Oh, they're committing. Texture's down. Oh, light saw brilliant hold from him. No support there though. Could maybe make the most of this. BB's in a really good position though. Yeah, lovely catch. Easy. Now he's kind of left in a bit of trouble here. Karen gonna pick up the stinger. Wait, Munchkin just pulled out the
เป็นเรื่อง
2v2. We're still at a minute. This has been fast and
แต่ต้องตั้ง
furious.
หลักให้ได้ก่อน
Gonna put the time on Genji's side. And Munchkin, careful, these corners contain problems. Spring, trying to pick up the pieces.
Munchkin.
Fast enough.
เหลือเชื่ออันนี้
Lands it. And we'll stay in this.
Genji looking to get a little fruity here. Catch Wolves off guard. Almost did to be honest with you. I like saw. Again, you can't ask for much more when you go for
No.
commitment there to the stinger, but
Well, it was this that played
Yeah.
nervous. That 2v2 at the end of my, oh my days.
there's also the fact that BB doesn't actually swing against the Bulldog. It's a little awkward there to commit to that peak down into hell. But that could have been a disaster. The fact
เฮ้ย
that he
ทำท่า
kind
เบนจี้แบบ
of
พี่เอ้ย
waited
โอ้วันนั้น
a little deeper.
วันนั้นมันทำท่านี้ใส่ตอนเจอฮิเลติกนี่
The
ทำไม
second
พี่เอ้ย
on the
ขึ้นข
board,
นาดนั้น
regardless here for
ทีนี้
Wolves.
นั่งชิวๆแล้ว
อ้าว
Again,
มันไม่ได้
also
เจอ
getting
อ๋อ
beaten, battered and bruised here. in
ไม่อยู่
terms of
แล้ว
the
ดิเจ้าของ
purchase.
ท่าไปไหนแล้วไม่รู้ตอนนี้
Still alive.
บินกลับไปซ้อมแล้ว
But the scoreline can't stop being brought back, right? You give Genji a window, they'll walk it. Juicy, brilliant,
ของหมด
brilliant.
คน
The
ของหมด
confidence being quelled now. Munchkin taking a solo endeavor over towards A and gets punished.
1 and 12 in the first half. Certainly
He's here now.
happy to stand his ground here
Poison's off.
in the second half. And actually a very active clearance towards
Love
mid
that.
here.
There.
Take a risk.
Inside the smoke.
I have the spike.
This is fabulous timing. This could free up the additional player to hit the rotate. Depends on Ash. I mean, still, full kit of util could clear this. Timing then becomes everything. Still about a minute to play with here.
Waits for the util to drop and actually then sends the drone through. And
One
I guess,
suppressed.
yeah, confirmation of 2 players. YU now will be called upon.
A lot of pressure on him here. TP taken. They're already through. This is going to be a plant. Unless... Why are you trying to spray in here, hoping maybe catching someone trying to get up towards that heaven side? It's still a bonus for Wolves, but of course that scoreline is such a heavy weighing factor. The plant's now in for
วีซี
Genji.
มันซากชีวิตจัด
Down to
ถ้าโดนนี่เกม
5
ตึงนะ
HP. Does have the regen,
เป
but
ล่า
still not really going to keep him in a comfortable position here if he does decide to commit.
But if the util goes right, Mike, they've got Pain Shell, they've got Haunts, they've got Paranoias.
รู้
They
ป่ะ
just
กระโดดเบ็ดแค่ไหนก็ไม่ออก
disrupt the
จังหวะ
backline
เพื่อนจะ
run.
ยิง
And that's how you do it if you're Genji.
เนี่ย
It's
จังหวะเพื่อนจะยิง
back-to-back damage. Genji making it look almost too easy. Lysor can't even make it through CT. There's so much utility in his way. Genji suddenly stopped the tracks.
And Atsi will keep 4 alive here. So much cleaner in their victory in the second
ออฟ
half.
ซียืน
Sorry.
ท่าเดิมรัว
And
ๆ
the purchase
ส
not
แปม
quite there for Wolves.
ท่าเท้าเซเอลแล้วก็เยี่ยม
Ultimately, it's going to burn up pretty much everything
What?
in the
Okay.
bank. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah,
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
Cool. Don't need to see him.
แฮกเกอ
So
ร์
what do you do? Again,
เอ้ยไม่ยิงแบบแปะ
kills
แปะ
come through like
สอง
that.
หัว
It's really rough.
สแปมอยู่ที่เดิมอะ
Frustrating
พนม
as
มือ
well.
ว่าอันนะ
Got to keep their
ลั
heads
ค
up.
กี้
though.
จัด
That was a bonus round, right? If you're looking at it traditionally, that's not the worst thing in the world to lose out on. This, though, cannot go the same
No,
way.
no, no.
No,
No,
then it
'cause-
becomes 11.
And nothing in the bank.
Yeah.
Juicy, at least for other than the disaster in the first half, building towards the showstopper. Not going to get it in this round. But a chance maybe to build towards it for the next if the purchase is lacking. Genji firmly in control of mid this time. Maybe want to actually dip their toes to see what was going on early on in the previous round.
this kind of rolls back to that discussion on the desk as well. There's none of that real cyclable utility, and Juicy dominating over towards A again.
Yeah, Munchkin once again. Maybe showing a lack of respect, but
this could be huge. See that BB, if he's read this right, if they've got this right, he's in trouble though. They're coming. Oh, what a belting shot! He's still been taken, but he takes one down with him from the grave near on. And now Lysol watching that cross. This is a good position. Commits, catches, polishes. Second, Lysol outstanding. He's done his job here. The rest of the team now in support. Karen has no opportunity to play in from here.
ไปคารอนสถานการณ์ตั้งระ
1v4
บุรุษ
spike over towards Hell. No chance of him having a say in this round, and you touched on that from the desk as well. Almost feels like, yes, the concern being there's no second wave almost. I think Wolves may be reading into that perfectly in this scenario. But Gen G had to almost commit behind
10
that.
seconds left.
And I do want to see when Gen G decide on the timeout, if they feel like they need it, right? Because so far I feel like Wolves have, I don't say a grip on this half. They've had
Certainly
a
a course correction here.
Yes, they've got a very good read so far. We're seeing them approaches perfectly. We've seen Juicy winning out his fights.
สุดท้ายเลยสอง
How much more is he going to keep
ยืน
doing
กี่
that?
ฮะยืนกี่รอบก็หา
Decides to maybe try and feed into that a little bit. Just in the nick of time there to find Foxy 9.
It's just from Lysol, I really like the fact he just dips down, catches the cross, knows that pressure's coming from heaven. He takes the gamble that's not going to come through main at the time. I like that. Starting to see a bit more decisive, confident plays. You're not leaving Munchkin out there on his own again, are you?
Well, don't expect to peak in this.
โหถ้ายืนแล้วออกกดเกินไป
Pace. Okay, pace. Name of the game. At least to look to kind of
ยืนเนี่ยแหละมันออกกดนี่มันให้แม่งออกกดเลยแบบว่าชนะแล้วต้องยืนไม่ยืนผิดกฎ
Slipping ahead of that utility spring, not spammed out though.
แล้วหน่อยมุมนั้นอ่ะ
Very curious about this mid hold. Once more.
You look at those salvos have now been burnt by Ash. Still has the drone, but once that's gone, you've got to be really committing that where you need it, right? It can't just be used lackadaisically at this point. Again, I like this from Wolves. Good control towards middle here. And the time's starting to be burnt.
Question mark on both sides, to be honest with you. Ash now clearing through with the drone.
I'd like them to bring an extra body back towards B, though, because it feels like this is the right read from Gen G.
Paranoia. Potential here to send it through. Actually, the re-clearance here to be made perfectly timed.
Really, really nice. The Paranoia just going to skim past them.
Paranoia
Like
ไม่โดน
they're in trouble. They're under pressure. Cross gets made this time. Spring going to fall. And now you're going to see Texture trying to take
โอ้
towards
น้อง
the
เอ้ย
side.
นะ
Karen's
อันควรไม่หมด
ก็
เลย
ที่เป็นทางสงสัยตะกู
spinning around.
จูแบทเหรอเฮ้ย
Still holding on.
เฮ้ย
Buying time.
โอ้มันทำดีสุดแล้วพี่
Texture's HP, it's low.
มัน
But the plant coming in.
ทำดีเกินไปด้วย
Texture
ซ้ำอัน
gets
เนี้ย
thrown through. Denies that quick springboard in.
โอ้อยู่ในไซส์นี่แบบใครเห็นว่าเดดแมนมุมเมื่อกี้
One backside, two towards pillar. YU needs a bit of impact off this. Doesn't get what he wants, but Juicy slowly stepping forward. Nice from YU. Crying out Ash from the corner. But a complimentary post plant now. Texture spotted. YU misses, and Karen finds Juicy.
เดี๋ยวคารอนกินจังห
YU,
วะได้
this
แน่
is
นอ
a
น
difficult situation. And Texture.
เอ้า
เฮ้ย
YU will not relent. He wants this
โอ้โหกันภัย
Karen stands his ground. And Gen G step forward
เท
again.
คเจอร์ไม่ได้ไงเมื่อกี้
นั่นน่ะดิ
Rough turn of events.
มันยิงแล้วมันจะสเตปเหรอหรืออะไร
Maybe
Yeah,
bounce
hit.
off the wall here for Juicy because all
โดนหัน
but
มาสวน
sealed the deal on a kill here on the plant. I see Fat BB stands his ground for as long as you could hope for in this
เดิน
situation.
เดินยิงซ้ายกลางก็
โดนสะกิดนัด
That's
หนึ่
in
งแล้ว
fact
มันยิงนัดเดียว
มันจะสเตป
It's Karen, safe pair of hands, still standing for Gen G.
เกือบวางงานแล้วเทคเจอร์
Deliver the 11th.
เมื่อกี้มันอาจจะอยากติดตลกหรือ
And now this is
แบ
the
บยิง
round
สะ
that
กิดเรียกก่อนแล้วก็ยิง
if you're looking at
What's
Juicy,
even-
you're hoping he's
yeah,
not going over
yeah.
their peak, but you can see where they're approaching. That's
ตลกเกิน
the
แล้ว
now online.
ถ้าแพ้นี่ไม่ตลกนะ
Bit of a different look coming out from Gen G.
Now, whether or not they're going to try and actually react on the back of this trip in mid, to wait for that re-clearance from Wolves and know that there's potentially one or two bodies invested over there.
แนวกัด
This is a really nice approach from Gen G. I like what they're doing here. And it's going to have to pick up the pace a bit now that they've broken this. but they've been given the red carpet rollout, right? YU was good last round, but this is asking a lot. Great, isolated fight on towards Karen. After seconds, oh, Spring suddenly appears out of nowhere.
บันไลแล้วไงแล้วบอมไปตกข้างบน
Done for Foxy 9 and Ash. How are they going to get back to it? Ram's guarded, it's controlled. You've got Spring waiting here. Bucky in, and he gets the shin, but that's not enough. Foxy 9 powers forward. Juicy alive saw, holding off for dear life.
หลังชิคกำแพงเลยปะ
Genji are a little quick
ถ้า
to
เรา
get
เมื่อกี้
to
แพ้
side
นะ
here.
โอ้โห เป็น
But
เรื่อง
why
เลย
you
อะ
finding two
ใกล้เข้ามา
is
เรื่อย
an absolute miracle here. Texture looking to break the crosshair placement.
Spike down A.
But actually, it's Spring to actually pick up the backside of this execution. Like I said, Spike falling on rafters, a disaster for
เริ่มมี
Genji.
รีแอคแล้วว่ะ
And finally,
เริ่มเรียนรู้
we'll force the timeout
รี
here.
แอคบทที่หนึ่ง
11-7.
เริ่มมีคนป้อนข้อมูลว่ายืนแล้วต้องทำอะไร
ไม่ง่ายนะเนี่ย บอกเลย แบบหน้าน่าจะมัน นี่ก็ใกล้แล้วนะถ้าพลาดอีกวินหนึ่งเนี่ย
พอดสังหารของโซโล่อย่างนี้
เรื่องพอร์ตปิดเกม
ถ้าดินจีมันเจอฟุตนี่มันต้องทำแน่ๆเลยไอการที่ใครเสียงดังกว่ากัน
โอ้โห ใครจะไปแหกปากสู้ฟุต
เยตู
ยืน
เจ
ยืนก็พอแล้ว ให้เยตูเจแหกปากบอกคนนี้เขาเจ็บคอ
ร้องแบบโทนต่ำด้วยนะโน้ย
Genji may be toying with the idea of
ฟุตมันมีข่าวเปลี่ยนตัวผู้เล่นบ้างไหม
a quicker all-in
ไม่มีเลย
finish
อะ
here with
ที่ได้ยินแต่มีน้องมาเล่าให้ฟังว่าตัววิทย์อะลองคนใหม่ 4 คน
1-1-3, maybe looking to try and catch or punish any of those information plays down middle or towards B main, but we haven't really seen Wolves having to go to that yet, really. At least not early. Again, good reactive play off the back of the utility investment. And this is quick, though, from Ash. Already the drone going to come through. That's going to instantaneously spot the player up towards
แต่มัน
vents. That
ถึง
being
เวลาแล้ว
Spring.
ฟุตอะ
Foxy 9's got to be a bit careful there. Yeah, does manage to back away towards sewers, but gives away position. Now, there's a lot of additional support here.
why you very lucky not to get caught there on the readjustment.
Cam got a lot of info, though. That's a lot of players now noted. Surprised we don't see an additional body, but Tufat Baby doesn't seem to be fussed. Doesn't seem to be upset about it. He holds the ground well, readjusts up towards heaven. Still has full kit here, keep in mind.
Extra trying to find something, but Wolves not really giving anything away just yet. Rightfully so against this purchase. So 40 seconds now, and Genji will re-explore mid.
พลาดเลยเมื่อกี้
Juicy, who's got his ult. If it's panic stations, right? He can invest that. Still got one over towards site as well. There's the player noted. Spring can't do much to deny this. Going to get a good chip on the cross, and there's Juicy now being rewarded. That's probably going to be a one, but it's done.
ต้องทำขนาดนี้เลย
Good control, good confidence builders here. He needs this. And Genji not finding steps
ด้ว
forward.
ยความมั่นใจ
Entering almost on the way. Looking to thread the needle and find those timings. Punishing maybe rotations and support towards that A side, but it's not to be. And out texture, you're damn good. But I think this might be a little out of your means here. Wolves are back in business. A flawless round, Mike. This could be the key steps to this game now, actually being back on.
Back in on the purchase here for Genji, so was what they've discussed here. Said the Snake White just catching. Was the paint shell to good use as well. Gets the reset, actually.
Remaining.
Slow down, maybe separate the remaining members of Genji.
ดู
Yeah,
สิ
certainly looking towards the value of that timeout now. That gap all but closed.
มันเชียร์อัพ
The
ดู
hard
สิให้
work's
ตื่น
already done in terms of the comeback.
Switch up as well from Wolves. We've got, what, 3 players playing middle. You've got the switch up of the Cypher Util 2 over towards that B site, leaving just one. That's going to be what, Lysor over towards A. So a really big read into maybe how Genji want to approach this.
I think Wolves almost anticipating something off this drone early or Ash's utility.
My God, are they just going for a shootout in middle? Oh, this is so bold. Ridiculous. And it works.
Ui.
Wolves igniting their confidence
โอ้โหความมั่นใจกำลังมา
first half. Gen G, they're going to be on the ropes.
Going to be kicking themselves because they've been allowed to sit behind these smokes time and time again, then re-explore themselves. It's been Spring tucked back into vents, and this time around, the grand reveal,
เฮ้ยแปลกๆว่ะ
heartbreak for Gen G. Left to hold on to these two rifles, and
ออฟไปแล้วด้วย
what feels like an eternity left on the clock.
And this scoreline, Mike, on the half, what was it, 9-3? It felt like I don't want to say impossible, it's just improbable, right? You talk about percentage chance. Now, even after the first couple of rounds, you're probably not that worried yet,
Well,
right?
I hate to say it, but it was a 9-3 half versus Fnatic as well.
Oh, no.
Here on Split.
Bloody hell. That went, what, OT? Fnatic got
Feels
across
like
the line.
A bitter dream repeating itself here, potentially.
Yeah, this suddenly does
10
feel like we've got a
seconds
game. Like, the scoreline, as I said, suddenly becomes such a different-looking beast. You're now held on 11, right? You haven't been able to break through that. You've been kind of
I think actually where Gen G, wasn't it like 11-7 or something? Where then
I'm like, oh. And Wolves are looking more and more confident. It's not just the fact that the scoreline is getting closer, but Wolves look good doing it.
yeah, catching it there. Like I said, this is so heads up from Wolves, reading the situation, but it's on the back of, I don't want to say a gamble, but I want to say guess to what Gen G are doing early on here. It's only really been the drone that's been shown. There's no set piece towards mid that Gen G have displayed. Here with the stingers.
Look at the ults though.
Yeah, looking towards a pace change here, and Lysol going to have his hands full if Gen G fully commit here off rip.
And it looks like a jump spot in middle reveals nothing, so I'm waiting to see how much Lysol can do. This is so much for him.
นี่คือ QA
I don't know how much he can even live in this situation. He's going to stick on site though, going to try and play towards pillar and hope the support comes in through heaven, and it is. Slowly but surely. Ult going to be invested coming out from Zufat BB, but it's still going to be Lysol.
They have to find him.
Lysol! He's so
Oi.
slippery about
Ow.
this! Threading the needle!
เป็นเรื่องครับ
So perfectly, and he's still alive. 15 HP, still breathing, finally goes down. Munchkin giving them a bit of life here. Down to him and Karen to make this one
Player
work.
standing.
It ain't happening. Karen now has to back away. What more is there to be done? Look where the spike is. Wolves, with just one player basically on that side of the map, held that down.
ตีไม่เข้า
Situation 45 on the clock. Karen
ไม่
has
รอบ
to
หน้า
hold
ตี
on to
อะ
this
น่าจะ
rifle.
เบิก12เลย
I mean, what are Gen G doing there?
They look like they're smacking into a brick wall. They don't know. They
They're,
don't know
they're
what
able
they're doing.
to deny all the sight lines into sight. Again, I didn't actually track Foxy9's util, but have been using that to stop the peak coming out from heaven.
30
To
seconds
isolate a
left.
sight player. Pick goes up towards screen. Lysol able to just exist for way too long.
These are frustrating rounds as well. If you're Gen G, right, you are great at this. You're not very clinical about it. Thanks, observers, for the switch. You're normally very clinical about these site takes. You know your protocol list very
10
well.
seconds left.
They are not getting that right now. They are making some misses here, which is surprising to me.
We talked about Wolves being rattled in the first half. Now seeing something very similar of Gen G here in the second.
One away
Don't
now.
come back
Look
with it.
at that
Don't Fnatic.
scoreline, 11-10. Wolves are at the door now. How is Lysol allowed to live that long? As you said,
Well, Juicy finding
Okay.
this kill as well certainly doesn't make things better, but unfortunately Munchkin put in a really, really tough position to try and
พอสสังหารรอบที่2
เครียด เครียดเฉย อยู่ดีๆก็หน้าตึง
pretty impactful ults as well. Foxy9's, Textures, and Ashes.
we did see Spring actually collect the orb as well, so the pit available here for Wolves, so they could close off a section of the map. kick things off in round 22.
Sandal out.
Here we go.
Actually going to put
Like
YU
it. Oh my god.
into a spot. Actually,
Look at the minimap.
they might even play into this. He's also got a one-way set up ahead of this.
The only thing that can really reveal it is what? Going to be the drone? And Ash is using that in middle. They won't be able to clear this. This is still going to be a very uncomfortable position. So Ash pressuring towards heaven early.
He's not going to get, and there's no way. He's going to get played in here perfectly.
He keeps his cool and he delivers like Dora
เป็นเรื่องว่ะ
in unison.
เรียบ
เป็น
ร้
เรื่
อ
อย ง
เล
ว่ะ
ย
Very much alive for Wolves.
And just
Ow,
like
look
that,
at-
another round is over for Gen G.
เทคต่อไป
1 minute 13. The outcome is determined here.
Karen
Yo,
still holding
that-
on to this same.
แล้วอยู่ดีไซเฟอร์ย้ายมาเซต
rounds
บี
now.
ไง
Back to
เป็น
spawn
เรื่
we
อง
go. Again, this
Oh my
composition
God,
falling
half lead,
short. The drone invested towards middle. Nothing else to reveal that. And YU, great call from Wolves to
And
do
this is exactly the recipe of a sort of setup that would cause problems for this composition. If the drone's not well invested, they've got to put a body on
Yes.
to find out
Yes.
where Wolves are playing.
They've done their homework today, haven't they, Wolves? Figuring it out. They had recent tape. They looked into it. They found ways to make it hurt. And these two final players of
30
Gen G,
seconds
I
left.
สภาพนะ
you got to imagine the comms can't be feeling good right
เมื่อ
now.
กี้โดนเห็น
It's
เล
got
ส
to be
ใช่ไหม
tense as hell. You just had your timeouts,
เห็น
but
โอเมน
it's
บาย
all down to that IGL.
ไม่มี
The
ทาง
boys
เช็ค
on
กับ
the
ไซเฟอร์
stage
คือแบบ
itself.
ฟรีอะฟรีจะ
They
จับ
have
เมื่อกี้
watched
เข้าไป
this
ก็ตายอยู่ดิ
game slip away. They were at the door. Now they're inside the building, Mike. It's 11-11.
How the tables have turned
10
as well.
seconds
Ash
left.
and Munchkin having a similar struggle that
Yes.
Juicy did in the first half. Unable to really have a say, have any input, to be honest with you. As Wolves now will tie things up. 11-11 here on split.
Oh my God, as if they could take the lead in almost the final hour, right? In the final round near on. Now we're down to the real lower end of the purchase. Dude, that was the start and end of the round. It felt like, as said, this was beautifully handled. Lighter working in brilliant unison with him as well. Not just leaving him out on his own. It was perfect.
I mean, you can see on the replay as well, just walking into an absolute blender. Gen G can't really do anything, but because they're so invested, the casualty's too great to recover.
Have they learned their lesson? How do they approach it now? Try and deny maybe late space being explored on towards B main with the util going in, but Gen G, a test of their
เหมือนจะ
mettle
งาน
here.
งอก
Wolves' confidence will be sky high. Can they quell it? Can they break their hearts in the final moments? Wolves need to react correctly. Ooh, this is scary, Mike.
It's all been scary. We're living a nightmare right now for Gen G. Unable to really get themselves over the first hurdles of some of these rounds. It's just predacious approach once again towards this mid-hole,
อ๋อสมม
which
ติว่าแบ
has
บ
suited Wolves down to a T. We've seen them once just clean sweep behind the smoke.
Got these ults still. Got so much to bank on, but they're going back for this B split, this 3-2. 3 players from Wolves over
I mean,
on this side.
at least this time Texas is not going to be sliding into the
Nice
trip.
stall. Spring going to slow it down. Time now becoming a factor.
30
See
seconds
the
left.
tension, it's literally palpable here. Here comes the hit. Do they survive this? Texture
Hey.
goes in, gets the job done. Spring holds the line, takes down Foxy 9.
โอ้ย
ชิบหาย
Takes down Texture. It's on Munchkin and Karon with 10 seconds really to play with. And look where the spike is.
10 seconds
It's up
left.
in heaven.
GG ว่ะ
8 seconds. The time has
พวกบอมตก
The unthinkable is
ไอ้เรื่องไง
Wolves taking the lead in the final hour.
Just the gift that keeps on giving.
The
my
crowd
God,
has
time
their
up.
seat with
please
them.
come back
They clean up the round. Nothing for Gen G to take away from round 23.
Ults were burnt as well. They've got nothing left to bank on.
It's just fantastic to see Wolves step
นั่ง
up to
นั่ง
the
ยิงแบบ
plate
ชิว
once more.
How many
Dude.
heroes does this team have?
Good
Spring
chat, that.
those 2 up in heaven felt like it was a gift. Catching them on the way down. Unreal stuff.
Fade looking like he's born again
Yeah.
in the coaching booth.
Hold on. It could still be OT. They have not got across the line yet. Gen G with one chance to just try and keep up in this Wolves, snatching away that 12th though.
Genji just looks so shook right now
They
from
do.
how the
Smoke
second half has panned out. YU once more firmly in control of B site. Cam will spot out one player, not necessarily painting a clear picture, but Prowler sent down mid. So WOL still aware of the potential here, and the drone again, almost now becoming Genji's downfall in terms of telling Wolves what their intentions are. Haven't really seen it employed as misdirection too often.
No charges.
At least this time favourable in terms of numbers here. Only 2 members of Wolves. So in fact, maybe he has to respect this and... Oh no!
How's he? He's dead and buried. Texture.
Yeah.
He can do it all himself. He has to. Spring can't save him this time. That B side now looking
เอ
vulnerable.
อได้เล่นหน่อย
Can he hold on to this? YU's being
That
good.
might have
There's still a
OT
lot of
up.
pressure. Good paranoia. He takes the space off the back, and now here they go. Lights off. YU. Oh,
Oi.
Still holding on. Much
เพื่ออะไรซอคนทุ่มเท
again. Left with 10 seconds, and not much more. As this is a dream. Come on.
จีเลย
My God!
ฟ็อกซี่เอ้ย
อุ้ยเบ่งกล้ามอ่ะ
ไปยืนหน้าเขาไงเรียบร้อย
คนเล่นไหล
โอ้ my god ร้องไห้จะร้องไห้เลยเสียมันจัด
93 เคิร์ดมีให้เห็น
ช็อกกันหมดเลยวะช็อกว่ะ
ไม่อยากจะเชื่อสายตาตัวเองน้องเขาพิบล่าขอบคุณนะครับผม29 บาท เฮ้ย G2 เวสเจน G อีกแล้วเหรอมันน่าจะสวิตช์นี่เปล่าสลับสายกันเปล่าก็ถูกแล้วเนอะ G2 กับ Gen G ปวดฉี่หลับเหรอหรือว่าเจนจีจะลงสายล่างครับ ไปเล่นกับ G2 ดีกว่า สนุกใช่ไหมRQ มันสายล่างเหรอพี่ครับ RQ กลับบ้านไปแล้วครับ มันโดนวูฟชวนทะเลาะรัวๆเลย
เอาจริงๆนะพี่รู้สึกว่าเทโจเกมที่ผ่านมาเมื่อกี้เหมือนเป็นเอเจนต์ที่มีแค่โดนอ่ะ
อืม
ไม่มีอะไรเลยแย่ว่ะอะไรเงี้ย
ผมว่ามันทำมาไม่ผิดหรอก เพราะว่ามันก็กันได้เยอะ แบบว่าตอนที่เจอเฟรติกก็เหมือนกันก็ได้สกอร์เยอะก่อน แต่มันไปพลาดหลังๆอ่ะ
ก็วันนั้นที่มันเล่นกับเอฟติกอ่ะ เอฟติกไม่มีเซนเตเนลไง
อืม
เนี่ยพอเป็นคอมจังหวะเดียวใช่ปะเจอไซเฟอร์อ่ะ โอ้โหโคตรยากอ่ะ
ซัดแท็บกันรัว
ดูไอ้ลิสเป็นนีออนด้วย จะเคลียร์หนามยังไงไอ้จะเคลียร์แท็บไง
ๆกลัวไม่เชื่อว่าเป็นโนริสาหร่ายหรอกแม่งถึงใส่สาหร่ายมาด้วยนะหรือวันนี้จะเป็นวันที่พี่เอ๋ยผิด2 คู่
เฮ้ย เดี๋ยวก็คัมแบ็ก
คู่ต่อไปพี่เอ๋ยให้เปเปอร์เล็ก20
เดี๋ยวพี่เติมเส้นเลยเดี๋ยว
จบเลย
Race is something that I did.
เลื่อนลงมาสูบฉีดเท็กเจอร์หน้าแดง
ไม่เมื่อกี้ลงไปซัดไป2 เป๊ก
โอ้โห
แบบโดนไป2 ช็อตแบบพูนๆหน้าแดงเลยขึ้นเวที
กำลังดี2 ช็อต ถือว่าลดความตื่นเต้น
อืมโอ้ยแอสก็แดงนี่เห็นโดนไปช็อตหนึ่งไม่
แอดนี่น่าจะขวดหนึ่งเมื่อกี้ เครียดหนักเลยเมื่อกี้เล่นไม่ออก
ขวดนึงเลยอะ
เท็กเจอร์แต่มา2 ช็อต แอดคว้าขวดกระดกหมด
ไม่ไหวเครียดจัด
เออ
Wants anything
But
to
he
go
let loose.
right. Wolves can ride that wave. You've got to feel good about them coming into sunset, even though it is a question mark for them. But it's a question mark for Gen G.
Yes, it certainly is. And if we are just tuning in, you missed a belting map 1, but
Yeah, where
here-
were you?
Yeah, honestly, Gen G on the attack now, and of course Wolves on the defending side. I like this early claim of real estate towards B main coming out, and look how far they're willing to push this too.
Yeah, Juicy actually backfilling this
ได้
after
เลย
that initial
ดุอะไรขนาดนั้น
showing of pressure.
มันรู้จะโดนท็อกซิกกินกดดัน
Certainly left wondering
Done
where
really.
Gen G have set up.
Toxin screen down.
So they might even actually consider a walk through top mid.
And I like the reaction from Wolves though, kind of pushing YU up towards that kind of top side of elbow. You also have CUFAT BB doing the
น่าจะ
same
รู้แล้วครับ
thing to B side. But
กลาง
it does
ก็
seem
ไม่
like
มี
this late
ดู
pressure.
ซี่
But
ดันมา
again,
แล้ว
look at the
Juicy's
exploration
continuing, yeah.
This should be able to allow for players like YU to keep a bit of control on this.
And I'm surprised to not actually see CU Fat BB
โอ้โหเป็นเรื่อง
rotating just
เป็
yet.
นเรื่องจริง
Paranoia will catch, slow things down further and
And
allow
look at-
Wolves
look at the
to
plan.
เขาได้
set
ทุ
up.
กอย่าง
เรียกว่าโดน
Seconds
โดน
left.
ต้อนจนมุมอ่ะเนี้ย
Start of the end if he gets
Ow!
this right, if everything
Set up for a recon.
goes
Oh,
right
Ash
for
is turned.
Ash.
He's turned.
เอ้า
ดีดแรกบุกอ่ะ
The crunch on the site for
Hang.
15 seconds. It's late in the day. If one of these
Di
things
lab
goes
buộc
right,
lên
one of
đi.
these players lands a shot, it could have
Bên
gone
lươn
sideways.
hả?
It doesn't. Genji
ตอนนี้จดมุมเรียบร้อย หายหมด
Wolves
เหลือคนเดียว
wanting here. See that maybe can do very
ของแท้อะพี่เอ้ย
1v5.
เป็นไปได้ไง
Barely a touch of
วะ
damage even achieved. This is exactly what Genji would have wanted. Controlled in approach, reading maybe these flanks are going to be coming in. This pressure.
คือเราดูอะใช่ไหม
You know the
ภาพแบบว่าจูซี่ดันมาข่าวทุกคนโยกมาบีพร้อมแบบประกบ
Alright,
ใช่
แต่แบบ
we look at
เกิดอะไรขึ้น
pieces of that. I liked
เมื่อ
how
กี้แบบลูกไก่ใน
Wolves played
กำมือ
around
อะ
it, but again this.
Yeah, just
นี่
Spidey sense and
มัน
tingling.
ขนลุกกับพี่
To live events.
เออ
Yeah, and this is also, I don't want to say
Spider sense.
negative impact,
หรือว่า
but
เสียง
you've
เชียร์
got
ดัง
Genji who
วะ
have experience in this.
ไม่รู้แล้วมันเมื่อกี้คือมันยังไม่ได้ยิงสแกนไปด้วยนะ
Brennan Josh
มันก็แบบ
early.
ง้างๆไลน์อัพอยู่ดีก็หันมาเช็ค
Good
Set
turning
up
up.
for game 2.
Yep, getting ready, getting their prep done. But again, this is something you're going to start seeing. This experience does come into these moments. Now, as it stands, though, Texture straight into this one. See if that big wow.
ทำไมไม่ซื้อปืนที่มันแบบ
Fair enough. You get one of those.
But this is the start you want to see from
Yes.
Genji on this map, looking confident.
Decisive.
Because Wolves refuse to kneel in map 1. Genji have to re-establish themselves now.
เช็คเถอะขอร้อง
Genji, this is nice. It is so decisive. Yeah, this is no holding back. I feel like
มัน
there
เข้ม
was
จัด
a
ดูปืน
chat
มันดูมัน
after
ใช้
that
ปืนอะ
last map.
Yeah.
You even saw it in the coaching
Man
team,
gạo
right? The conversation of
Phải
right, we
tỏ
should get
dào-dào
back to
nó
this,
lao
be focused, be confident, be on point in what they're doing, get some good leadership going here, and they need that. But one half apparently means nothing. Wolves will happily
เนี่ย
stay
โดน
the
ไปครึ่ง
distance,
ขวด
but for now Genji,
เรียบร้อยเลยมาเลย
clean,
หน้าแดง
concise, perfect.
And I guess as well, what you want to see is kind
โด
of
นแล้วบอก
Ash
นะ
and Munchkin get
โดนไปครึ่
themselves
ง
back
ขวดขนาด
online.
นี้เดี๋ยว
Because
พอได้เติมอีก
first half was split, you can kind of write off teams doing well.
แต่พอเล่นแย่ๆโซโล่บอกเอ้ยเดี๋ยวทำเอาเดี๋ยวจบเกมนี้ลงมา
No, I was looking for
เดี๋ยว
this.
จัดให้ครึ่งขวด
No, it's not there. But yeah, you certainly want to see Ash and Munchkin come online here early on Sunset.
You need him to be the emotional leader as well when you're looking at texture too. Keep those spirits high, keep them in that right mindset. It can shake you to your core, those sort of losses, but this is a
จะ
great
บอก
team.
นะ
You
จ
look at
ริงๆก็คุก
Genji,
คันเซ็ตมาเหมือนกันอะ
one of the highest pedigrees there is.
ปุ๊กเดี๋ยวเลือก
Now
มา
let's see how they approach
มัน
this. Their
โอ้
bonus
โห
in the
ใจ
first
คอมันจะแบบ
five
แบบปู
Wolves.
ทุกด่านเลยเหรอ
And a very different beginning from Genji.
แน่นอน
ก็เนี่ยทีมที่
Texture
แบบ
up here.
จะต้องถึงต้องเก่งทุกด่าน
ทีมอย่างเงี้ยอยู่นัดชิงแพ้ยาก
Able to establish
เบนออกไป
himself
แบบ
in
เหมือ
mid
น
now.
มีไพ่อยู่ใน
เอา
มื
ลง
อ
เอาลงยากจัดอ่ะ
And Lysor
โอ้โห
hold down the side. But again, these
ถ้า
guys
ดู
doing
แพง
work
ปะ
for Genji.
ถึงแก่
There
ชี
they
วิต
are.
จาก
They're
ค่าดู
shooting
อ่ะ
back now.
Tôi
Those
chỉ
jump
mà
spots
xong
not
rồi.
looking so safe.
Ui.
He's trying to be bold about it, be
Mà mới
brave
thành
about it, but he can't get
Yes.
out of there.
ทำไมพี่เอ๋ยเร็วจังพี่เอ๋ยดูบ้านไหนเนี่ย
ปันม่วง
ก็ผมก็ดูม่วง
Steps for sure.
บ่นว่าลองพอดโกทีหนึ่ง
The easiest way
Ow.
forward, but Lysor
ตอนนี้เท่าไหร่ละ
setting up his
Just
own
one bomb.
One bomb
downfall at
nữa.
that point. And Genji once again,
ผม
this
เพิ่ง
is
พอดโก
looking
ไป
like they've had a mean old talking to.
พี่พอดโกทีหนึ่ง
Yeah,
มันน่าจะไหล
the block certainly has been cracked.
เฮ้ย เอ้า
Texture will fall a consolation here
Bên-
for
bên.
ทำไม
Wolves.
ทำไมตัวมันเป็นอย่างนั้นน่ะ มันกด E พอดีวะ
Give away a couple more here,
Kailangan din
trying to
pen-
charge
pen.
this
แล้ว
down.
movementมัน
Do
บัก
have the funds to support it. Obviously, this will be a conversion of the bonus. Karen shows his hand. Getting a little
Oh,
weird,
yeah.
but Munchkin
ชัก
to
ปืนไม่
clean
ทัน
up. Two rifles
แต่ก็ยัง
still
เป็นกู้บอลนัด
in
ออกครับ
hand here for
มันออกไป
Genji.
ครึ่ง
So
หนึงแล้วนะเมื่อกี้
finance is continuing to build here early on.
That's really nice.
ถ้าเมื่อกี้
That was
ตัด
really
สอง
nice.
ไม่ได้นี่
And, just seen him
Ui.
pop
Vẫn
now.
hại.
Really early timeout on Wolves.
Yeah, was it
And
round
then
3 or
Genji
split? There
đuổi
was
lên.
It was early. So they obviously
The second was by round 7, but I think the first one might have
เมื่อ
been
กี้มันก็โผล่
after
ครึ่ง
the
ตัว
bonus conversion.
จะครึ่งหัว
no pressure on him yet, though. This is still early days. But again, if you're facing up against
เฮ้ย อะไรอะเทคเหรอ
really, if you're
อ๋อทามเมาส์เนี่ยนายเห็นไหมเขาลงไปเติมกันมาครึ่งกลมเนี่ย เราต้องแบบว่า เดี๋ยวฉันสั่งเด็กไปซื้อเท้านึงแล้วอะเอาละถ้าจบครึ่งแรกเดี๋ยวเราลงมาซัดกันครึ่งเท้าโอเคไหม เรียกว่าเติมของ
ผมขอบอมเบียร์เลย แรงกว่า
เห็นสีแดงแล้วคิดว่าเทคพอร์ตตลอดเลย
right, kept the Wolves away from the door, kept them
not many positives for Wolves to build upon, but a Shiko here in round 4. We were close a couple of times on map 1, but a frenzy here and there to mess things up. Look at you, Foxy9. I won't forget.
Scanning ahead.
Now, again, this isn't the round where you want to see too much going wrong for Gen G. You want to see structure again. Hello. Yeah, Foxy9 is just farming. Texture is there with him. This isn't the round that we expect so much from.
I can't fault Wolves for kind of showing themselves as willing to still fight for this
ภาพเหมือน
space
เกมแรก
outside
เลย
A.
ได้เราเยอะ
Certainly
แล้ว
a
ก็ไปเมา
disaster here to take 2 casualties,
มันไว้
but
ใจไม่ได้ละตอนแรกนึกว่าจะแบบ
certainly a fact
คิว
finder for Wolves.
ตอนนี้รู้สึกเฉยๆแล้วพอภาพเป็นอย่างนี้
Cutting through.
Maybe even just acts as a deterrent here, still in the buy rounds, but Gen G have just
เดี๋ยว
been
นี้เขา
winning
นิยม
out
คัมแบ็กกันเหรอ
time
พี่
again in that position.
ไม่นะ
Yeah, this is great though from Gen G. If we're talking
ไม่
bigger
บ่อยนะ
picture as well, this kind of steadies the ship after a very
ดูอย่าง
rough
ไส้ไหล
first
โดน
map,
ก็
but
ไปเลยฮะ
it just keeps them feeling
ไส้แตก
concise
เลยนะ
about
โดน
it,
ไส้แตก
being in
เกมมิ่ง
control about stuff. A good beginning here. And as I said, confidence builders. You got to look at that last half of map 1. It's enough to shake you to your core. So for them, this is very, very good to reignite some of that confidence. Pressure towards Lysol.
Careful now.
Not going to be seeing probably anything go too wild here.
Lysol desperate to try and get something behind that one way.
Texture creeping closer as well.
แปมบอก
Taking control of back pillar. Swing from the smoke handle. It is just methodical, Mike. There's not much going wrong here. Gen G making up for the errors of map 1.
หลอกเด็กไปเลย
Flawless round 4 conversion here. Almost repeating, what was it, 6-0? Maybe
It was.
a big gap at the start of split, and looking like a repeat here on Sunset potentially. Obviously, Wolves going to come back in with a purchase now, getting close to that first ult cycle here. Juicy Sue, Fat
เฮ้ย
BB.
เทคเจอร์เดี๋ยวไปปลุก
One's
เขา
closest here, just one away from the Sova, the Euro Ultimate. Why are you not too far away himself, but still some work to do. Texture actually caught with a stray bullet here. Slowed down initially.
Yeah, quick check of the TP2. So they kind of get
นี่มันทำให้
to
แบบ
a fair amount
ปั่น
of
ป่วน
this
พวกข่าว
early.
อ่ะ
And they do start their rotation towards this B side. They felt that pressure from the very word go. Lysol didn't manage to find too much
เขต
impact
2 อัน
from
เลย
his
ครับ
position back pillar, but
And actually burnt both of the cases already, so
เฮ้ย
it's
เอ้า
a nice kind of check off the list. If you're Gen G, you'll be happy with that.
Foxy9 does actually get his ultimate online with the orb here. Just cutting sound behind this,
วินนี้ดูตัน
leaving Wolves guessing a
But
little
don't
bit.
bake back
Like I
there,
said, actually
Hamming.
removing that safety net almost with the cages, but the smokes will probably reveal Gen G's intentions now. Looking to try and tag somebody on the back of the drone here.
Ow!
Lysol actually ahead of the paranoia.
ผ่าน
Yeah,
เลย
I'm amazed he
Let me
managed
know.
to catch that, but Lysol does get nabbed in the end, and it's
Just
Juicy
do it.
going down, so the site pretty much under control. Karen going to try and control this, get that smoke back in towards market, make sure there's no threats from there, and a really good site take from Gen G.
A body to the good as well. Man advantage here. 3v4 for Wolves. Currently still locked out.
Get to clear the corner that Foxy9's playing in as well. This is really, really tough to get back in. Wolves going to try and make something, but Karen's still holding towards that smoke.
Ow.
Why are you going to find Foxy9?
Oi.
Spring going to find
Foxy
Karen.
ได้เล่น
ๆเป็นเรื่องนะเอาหมดเลย
ฟอกซี่ได้เล่น
Just walk into this site like it was nothing.
Strolled back
ของ
in.
แท้อะพี่เอ๋ย
Disrespecting the smoke a little bit, and this felt so comfortable for Gen G.
They had a great site take, good uses of the ults
How'd that
coming
first
in.
kill come through?
Oh,
I mean, this
it
was
a
just ahead of the execute, but
individual fights against Gen G like this in a retake feels. Yeah.
yeah, don't be like that.
Well, what's the plan? Gen G. Okay, that's going to kind of take the wind out of the sails a little bit.
Yeah, and it's not like Gen G to really show a lack of respect to a team like this. It's usually, you know, wrapped up, tied up with a little bow on top.
Yep.
In terms of these post plants.
Okay, back to what was working though. These A takes have been good, but there are players here. Texture going to give away some of the game by at least kind of highlighting, yeah, that ult's coming in. Hunter's Fury now layered in on top to try and really add that stress towards Gen G. Texture's going to find Spring though. Good trade, back and forth we
ตัว
go.
นี้
Gen G
นิวเพ
trying
ช
to
รเทคเตอร์นี่
trailblaze their way
โดน
in.
แก้เร็วนะ
Rolling out towards A, they
ของหมด
won
อะ
it. The plant
ได้แบบ
next
ตัว
on the cards.
ตัวหนึ่ง
This
อ่ะ
is
แล้
a
วก็โดนแล้ว
2v4. This should be safe. There shouldn't be
โอ้มันเทรดอย่าง
problems.
แม่นอ่ะวันนี้ยิงเทคเกอร์
That's
เอ้า
the way to start it. A lazy check on the
Ủa,
ball.
Mia.
Oh my
Again.
เตรียมตีดด้วยไง
A 1v2's doable. Juicy gonna try and make
Ảo lắm
a
nghe.
big play on this one, but good
Ảo đừng đai
positions
dụ ập.
from Gen G. Left side
Giác
crossfire
vậy.
made from Ash there. Gonna be rewarded. And Wolves tried to
Cột
get
khó dụ
again
con
in
thằng
their
Giác.
faces under the skin, but Gen G in control.
Just before that, Wolves, you could see just almost the panic, the confusion as this hit comes through. It was pacey from Gen G on the back of Texture, but the Hunter's Fury just causing some real issues in terms of, tucking themselves into sight, forced out into the open.
Again, the scaling from Gen G was so nice though, right? Like the trading there coming out from Foxy9, good spacing between the first pick from Texture. It felt like they were in such good positions just to, as said, methodically take down every swing that was coming out from Wolves.
Juicy revealed here, trying to make his way out into mid. Texture once more tasked with making progress, but playing a little deeper here. You can see actually there's smoke. Almost begging Wolves to sit inside it. You see Spring and YU happy to do so for the time being. It's a bit of a question mark created towards,
อันนี้มัน
I guess, a backstab on B site. Lysor obviously a couple of checks here and now once the smokes deplete. It'll be fairly telling that nobody's progressed through. But again, that's going to put CU, Fat BB and YU in a pretty tricky position here with 3 members of Gen G now making progress towards them.
And starting to see some of that versatility from Gen G and some of their comfort in this map, it feels like, right? Able to work this map really well, cause these uncomfortable rotations and the extra body being put towards that B site. Now we've got a bit of a lurk almost, or maybe a bit of a position for Foxy9. This is all very, very nicely done. Respect being given to an extent from Wolves sitting a bit deeper
big.
towards that CT side, not willing to fight out just yet. Trying to stall off the util. Viper's pick gonna go in, and
Ui.
again, it is step by step. Here on mechanical at this point, 12 seconds. Yes, it's late, but
ตีเขายับอีกแล้ววะ
in their scaling capability.
Ôi, cái này à?
What is going on here? Oh, it's worked! He takes away Ash! But this was in a round with Sheriff, so not much more. I don't know
เมื่อ
if
กี้
this
ยิง
was
ไวกว่านี้นี่
an
เป็นเรื่องนะ
intended approach, but Gen G still hold all the cards here. A mistake made and a punish to be had. Gen G making sure they know.
เฮ้ย
Even here,
Hey,
they're
I
trying
think
to
you-
potentially deny the plant, but it certainly doesn't feel
โอ้
comfortable on the
เดี๋ยว
way
นี้เรา
back.
เอา
in.
ใหญ่แล้วนะ
Wolves, unfortunately, not finding any sort of safety
ไปยืนแล้วครับผม
playing
เจน
these
จีฮะคุยกันในเกมตอนนี้
up close positions
something
on
look-
A side. I think leaning in towards maybe adopting some sort of retake approach here, although even Odessa touched on this. This was where Genji really stretched their legs previously. So certainly doesn't feel like a positive to have to rely on that. But already 6-1 the scoreline. Looking for something from Wolves to get them back on track and a very proactive clearance through mid.
But I like this. You've kind of already set it out, right? The win cons, if they get into the post-plant Gen G, it gets quite
จังหวะแบบ
strong.
ว่า
It gets
movement
very hard to
Texture
handle with that deadlock in play. So get
จังหวะพีค
proactive.
จังหวะวางเป้าอ่ะ
Be willing to
ดู
take
แบ
a
บส
risk.
มูทดิ
มันเป็นที
Easier said than done though, as that side gets
มันดูยิงแบบว่าเป็นระเบียบ
already
เลยไม่ค่อย
carrying
แบบ
take towards that backside.
ใช่
But yes, we still know Lysor is here, but he's got problems galore. Players everywhere. He makes it look simple. Takes away one. Spring and 5 Foxy9, but the site's still
มันลุ้นเผ็ด
theirs.
ดี
Juicy gonna try and get all that info he can here. Can he pressure this one well enough? Here comes the
Oi,
next layer
ủa, hay đi
towards
quá.
this one.
Chơi.
Gen G trying to stabilize.
Ui.
Munchkin, Ash in unison doing well. A 2v2 though, it's not out of the woods yet. Ash has to clutch up here. Attack on the spike. Oh,
And-
correct. Juicy
ดี
holds
เซ
his
ปเป้าไม่ทัน
nerve. Wolves out of their seat as Gen G now feeling that pressure.
A second on the board and something to believe in now in this first half. Potential to try and recover. I was almost a little concerned there that Wolves didn't follow through on that mid-exploration. We were almost hoping to wrap behind this execute. Gen G navigate their way in fairly comfortably. I mean, able to cut sight lines, kind of mitigate this risk of the one-way on main, which feels like almost the focal point of this sight hold. It's another situation where they can't quite stick the landing on a post plant on B.
Cutting through.
But this time they've got to have noted maybe there was some aggression somewhere.
Comment
Information to be had.
Well,
The take felt too good.
Did Gen G know about that?
I don't
Wolves
know
can
yet.
sit back and maybe make that the ace up their sleeve for the remainder of the first half. Not many rounds to play with, but
3 players this time towards A though for Wolves as Gen G start their build up again. We've been very complimentary on this, but this time playing a little bit more aggressive on towards this elbow side. Nice. Actually, you can already see that Sufat did back away, but there's that swing coming out from Foxy 9. But a good trade this time. In addition,
หมุน
body mic making a world of difference.
Drone now to come through for Ash.
เฮ้ย
Four left through, but
ตาจะบอด
find kills.
แย่แล้ว
Now putting
อารอน
Ash
ไม่นะ
up against the ropes to try and recover here.
Oh, okay, Wolves. I feel like once they get that little bit of confidence, that ability to start getting that read into Gen G, they get so dangerous. But Ash trying to make something out of this. Sufat BB is just holding onto this corner, making him work for this one. 30 seconds. Oh! What?
Holy crap.
Even I'm turning around. I know he's out of his seat.
Show me that one. Just on the back of destroying the dart.
Jesus.
And that was what, maybe 2 or 3 bullets tapped through the box here?
Why does this make me a believer? I'm always such a cynic to this. But
already am.
you're on board. It scares the life out of me because you're looking at Gen G, right, and we've been commenting their scaling, their ability to trade in well here. But Wolves' problem is, oh my god. How can you not love this guy? He's top of the board as well for Wolves. He's not just the personality player. But Gen G want to get right back into it, looking aggressive, right up the guts, right up middle. But the paranoia is perfect, and Texture gets really put under test. But no, he's fine. Still wants more. Still exploring further. Texture right amongst the Wolves now, trying to separate, divide and conquer as they lean towards B. The rotation gets difficult.
69 unable to really confirm anybody's location
จับ
here.
ได้ว่ะ
อุ้ยดูดิมันยิงเป็นระเบียบมากเลย
Gorgeous
มาแล้วครับ
from him, though. Denying rotation.
อุ้ย
อุ้ย
Perfect
เอส
from Texture. Absolutely out.
หมดไปแล้วนี่ว่า
Standing play.
Just like that, a pace change
The 4K,
completely.
the 4K
Yeah.
King,
ว่า
Mike.
จัด
Who cares about the ace? Just keep doing that.
Haymaker thrown from Gen G for round 10. Able to convert as well.
วางเป้าโคตรระเบียบ
did actually find somebody. The ultimate just off screen.
เป็นก้าวเลยพี่
I love this. There's such
เป็น
great
ก้าวใส่เขา
personalities here. Texture giving it right back. Sufat BB doing so well on the other side, but it's broken the money in such a curious way. Look at this. We've got the
Wow,
operator
yeah, we've
out,
got like a sheriff out and an operator.
but the pace
ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไร
again,
เดี๋ยวเราก็มีกล้าม
Texture keeps
เรามี
going.
กล้ามแค่ไขมันซ่อนอยู่
Kind of hand on the throat almost, right? Choke him out at this
กล้าม
point if
เมีย
you
ทุก
can,
คนครับ
but
แค่ไขมัน
Wolves
ซ่อน
gonna
อยู่
get burned. Lysor is revealed. That's not the first time, but they don't know
Ui.
about Spring until now. Great counter swing from
เอ้า
Lysor.
โอ้โหตัวโดนสแกน
Keeping them alive. It's perfect synergy. Ash tries to do
หมด
what
เล
he
ย
can. He's down to one.
เอ้า
คารอนมันของหมดจัดเลยว่ะ
Spring bounding in.
เฮ้ยคารอนต้อง
Just
Oh,
when Gen
yung
G
bot na niya,
feel like they
parang
could
may
build
baka.
upon that pace
ไม่ไม่
change.
เดี๋ยว
Wolves.
เดี๋ยวฮาร์ฟไทม์นี่คือเอามาให้เลย เอามาสักขวดหนึ
This
งเลย
headshot angle not suiting Gen G
แพ็กหนึ่ง
whatsoever.
ไม่พอละ
But I feel like the Wolves, you think you might have got a beat maybe on towards Lysor, right? Maybe we can isolate him, punish him. No,
No.
they fight together. It's so sick.
And where map 1 looked a little disjointed at times for Wolves, now you're seeing players throwing their lives on the line to
โอ้โห A4 คน
maintain
บ้าจัด
these sight holds. Again though, Gen G,
เฮ้ย
quick pace here to keep things on. Karen 6 TB on the side.
เฮ้ย
Yep.
God, Karen, you mad man.
8-4 ครับ
Takes away
ดู
Spring and it
เป๋ๆ
gets
แต่
him
ว่า
a sight.
ยิงได้อยู่
It's juicy, just take a
แต่นาน
shot
อยู่
on
นะ
a
เมื่อกี้
timing shot.
แบบไม่มีความมั่นใจปานนี่แล้วเมื่อ
Trying
กี้
to play
ซัดหมด
retake with
แม็
the
กเลย
operator. It's all about strength for Gen G in
สัต
those
ว์หมดเลย
moments.
จริง
Bullet rattles
Spike
through,
planted.
doesn't find a thing.
Sound sensor up.
How are you meant to play back in? Look at that litter of utility. It's time to go.
69's, yeah, the utility just reduces so many options for Wolves on the way back
Ui.
in.
Ui,
Wolves
wow, wow.
looking for something, but it's a solo effort.
Gen G really
Ui.
having a grip
Low
hold
chặt.
of this one. Close, but not close enough. I mean, this is again the strength here. Gen G.
Dead man, I need-
the start
Dead man.
reminder, don't let us get to those post plants. keeping a firm lead
เป็นเรื่องเลย
at 8-4.
Yeah, a little different.
เนี่ยไม่ออกไปยิงแล้วแบบ หมดความมั่นใจฮะยูนโดนในออดประกาศ ไม่รู้อะสังกัดนะแบนเพราะว่ามันไปเปิดแฮ็กใน CS ไปเล่น CS แล้วไปเปิดแฮ็กไม่มันไปด่าเขาอีก ไอ้เขี้ยมึงทำทำไม ทีมกำลังจะมามาสเตอร์เฮียแม่งสกัดดาวรุ่งตัวเอง เหมือนแม่งปั่นจักรยานอยู่แล้วแม่งก็เอาไม้ไปขั้นตรงล้อตรงซี่ลวดให้แม่งรถแม่งล้มเองไอ้เชี่ยนี่สิ่งที่ไวโอยูทำมันโหแม่งเหมือนแบบรถบัสเพื่อนกันสตาร์ทแล้วไปเจาะยางเขาซึ่งงงเหมือนกันทำเฮียเลย
เจาะยางไม่เท่าไหร่ ย้ายคันด้วยสละเรือหนี คิดว่า3 แมปทั้ง2 คู่นี่ตี 5
โอ้ย ไม่คิดว่าเปเปอร์เล็ก20อะไรเงี้ยไม่ให้เลย
คิดว่า3 คู่นั้นอะ
แต่จอนเลยนะจอนจัด ดูมันกินเนี่ยมันหน้าแดงเลย อันนี้น่าจะซัดมาสักครึ่งขวด
แต่ต้องเติมเงี้ย
ต้องเติม ไม่ไหว เกมที่แล้วต้องเติมหน่อย
เครียดสั่งแผนไม่ค่อยออกหัวไม่เล่น เจอ83อะเกือบ2 เท่าของทั้ง9 คน
See, the prime candidate in that regard. They can make a go of
โดน
things
แบน
once
นาน
more.
ไหมไม่รู้เหมือนกันครับ ไม่แน่ใจเลย
So let's see how Wolves
ผมไม่ได้ไป
approach this
ตาม
again.
ข่าว
We're
มัน
somewhat in the dark here ourselves. Not a map that we've seen them often go towards. Genji
นั่นแน่
side
ยิงหมดแล้วจังหวะเนี้ย
for the 3-play start towards the A side. Foxy 9 going to play
Just, I was going to say, just him here, but on the
Ooh,
pistol
ooh,
round,
ooh,
he's able to
Japan, the
basically
Foxy.
control
อ้าว
a choke
อุ้ย
point like
เอาไป
this
คนละนัด
on the back of his utility. It's
เหลือ
right
เท่า
up
กันเลย
down there.
3-4
Heard a headshot come through there.
No one else coming over just yet either.
ไม่ยิงไม่
Quite a
พัง
long
เนี่ยกลุ่ม
rotation, so I think he needs to play safety here, Mike. Slip back towards
เราเขาไม่โรเท
I
ต
was
ไป
going
ด้วย
to say,
วะ
with as many people chipping away at the
Gua
utility,
đốn
you
lọt.
almost want to see an extra body, but Genji
กู
will
รีเทคเลย
has
Revealing area.
got the I's, crossed the T's elsewhere on the map, looking for maybe a lurk behind this.
Still got that Cypher util in place, so they've got some security
โอ้
towards
มัน
the
จะรวบ
main,
มาร์เก็ต
but
เลยวะ
that will be threatened soon. The sheriffs are on the
Whoops.
way, but YU finds Foxy 9, catching him sleeping towards CT.
เอาแล้วไง
Oh, what a shot! Sensational
เป็น
from
เรื่อง
YU.
ครับ
And now, all the pressure from the choke point, all eyes can turn towards this. Yes, the paranoia goes in, does very well. Great connection, Spring better. Wolves clawing back into this game, leaving just Ash locked behind that smoke.
Now almost looking like fools, really. See you, Fat BB, to seal the deal here. On a 5th for Wolves and a pistol round
โดน
to
ปะ
kick
เนี่ย
off the second
เอา
half.
ดี
Beautiful setup here, and Wolves absolutely making the right decision to dig a little deeper and continue exploring.
One enemy.
Like I said, with a lack of contact on the back of
Death is cold.
Foxy 9 showing his hand. I think Wolves read the situation perfectly. going to be one sheriff in the hands of Texture on the side of Gen G. That's juicy. Really bringing a sheriff to the party here for Wolves. The Guardian and 3 Bulldogs elsewhere. Foxy 9 to retrieve the orb. Denial here outside B. Nobody from Wolves quite yet revealing themselves.
ไม่ติดกล้องหันไปดูตัวเอง
Gen G going to be the ones to have to be almost reactive to this at this point. Taking a gamble. I like the deeper search from
โปร
Texture
ยัง
there.
ไกลอยู่
It's a little bit of a look. Free
ต้อ
up
งดู
some
ว่า
of
จะ
the
กัน
players
ยังไง
potentially, but hard to have faith in this still. Looks very similar to the first. Again, have to be very aware of Foxy 9 and that utility. And this is when you're going to be looking to invest. Here it is.
เฮ้ย
Lovely work, but forced off the angle here. So they're going to get the cross towards the side. They're looking for a punish on this, and they're not getting is what they wanted. Wolves managed to stave it off long
แปลอย่าง
enough.
แม่น
Munchkin does well with the trade, but still, look at the weaponry.
เฮ้ย
But Gen
อุ้ย
G
หูเล่นกับใบแล้วมันให้แบบคม
two headshots are 2 headshots. Gives them
เนี่ยแอดแม่งออกมา
away to
ยิ
this
ง
round.
4 นัด
Just want
2
to see if
ตัว
Wolves can actually try and isolate Munchkin and get away from this side, but Lightsaw
Light sword.
double dipping.
เอาแล้วไง
เป็นเรื่อง
เป็นเรื่องจริง
Risky to go for that, and Gen G doing so well in that MasterCard thrifty there. I can't believe
Ooh,
they
Ash.
got away with that. The desperation to close down on back of pillar felt too much.
So precarious on the way in here, but I mean, Munchkin finding one on the reveal. Ash swinging through the smoke, finding
โคตรดีอะพี่นะ
2. The paranoia.
จาก 11 นัดเหลือ 7 นัดอ่ะ 4 เม็ดอ่ะ หัวหมดเลย 2 ตัว
Dividends for
บ้า
Gen
จัด
G. Like you said, converting this MasterCard thrifty. Guys, wait.
ไอ้สวีท
Yeah.
You can't allow Gen G those opportunities. They are a team that will take them every day of the week.
And they will always continue to
เฮ้ยทำเอาท์เลยเหรอวะเพิ่งโบนัสอ่ะ
เอา
นะ
เลยดึงสติอันเนี้ยดึงสติดึงเมทัลก่อน
เดี๋ยวไหลฮะ
โค้ดน่าจะย้ำเมื่อกี้โค้ดเป็นเห็นอะไรบางอย่างเฮ้ยแต่ต้องหูกินจิมใช้สกิลรวบสวยจัดดอกเมื่อกี้
Here on throughout this. That was only 1 round dropped, but it was enough for that timeout to come in there for Wolves.
I think almost maybe a, not necessarily a panic button, but frustration.
Oh, you heard it, right?
Yeah.
Now to do it back to Gen G would be nothing short of a miracle at this point. A good stabilizing purchase here for Gen G. Don't need to do anything too out of their normal wheelhouse here. Let's see what Wolves get up to.
Space conceded, but Gen G very aware of the fact, which is why we're seeing commitment towards
มันมาก
holding this, maybe mitigating some of this risk, but it's even here with the trip. Actually, it's a perfect setup for Gen G, but a 2-for-2 trade for Wolves, a big win out.
Yeah.
Weapon
นี่ก็เป็น
upgrades as
เรื่อง
well.
One's going to be in play here. Paranoia
เกิด
early,
เรื่อง
but
อะไร
they
ขึ้น
know
วะ
now they've got some
โอ้
time
เนี่ย
to
เมื่อ
set
กี้
up to
ไอ้
this
บู
post
ด็อก
farm.
มันชอบ
The
มี
final 3
อย่างนั้น
players
นะ
coming
ภาพ
back
เหมือนกัน
in
นะ
for Gen G. Texture, Ash, Caron. Still got that dart there here for Ash. Back cycled back up.
Bulldog dip
Good
ว่ะ
util for Texture too. On the other
เวลา
side,
เป้ามันหลุด
limited
แล้วมันหลุ
amount.
ดเลยอะ
CFAB,
บูด็อกอะ
yes, only has that drone. That's about it for now. Smoke in towards CT. The time starting to tick. Texture closing in slightly. Smoke goes in towards main. Pressure starting to mount here. And Texture, oh, he gets given a gift there. Spring with a trade, but a 1v2 now called upon. CFAB only has the classic. Oh my god. Wait, this is doable. This is so doable. Ash.
Ash is taking it. He's got a half.
But he's got the drone. CFAB.
อุ้ย อุ้ย
We do this. The dreamers stay alive and somehow do the unthinkable.
เล่นโดนเลยเหรอวะ
A Red Bull clutch response here from Wolves. Absolute magic. And Gen G was set up for this, Lauren. They gave them this space.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
โอ้ยิง
The darts
ติด
start to
ตีน
That
Lucky
is
one.
just ridiculous.
I've never seen this
Oh.
happen.
ตีคอน
These
ติด
moments
ขา
are
จะ
rare for
บ้า
a reason, but there is something in the water with this team. Wolves never down,
ปืน
never
เรียนจิ้น
out.
5 ต้องเห็น
And
ขาตัวเองว่า
Genji sent back to
จะยิง
basics.
รีคอน
Look
ยัง
at
ไง
the buy they're left to work with. Still in the lead at 9-6. But
จริง
Wolves
ก้มไป
fight
ขาตัวเอง
tooth and nail to get back in this game.
ทีนี้
That
โดน
rock
ด่า
solid
แน่
mental starting to rear its head once
พี่
again.
ใครมา
Still 3 to find to tie things up here on Sunset. A chance here with just a Guardian on the board. Well, 3 Sheriffs actually. Can they follow through?
Take flight.
Munchkin up close and personal here for the Guardian. Right, the snake bite pretty early on. We'll spot a second player as well. Big information. Big damage as well onto Munchkin.
God, Munchkin's lucky to be breathing.
What the big
Also,
death
wait,
man.
has to respect it. Foxy 9 going to take a touch of damage there
And as
too.
Fade said, just wait. Wait this out now. And it feels like a big win in terms of the trade-off here and the tools drawn out from Genji's arsenal.
This is still dangerous though. A lot of players on this side for Genji. Yeah, maybe one's down a
30
little low,
seconds
but that's bodies. Spring starts to clear house though. Takes away Munchkin. Looking for the follow-ups. They get it. Wolves step by step. You can see the adjustment, Mike. You noted it. It's a wild spray. Brave for it, but the prayers are answered. Plants down next. Yes, Ash gets one back, but it's still a 4v2. Where's texture in all this? He's got to get over here. He's got to do something. But Ash has fallen. It's all on texture. The 4K King has to keep that crown on his
4K
head here if he
King.
wants this one. Spring down
Chaya.
low, but 3 players up against him. The timer ticking away. Trying to make something
Hey.
of this, make miracles happen, and they're not
ผู้คนของ
today
จริง
for
ไม่จบ
him.
ตาว่ะ
Super BB once again, the closer in this. Mike, that
มึงไม่ทำให้นึ
tempo
กถึงบู
change
มเลย
there was tangible, right? That pause, that
แต่มันเป็นร่างทอง
slow, that weight,
30
that
ตอน
next
มาสเตอร์
leg. This, I feel like Wolves have got a
แค่
bit
เป็น
of a
รีเวิร์ส
finger on
บู
the
ม
pulse now.
Absolutely dialed into the rhythm of Sunset now.
One enemy remain.
Edging closer and closer to tying things up.
No one is.
อุ๊บตรงนี้กลับไปทีนี่คือยางพัดยาว
Yeah,
เลย
looking
นะ
at an
ดูละ
operator here and caused a lot of problems in the first half, but we did see texture dealt with a few times. Able to mitigate that. But almost now resorts to Wolves maybe a change of disciplines in the early round.
It looks like they want to avoid this. They don't fancy it, right? They get that little bit of a reveal, noting its texture on the side. I don't think they even know it's the
I was going to say, did they spot? Certainly, we did see him very active on split in terms of repositioning, but
Oh yeah.
here on the minimap, almost played out of this if Wolves decide to follow through here.
Munchkin once again on the run here. Good counter paranoia, but a quick TP, and actually really considering it, but it's all a ruse, all a
Foxy.
distraction as Foxy 9's fallen, and now they're desperate. Munchkin
Hey.
gonna go down.
อะไรอะ
Wolves
บ้า
methodically taken towards the site here,
แปลก
but
แล้ว
no
อะ
ไม่ได้เถียงเลยครับ
still yet
แล้ว
to
โด
go
น
through.
โดนบวก
Nice
อีก
pacing on this again. This discipline, Mike, it's
โอ้เละ
once
เทะว่ะ
again in
เสีย
effect
ข
this
บวน
slowdown.
Karen took a ton of damage there as well. He's isolated on backside now.
He could be screwed, 38 HP, he's got pressure left and right. Ash tries to help him, but there's no saving him. The sinking ship
จีเลย
carries on
นี้
falling. Wolves back in business
2-0 หรือเปล่า
again.
Absolutely ridiculous. Clawing their way back once more, just one round.
Oh, that's
Why over the top of the wall? Yeah, unfortunately, Gen G now, the ones left in recovery mode in a number of these rounds. God, Fade.
He's going through it, man. He's going through it.
It's having to get medical down to the coaching booth.
ต้องทำเอาเลยทำเอาเรียกสติก่อนบอกเฮ้ยถ้าชนะเดี๋ยวจัดให้เลย10 ขวดลังหนึ่งเลย เอาให้หน้าแดงกันไปข้าง
จังหวะนี้ต้องบุฟเฟ่ต์ละ
บุฟเฟ่ต์อะ
Texture leading the charge for Gen G. No surprise there.
You can't say he's not trying, Mike.
He's had a phenomenal map too.
How
Had a
much
great
can
map
one man
one as
do?
well.
He's 21 to 11, desperately trying to do what they have to, but this buy,
I must wait a moment.
It's only a Bulldog standing in the way of Wolves tying things up. This time we'll tuck a player into mid. Munchkin tasked now with maybe starting to control this
มัน
chaos
กิน
that
ของหมด
Wolves
เหรอวันนี้
been able to tap into. Contact found, but
here
Oh,
comes the
Tam
final
Wu
boss
Makut.
texture.
Hey.
Oh my
Oh
god,
my
oh my god, and then
Oh.
one target choice!
เราได้สอง
Boss texture goes for the back line,
ทำไม
reward
มัน
is
เข้าปากันตี
there!
แล้วเขาปืนพก
Wolves
ตั้งแต่แบบที่แล้ว
making
แล้ว
me a believer in this. Looking like 9 to 9 is
มัน
about
นี่
to be
แบบ
carved in that scoreboard
นิ้วเบียดอะไร
as
เงี้ย
Foxy 9 has
มันจะเบียด
4
ขนาดนั้น
players to take down.
able to recover that Bulldog, but like you said, 4 to find. And again, no pressure coming through from spawn here is going to allow Wolves to set up very comfortably. A consolation maybe, but as soon as he deals with this trip,
All eyes.
Throwing net.
Gonna make a go of it, but Spring off angle perfect, and we are at a tied map
กันไม่อยู่
2.
เลย
And a reminder if you tuned in, a reminder if you're doubting what you're seeing, Wolves 1, map 1. Now Gen G are under pressure.
Fire in the hole.
this is just almost the worst possible scenario for Gen G. When they try and get some bodies behind Texture with the ultimate, try and set him in motion. A fumble with a showstopper on the first half, but a double kill here.
That operator again, though, they were good at sniffing this one out before, right? Do they find it this time? Different approach, a deeper B exploration from Texture. Goes for that deep line here, but then 3 players towards A. Was using him as that counterweight, right? And look how far he's willing to look onto this. But Wolves, relentless in the hunt here, pursuing the others in a quick evacuation, trying to back away here. But Foxy 9 might get his man now.
เฮ้ย
It's the space back here, but looking like he's running out of time. Gonna send it.
โอ้โหกด
Doesn't
ช้า
get it.
เกิน
Yeah, panic stations almost for Wolves there as they could be.
แต่เทคเจอร์ได้เหลี่ยมแบบกลับมาต้องมีแน่ๆ1 ศพ
Utility behind this now, so still obstacles.
กลับเจ้า
Wolves
เอ
to overcome. Still, well, call it 3 towards this side hole with Texture a deep position elsewhere. Should expect Ash to maybe come ahead of this now. Paranoia will land. Actually buys Wolves some space as well.
That's 2 players now noted. They've got a good idea of this, and Juicy already so close towards it. The pressure coming in, and Foxy 9 looking a little screwed here.
พูดทำไมมันดูแบบ
Hold the
เสีย
whole
ขบวน
site
ขนาด
by
นั้นได้
himself.
ขนาดนั้นนะ
The
นั่น
floodgates
เลย
open, the plant
ไอ้สอง
comes
คน
in.
ตรงยู
Once
ไอ้ตรงเอ
again,
ลโบอะ
avoiding Texture and that operator.
อารอนฟ็อกซี่อะ
Munchkin and Ash tasked
โดน
with
ของไล่
a near on impossible retake.
Absolutely are, especially with a judge and an operator here. In the loadout, but Ash will
Nice.
find the first. You've got to ask for more from him though.
Yeah, needs another on that
Don't
one.
yam.
Not going to get in. Look at the position from Sufat BB. Keeps his head down and then he strikes. Taken away by Munchkin, but to find the last 2 nearly is impossible.
เอาเถอะ
Deep
เฮ้ยเมื่อกี้มันถอนหายใจเลยเหรอพี่
That scoreline is no longer yours. Wolves pushing up to 10.
Can't quite believe my eyes in some of these rounds. Such fine margins. The Wolves actually almost on the hunt here. Munchkin did actually manage to nab the operator
That's huge.
on the way out.
Who
Sticky
you, man?
fingers on the retreat.
รู้สิ
But absolutely rocked in terms of the finances once more. You see here as well, Foxy 9 again, maybe you can see he's desperately trying to slow things down. Wolves are actually ahead of that
ป้า
utility.
รอวันหอนอู้เลยอะ
Imagine how frustrating this must be.
วิ
for
เจอ
Texture
ร้องไห้
too.
เลยพี่
Almost iced out of the game. Right?
Oh, yeah,
Sitting
yeah.
at 22 kills and he feels iced out.
It feels irrelevant in terms of the scoreline almost.
And that's got to be so hard for him. This is now, what, 5 rounds back to back for Wolves, compounding the problem. But this time Texture is here. Can he be the hero for Gen G? The man they need, but they've also got a plan in mind. Gonna keep himself standing. The shot doesn't land this time, but he still stands his ground. He wants value. He has to eventually respect it. Juicy gonna go away. Oh my god, Juicy!
Thank God for that cage.
Bloody hell, that was on a knife's edge.
ไม่อยู่ละ
Now he's almost separated here. Can kind of keep Genji interested.
โอ้ยแล้วเขาโยกขนาดนี้เลยเหรอ
Just down the river. Oh, and a lazy.
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ย
So well, Juicy, you should not be doing this.
หมดแล้ว
You're meant to be the
หมดแล้ว
bait. But they're coming
หมด
back.
จริง
But Texture still stands. He's still on the site. Doesn't
หมดแล้วทุกอย่าง
fall for Texture. Calm under pressure. Has to find a moment here, but the smoke gonna deny vision. Looks for a second line. Doing the dance now. Wolves thinking maybe they got some safety. 2 players close by. The dart not gonna do what they want really. Texture takes another step closer. Finds a man, drops him. Juicy down needs more. Gotta find more value. Gotta keep being the man to make the difference. Finds a second follow-up here. Banking on his teammates to bail him out. He's doing the dance. Brilliant from Texture. Still more needed, and you won't believe what we're seeing on the flank here. The heroes are both
shot
for the bounding Ryu, puts it all down to Karen. And the eventuality of Siufa BB getting here is the ace up the sleeve. He should be the final player. Oh, he's so the one to do it.
เป็นเรื่อง
Taking steps.
Leaps and bounds, Lauren, towards closing out that 2. And closing out a 2-0 series here. Juicy. I mean, the hero behind enemy lines.
Yeah.
In this round, ahead of the utility, and see the considerations there from
ใช่
Genji.
เราตั้งกล้องอยู่ใต้
One's
เวที
just doubting.
มาอีกรอบครับ
Stark contrast here between the 2 cams. Genji pumping the brakes. It's been 6 in a row for Wolves.
Nothing behind this purchase either, Lauren. I mean, it's odds and ends. Obviously, we've got the loss bonus to take into account, but
ช็อกว่ะ
ช็อกเลยพี่เอ๋ช็อกว่ะ
เมื่อกี้มีคนพิลิกบูปะบูบรรยายทั้ง8
แตกหมดเลย
จีแล้วนี่สู้ไม่ได้แล้วผมสู้ไม่ได้จริงๆเนี่ยเสียบวนแล้วคือมือไม้อ่อนไปแล้ว
obviously
ครับ
map 2 being uncharted territory, the scoreline now. I mean, the prospect of this outcome, uncharted itself. The Wolves able to navigate their way into this position now, and on the brink of a huge victory here.
To get 12 is truly something that will be forever in my mind. Genji stop. You can see that. There's been too many times recently. Too many times. Genji, this is your chance to stop it. Stop their fairy tale from coming true, but the plant's in play. They've not gone for that same fight here, Mike. It's different this time. Karen up in that 10 spot, doing well to take down Juicy. Oh! But disrespect! Spring doesn't care! Flies in, takes him down with a 3v2. Foxy 9 gives away position as well. Spring's going
ไปหมดแล้ว
down. Texture
เป้าไม่จับแล้วขอบคุณฟ็อกซี่
again and lights off. Rinse and repeat. It's 12. It's not map point. It's match point.
อันนี้คือถ้ามันชนะเจนจีได้คือมันมองถึงแชมป์แล้ว
มองถึงแชมป์เลย
แน่มันชนะเจนจีมันมั่นใจแน่
Just styling on Genji now. You see toying with the expectations in a little unorthodox, disrespecting these site holds that time and time again look fantastic for Genji. Wolves, the disruptors here on Sunset.
มันจัด
It comes down to this.
ๆยังไม่ปิด
Genji
ประตู
suffering through this as Wolves coming alive on the stage. Taking space now. Texture, right place. 2 players, Spring on the other side. Shoulder shown, Texture. Under pressure down to 61, but he doesn't stick around too long.
Yeah, coming out way worse off in that trade as well. Now, Wolves able to reassess the
เบื่อเชื่อ
situation.
กันไม่อยู่เลย
A pace change in the opposite direction now, slowing things down, making Gen G sweat a little, which not many teams have the opportunity to do.
เซอร์ไพรส์
They play through this cage.
It's all this, and why you takes away texture. Down to 4
Surprise.
now.
เซอร์ไพรส์จริง
Gen
อัน
G
นี้
suffering in numbers. Foxy9 trying to hold secure this site. We saw the pressure he was under before. Doesn't want to fall foul to it. A quick dive in as well from Munchkin trying to secure this site with that pit. Look at the passing though, Mike. They're off.
เลยครับเป็นพวกคิดแบบนี้ก็
Juicy looking
ไม่
at
อยู่
swing
แล้ว
this
ครับ
smoke, pop flash in.
เปิดอันติมาก็ไม่อยู่
Rashes
ครับ
on the other side. YU takes down Munchkin. Drop the pit. Back we go. YU's doing wonders here.
20 seconds left. They have to make a move. Why you
Paranoia is
now?
good. You fly.
เรียบร้อยอุ้ยเทียดได้
YU has done
ต้องเทรด
miracles
ให้
for this squad. Leaving it down to 3v2. Ash and Caron trying to dig deep tag, but the plant's in.
Oi.
A sacrifice
Oi.
given down to the 2v2.
โดนปะ
โดน
ไม่โดน
And they're
Don't
playing
they
together. See
like saw
that
winning?
BB on the verge of the truly
Oi.
unthinkable. Ash has to ace to
ไปแล้ว
save
ครับ
Gen G here. The pressure mounting. He's seen him. I think he's seen him. I think
Oi.
he knows, but only 7 bullets. See you, fat baby, barely breathing. They're both so low.
He's down
6
himself.
HP, 5 bullets. That's it. Time ticking. Ash has to find this. Bam!
นี่เฮ้ยซิฟแฟนมันโคตรเดือด
Make that space a possibility.
เฮ้ยซุยแฟต
ของจริงว่ะ2-0ว่ะถ้าไปจบแมป3นี่เป็นเรื่องเลย
มูฟ2-0ครับผมหมาป่าเดียวดาย
เฮีย
วู้
ยูวิลงไปเจอ
เรียบร้อยเลย
สายล่างเลย
โอ้โหโค
ล
ต
ง
ร
ไป
เดือด
เจอ G2 ว่ะ แล้ว G2 ได้เจอ Gen G สมใจว่ะ
ซุยแฟตโคตรเดือดอ่ะบอกเลย
แต่วันนี้พี่เอ๋ยให้ Gen G ไหมเหรอ
แต่ว่า
เป็น
ทรง
GSN
ทรงสปริงอ่ะตั้งแต่ตอนเปิดทัวร์แล้วทรงมันแบบร่างพามจัดอะสปริงอ่ะ
มันยิงพังหมดเลยสปริง โอ้ my god แต่วันนี้มันของหมดจริงว่ะ Gen G นี่แบบว่า
หมดจริงเป้าหลุดหมดละ
ไม่ใช่วูฟแม่งแบบว่า แบบกดไอ้ขนาดนั้นนะ มันก็เล่นแบบ default ของมันอะแล้วแบบโหแล้วของหมดจัดอะยิงสู้ไม่ได้เลย Gen G อะเจอความมั่นใจแบบเต็มร้อยของวูฟนี่ดีกว่าคู่ถัดไปเนี่ย
เนี่ย
ทีเด็ด
สปริงเล่นสโมกแบบดีดูซี่ยังบอก
Masters champion.
yeah.
Screaming your name.
I feel so good because when I clutch, I heard you guys loud. Come on, one more again. Okay. Thanks for coming. Enjoy the master stage, and I love you guys.
We love you. We love you. Actually, one more question. Your friend Zelsis is gonna be playing next. Go on, send him a message.
เซลล์
Okay, Celsius is the gold. I'm waiting for you. I'm your baby. I'm coming. Then I'm waiting for you. Upper bracket. Okay, Celsius.
You heard it from him. One more time, everybody. Super, baby.
Okay, Celsius. Thank you. I'm waiting for you. Let's fuck. Let's go. Let's go. Let's
เล่น
go.
มา
Let's go, Toronto.
เล่นเล่นฟักมันจัดอะโอ้แอคเซนต์มันได้ทุกคนเลยวะ
เกิดเลย
พี่เอ้ย
จริงมันมาอย่างนี้เกิดแล้วเนี่ย
หมูมันจัดเลยวะสมัยจีมีบูติโอ แต่ผมชอบนะ energy นี้มันดูไม่น่าหมั่นไส้อะมันดูน่าเชียร์มากกว่า
จะประกาศผลมาสเตอร์ใหม่
ประกาศกดห้ามยืน ดูแลวคู่ต่อไปพี่เลยให้ใครครับ เปเปอร์เล็กใช่ไหม
ให้เต็ม2-1ครับ
อุ้ยแต่พี่เอ๋ยไม่ถ่ายเปเปอร์เล็กเลยนะ แล้วเปเปอร์เล็กชนะตลอดเลย ถือว่าเป็นเรื่องที่ดี
ก็บทที่ถ่ายแล้วแพงอ่ะ จำได้ปะ
เออว่ะ ก็จริง
ถ่ายปุ๊บแพ้เลยเลิกถ่าย
ดีแล้วพี่เอ๋ยเก็บไว้ ถือว่าช่วยเจสันน้องรัก แต่วูแม่งเล่นมันจัด
มัน
energy แม่งแบบอื้อหือในทีมแม่งต้องมีคนแบบไอซูแฟนเนี่ยคนหนึ่งที่ ที่แม่งแบบพอเพื่อนยิงได้จากบอสแฟกแม่งเชียร์อัพชิบหายเลย
อันนี้มันคือเซลซิสร่างพามอ่ะนึกออกปะเซลซิสสมัยแบบเทนยังอยู่อ่ะ
พี่จำไอ้นี่ได้ป่ะไอ้แบบแรกอะที่จีซี่มันหลับโหพอยิงได้ผมมันเชียร์อัพชิบหาย
เอ้ยมันเชียร์จุยซี่จนเชียร์จน
ตื่นอะ
จุยซี่กลับมายิงอ่ะ
ของดีเปเปอร์เล็ก20
พี่ว่า3 แมปว่ะคู่เนี่ย
ต้องดูแมปพูน
ดูแมปพู
ถ้ามีโลตัสมามีซันเซ็ตมาอย่างเงี้ยได้ลุ้นกันฮาเว่นน่าไม่น่ามีอยู่แล้วออโต้แบนถ้าเกิดมันเอาบายเอาบีทกลับมานี่ก็เจนจีกับแมปพูเยอะ
ได้หมดเลย
โอ้บีทนี่คือแบบสนามเด็กเล่นของเจนจีที่แม่งเอาแอ
ตอ
ต
นนี้
ตา
เอา
เลย
อ๋อหูย
ชื่อ
ดีเด็ดเลยอ่ะ
โพสต์แพนเดือด
ตัวเดียวเปลี่ยนเกมตรงนั้นอ่ะ
ๆแต่ยุคนั้นเป็นลาเกียนะ
อุ้ยมันหมุนบ่อยจัดเลยอ่ะ
วันเนี้ยนะ ผม
ไม่งี้หมุ
ก็
น
หมุ
ละ
น
หา
ไป
ละ
ว้าพี่อเล็กเดินยิ้มมาเลย เรียบร้อยครับ รอยยิ้มนั้นฉันขอได้ไหมโดนล่าแน่นอน
story with PRX. It's a risk reward. Sometimes they come out the better on those risky low percentage plays, but it could have cost him that series with how close the game against G2 was.
Yeah, that's right. Now, folks, there is one secret weapon that PRX has in their arsenal. Devi was asked about it in the Verizon post-match interview. Let's actually check it out.
But I want to ask about Mini because throughout stage 1 back in Pacific, we heard you guys talk about Mini's helping you a lot with your defense side. So coming into this tournament, is he still helping you guys? What's he been up to?
Yeah, he's still helping us. Usually after matches, he would give us like some notes to work on it on individually, especially on CT. I mean on defense. So yeah, he's working out great and hopefully even
คุณวิกกี้นะครับสำหรับ40 บาทบัฟกล้ามเจสัน แล้วเราต้องจำใจนะที่แบบว่าคนมาเรียกไซด์ดีเฟนส์ว่า CT
อ๋อ
เมื่อกี้ทำไม CT อ๋อแล้วก็เปลี่ยนดีเฟนส์
ทำอะไรไม่ได้
ทำอะไรไม่ได้
พวกนี้เล่นไม่เรียก CT อยู่
ก็มันแบบว่ามันชินมาตั้งแต่เซนเถอะมินิเนี่ยไปนั่งข้างพี่อเล็กปะ
ก็เซนไงเป็นผู้ช่วยไง
ใช่เหรอเซนแล้วเหรอ
ที่ปรึกษามินิมันยิ้มอะไรวะ ผมยิ้มไม่หยุด
I mean, it's working, but I can't
เขินสไตล์ผู้ชาย
Like I'm a very small piece, like just to put that out there.
ผู้ชายขี้เขิน
When it comes to the defense specifically, they approached me and asked me about defense. My read wasn't actually that the defense was as big a problem as they thought. I think there was like a lot of things that we could fix. But for defense specifically, it was about getting Ilya something to play the Euro a bit more like a Euro than a Jet. So that was, I think, the biggest kind of input I had really on their defense.
ใช่มีคนเล่าให้ฟังบอกไปฟังมินิสัมภาษณ์มาบอกทำพาร์ทไทม์ได้เงินเยอะกว่าฟูลไทม์ ก็ไม่รู้จะไปทำไมฟูลไทม์ แบบนี้เรียกตังค์ได้เยอะกว่า
I mean, preparing for games, I'm like not involved very much. We tried 1 week where I kind of gave them like a bit of an anti-strat, but we lost really, really badly. So I think I'm best used when I'm just giving them a few notes rather than like doing like a Fnatic level anti-strat. It kind of fries their brain a little bit.
So
like,
what were the notes for G2?
I didn't give them notes for G2. I gave them notes after G2. So my input's a lot like after games. So for today, I can't say that.
No. I'm not gonna ask you.
She's trying to put you on the spot.
แต่ต้องบอกว่ามินิตั้งแต่มามีส่วนเกี่ยวข้องกับเปเล็กเนี่ยเปเล็กดีขึ้นเยอะนะ
เหมือนได้ผสมร่างกับเฟนาติก
แบบพวกเล่นละเอียดพวกอะไรแบบว่าเล็กๆน้อยๆแบบหายหมดเลยที่ผิดพลาดอ่ะ
In the world, and now I get to coach like the complete opposite of just like plus W. So I feel like I've learned just as much from this experience as like I think they did from my input, if not more from me.
โอ้อดีตโค้ชที่เคยได้แชมป์มาสเตอร์มาบีฟให้
One individual that I do want to talk about and get your thoughts on is Patman, because you know Pat had another big game. He's looking comfortable on the stage. What can you tell me about this guy?
อุตพัฒน์แม่นี่ของดีเลย แม่งดูแบบเห็นนะเห็นพี่เห็นมันเล่นวะแม่งดูไม่มีแรงกดดันเลยตอนเก็บคัดอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
เป็นท่อดีจัด
So I think working with him was a lot about
หมุนอีกแล้วพี่เคยหมุนไหม
ตอนนี้ยังเขาบอกว่าสมมุติชนะ 2-0 มินิยังจดอะไรมาให้แก้เต็มเลย
ขนาดชนะใช่ไหมมันต้องจดเลย
โคตรดีอ่ะ
อันนี้ต้องจดใช่ วันก่อนเฟรติกจดยับเลยโค้ดอ่ะ
กระดาษไม่พอ
จะว่าไปถ้าเฟเจอร์ได้คนแบบไอ้ซุยแฟตมานะโอ้น่าจะเชียร์อัพกันมันนะจังหวะแบบไม่ค่อยยิงอยู่
กับใครทีนี้โบ๊ทก็อยู่ดิ
เดี๋ยวพี่โบ๊ทก็จัดให้อยู่ไง
พี่โบ๊ทก็จัดให้แล้ว ต้องให้เอาเพราะเยอะนั่งตรงกลางพี่โบ๊ทซ้ายสุดอะสุดซ้ายขวาสุดอะ
โอ้โหเอาแบบนั่งข้างเลยซ้ายขวา
ผัดกันลุกเลยผัดกันลุกผัดกันบัฟ
I think people focus on like the blunders sometimes, which is kind of gonna happen with PRX.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. No, it makes a lot of sense. Of course. I mean, Mini Man, it's always a pleasure to talk with you, buddy. You know, hey.
ลองนึกภาพออสตาแม่งมีเดลซิตดุยแฟตแล้วก็พี่โบ๊ทอยู่ในทีม
I always predict the boys to lose, so that we then win.
Okay. Okay. I like that.
Sentinels are gonna win today, but PRX will still win 2-1.
Okay. I love the logic is.
เล่าเยตุเจกับคารอนประกบซ้ายขวาแม่งมีทั้งยืนทั้งเสียง ไม่คิดกันหนกหูแล้ว
ไม่ต้องเล่นละเกม
ชนะเราทีแม่งมีทั้งน้อยเลยมีทั้งยืนทั้งยืนเนื้อมัน
วิทย์เปิดตัวนักแข่งใหม่แล้วเขาบอกมาดู
We have a big game ahead of us today. I'm now joined by the two coaches of Sentinels and PRX. Now, you guys have very different play styles, but I wanted to hear from you. Could you sum up how the other teams, how do they play? I'll start with you, Alex.
Meticulous. One word, right? I think very, very much attention to detail. I like the way they set up in post plans. You know, play retake. It's very clean. It's very clean Valorant.
I like that. Now, Kaplan, what about PRX?
I think they're like chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get, but it's always gonna be sweet.
วิทย์เปิดตัวนี่ไงไซวู
That's really sweet. Now, I actually have
มาช่วยเกมนี้
ahead of today's game. He wanted to know, you know, just in case anything happens, what is the
ถ้ามันแข่ง2 เกมแล้วมันเป็นตัวเป็นสตาร์ได้2 เกมนี่ไม่ต้องเป็นคนยังไงวะ
start with you first, Kaplan, because you've done him wrong a few times.
Been in pain before. I think if we have a anti-strat cooked up and we either forget to run it or run it wrong and then lose the round but would have won it, he's getting real hurt in those moments.
Okay, what about you, Alex?
Yeah, I think it's similar. It's usually when
เอาเจสันเข้าไปด้วยแข่งยืน
Hopefully that doesn't happen for Cuba's sake today. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, here we go, folks.
รีบเข้าน้ำก่อน
อุ้ยใจเย็นพี่รีบไปไหนอุ้ยแต่แข่งคู่2ไวอยู่นะเนี่ยไม่ได้ยืดเยื้อแบบครึ่งชั่วโมงเหมือน EMEAเฮ้ยใครมันใช้เมาส์เลเซอร์วะสปิดซันเซ็ตเพลเอาง่ายๆถ้าเป๊ปปิด2-0ไม่ได้อะเป็นเรื่องอะแต่เพลก็ได้ลุ้นอยู่ เอาให้หน่อยเด็กๆ เข้ารอบท็อปทีไปแปซิฟิกดีๆนะเลดคนจริงเขาต้องเลือก
บีตรงนี้โดนว่าบีตอนนี้
ผมว่าเป็นเหล็กว่ะ ดูจากแมปพูแล้ว
เมื่อกี้แมป2อะไรอ่ะ
ซันเซ็ตปิดซันเซ็ตเพล
เป็นเหล็กดูดีอยู่ต้องจบ2แมปอ่ะถ้าแมป3นี่เป็นเรื่องอ่ะ บอกเลย
พูดเป็นผมเลย ถ้าไม่ได้2-0นี่อาจจะเป็นเรื่องอยู่ เป็นไง ผมว่า
ปวดท้องตอนเราจะเริ่มพอดี
ให้ผมอ่านเกมผมก็อ่านได้นะ แต่อ่านความมันดีกว่า อ่านเกมแล้วเดี๋ยวกลายเป็นช่อง
แต่
ดู
ไม่รู้
เซียน
เซนแก้อย่างเซนเพอร์นี่ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
ใครกดสปิดนะ เซนเหรอ จริงๆ มันก็แบบพูเซนเหมือนกันนะ สปิดซันเซ็ตเนี่ย
แมปพูมันคล้ายๆกัน2ทีมเนี้ย ไอเพลงตอนนี้โดนปะลิขสิทธิ์อ่ะ
ไม่รู้เหมือนผมปิดตลอดเลย ปิดอ่ะ ไม่น่าโดนปะเพราะว่าผมก็เปิดทิ้งไว้บ่อยอยู่นะ
มันเซนเลือก
กดซันเซ็ตใส่เป๊ปเร็ว เหมือนทีมไม่
แย่
นั่นเลย
ว่ะ
เหมือนทีม
เดี๋ยวมา
G2 เลย แต่ G2 มันกดโลตัสใส่ คุณบอมที่จะขึ้นรถไฟเหาะกันหรือยังครับ น้องจริงน้องจริงจัดให้
And here we go, we're into it.
Yeah. These are two teams that are looking to make history, looking to go that much further here at Masters Toronto.
เฮ้ยมันขยันเปิดเพลงไงวะ
Prove what an say is wrong as we get started into split. Pistol round starting, and a heavy group up here from PRX.
Immediately Bang pushed off the angle. This is going to be a key focal area to pay attention to B main, because if PRX get it for free, they can do B pops, and they will find it very difficult, Sentinels, to stop that from happening.
It's an early nade through B main, not taking control of it though, just holding it lightly, and now
ดูสปีดอีกแล้ว
setting their eyes over towards mid. Posturing for now, slowly getting down to that minute mark, and this is what I was talking about earlier, the tempering that you see. It's not the PRX of old.
But also, making sure that Sentinels didn't do a re-clear of B main. So, no breach util, no sky util, and now the pressure's on Bang.
Walking up and exploding out onto the site. Bang is under that tremendous pressure, but his util out on either side as well. A bit of a handshake of it and supplementing,
Bang.
assisting. Second trying to come from the side here. Sentinels attempting to float all the way back in. Left down into the 2v2.
John without any flashes to work with.
Spike planted.
Dog re-clearing. Sentinels very aware of the fact that PRX is going to try to get aggressive into areas like that spawn push.
Something just trying to go for the reposition, just missed the timing onto it, but bullets are flying forward, smoke propped up. Viper Orb blooms, blossoms, time is ticking, and you can feel it, there's tension in the air. First round is everything. It's how you set the pace. Something not accounted for, barely gets it under control, the damage done to John Q team, and he's managed to buy. Save
Yes.
the day.
And already getting a glimpse of how PRX want to play these moments. Choosing to try to take that timing with the Viper Orb up in B heaven, pushing forward, looking for it. Everything went wrong at the very start. Felt like Sentinels had got that. Big flash, couple of players extremely lost. And yet they win a crucial clutch scenario. John scrabbling for a gun on the floor and Forsaken out of his seat already. Do feel like he's been blossoming into a leadership figure for PRX in a way that I'm not sure you could have quite said he was a couple of years ago. Has matured into something that PRX desperately needed.
ไว้ก่อนหนึ่ง
Speaking of something, he's already taken
พี่ติง
first blood here in this
มี
round.
พี่ติงมาว่ะ
Obviously,
ติงถือสไน
no weaponry to work with for Sentinels. Bit of a gamble stack from them over towards A, just hoping that PRX might work their way over towards that side of the map, and some glimpses of it, but slow and steady.
จังหวะที่พี่เอ๋ยไปขี้นี่แหละสบาย
PRX will be hoping to sniff out
signs
of life.
And just leading with something, looking for the contact. Usually, if there is going to be a defensive stack, there's going to be a crossfire set up or somebody looking to take contact.
It is all the way through main. Still, that fault line's going to be a big connection. Oh, we're getting hot. Okay, up close and personal. Forsaken. It's going to be dropped and it calls for the pivot. Instant rotation now, straight through mid, and there's danger here. They don't know if there's still going to be leading the charge. That's for Forsaken, I should say.
ทิ้งให้เซนเหงาอยู่ A
That easy access over towards B.
Bang with a classic. Doesn't choose to take the fight early. Waits for reinforcements.
Just trying to take that peek as well when he hears that timing. There's a lot of damage done. Sentinels could still be a problem with these pistols in hand. Pesky, unable to really root them out, but control the site and the plant down for PRX is a good spot to be in.
Pretty fast flank here going on as well through B main. John took a deep timing down mid.
This whole line, good connection. Satchel backwards, Jing trying to play to a bit of safety here. John
สวยตัดตัวหลังได้แล้ว
found out initially here, damage being done over tunnel water.
อุ้ยดีเชี่ยเลยโควต้าแต่ไม่เป็นไร
Dismissal from PRX looked a little bit scary.
A decent amount of damage done as well. They've got a rifle and a bulldog.
เนี่ยจังหวะที่พี่เอ๋ยกำลังไหลอยู่เราก็ไหลเลยสกอร์
Some other weaponry to be able to supplement this. You know,
โอ้ยน่าเล่นอย่างนี้
in that round, so he's still going to have some. But overall, this is where things really start to heat up. Sentinels are going to have a good game plan to stop these pops.
เฮ้ยเจสันไม่ยืนอ่ะโดนก่อน
There.
Finally getting into the gun round here. Weapons online here for Sentinels and fast as they go this time. Yeah, that judge is not going to be getting the value.
ชัวร์ไม่ขึ้นน้องจริง
Jing just wrecking havoc.
That's
on prior opponents.
Really smart from Zekken though as well. He gets himself deep inside there and just starts spamming because he knows what's coming towards him.
Familiar play for them. Still mid is going to be the goal. And a,
ได้อยู่ได้หนึ่ง
lurk up there. Quickly put down and trade insight there from the race.
I think that favors the defenders actually because you've taken down that 8-ramp lurk player.
Yeah, and SEN are out in the open right now. John with the reposition quickly. Zekken might just be tucked to the side. And indeed, that is a bit of a punish. Something he sent into that TP. He's going to be taking out Pat-Man. Half of the clearance. Still managed to just wrangle the rifle in time. Snaps it straight to Zekken's head. This is a 2v3 scenario, but still very much winnable. Just depends if they can take out John. He's nearsighted, blinded, bit of spam as well. Trepidatious, trying to be assisted until as well from afar. Doesn't help him out though just yet. 2v2 now for PRX. Getting that plant down. No fast player should say from Sentinels here. Making sure to slow it down for now. Grouping up. Still, it's Pat-Man inserted into the smoke. He wants to try and dominate this angle here. How does it get clear? Traded into the 1v1 bang versus Forsaken. Time is ticking on the spike.
เจสันเอาหน่อย
Making footsteps, making noise. Util as well. Expended that is a bit of a catch. Smoke in the back pocket. Going to be covering, obfuscating, forces the issue from Forsaken, but he's biding his time and steps forward.
Jason!
Small misread there from Bang.
เฮ้ย
He thought
เป็นนิมิตหมายที่
Forsaken
ดี
not
นะ
really taking any level of challenge on him as he went through into sight. That probably Forsaken was going for a wrap around the pillar. Instead, hadn't quite factored in that he hit Forsaken with the paranoia.
เกปวดท้องอีกรอบวะเนี่ย
Forsaken was just having to touch.
เมื่อกี้2 รอบใช่ไหม
Both excellent players, but it's Forsaken who comes out on top. And that's PRX winning the bonus as well. SEN are going to pull out stingers here to try to get a little bit of equalizing factor. Can they swarm? Can they find the reads early? Well, Zekken instantly detected. He's always got a gate crash to try to bail out of there. But the game plan for SEN this round is going to be to try to gamble, to try to find
a lot of half armor for something to just pluck them out.
ผมดีเลย์น้อยกว่าพี่อีกแล้ว
Just a 1-for-1.
อ้าวเชียร์เทรดกันอีกแล้วรู้ตัวอีกที
Backs himself away.
ไม่เป็นไร
Not giving away his position. But also nobody from PRX looking to explore that either. They're going towards Bang and just missed the time.
มันเที่ยว
จะโดนอยู่แล้ว
Position. He's okay. Just going to be running around here. And Divide just making sure to get
กูจ่าจะเชียร์เซนป่าวไม่น่าปะ
These are the kind of rounds though where you've got to give credit to PRX for baiting the play rather than doing something quick and early
ไม่
themselves.
มันก็กลับมาเล่นให้อะคาเดมี่มันออกอีกแล้วเหรอ
Where we've watched PRX, these are sometimes
ลองยาวเลยทีนี้
gutting to watch because you know
ให้
they
มัน
need to
กลับมา
play
เล่น
with
เทียร์
discipline on the anti-eco and yet
ให้
they
เซน
rushed it. Now
ไม่
you
ใช่
see
ทีมเซนไม่ใช่
patience.
ทีมอะไรก็ไม่รู้
Bang can feel it coming out.
เซนนี่แหละเซนอะคาเดมี่อ่ะ
Heat onto the side.
Bit
Doesn't really stand a
หรอ
chance there. Too many angles to watch for.
ใส่เสื้อเป๊ปอยู่ข้างในแต่เก็ตเซนงง
Flawless,
It is.
essentially.
Yeah, only one player going down here for PRX, but all that momentum behind them now.
And this is the kind of start that they would desperately be
เนี่ยพอ
looking
มันซื้อ
for.
หัวตัดมาการเงินก็แย่ผมก็ต้องซื้อก่อนเลย
Something's going to drop the outlaw in this round. They've got an opportunity to combo some nasty ultimates together. This is the round to invest in too, because if SEN lose this, they're going to get knocked down onto an eco. And in fact, Kaplan's already called a timeout. We're going into attack.
นี่
เอาเลยวะ
เจอยันทำเอาเจสันแมวกัดดูแมว
ปู
ก่อ
จ่าน มันไม่เชียร์เซนอยู่แล้วมันเป็นคู่ปรับกับเซนไงมันจะเชียร์เซนทำไมอ่ะ
ปูจ่าเนี่ยเดี๋ยวทาริกก็จะหมดใจแล้ว
ไม่หมดหรอก
หมายถึงแบบว่าโดนยิงกันใจหาย
อ๋อ
แมวห่วงเหมียวกลางเล็บนั่นแหละเนี่ยที่มันจับมันไม่พอพูดปุ๊บมันหุบเล็บเลย
Players over towards the beat.
ไม่เอาแบบ Gen G นะ
Essentially for full retake with that breach ultimate.
See how well it works out. Okay. Plan was called for. Aggro.
อยากแค่สิบแล้ว
Nice and early with the
เซน
fault
จะชวน
line.
ทะเลาะ
Yeah, and look, fault line paranoia, aftershock
Second
flashes.
wave.
There's
เนี่ย
so
เรียก
much
ตัว
stuff that
พั
can
ดเม่นกลับมาก่อน
support second here.
เฮ้ยมันจะทะเลาะ
From narrate.
เอาอยู่แล้วเนี่ย
as well. Not going to be shy.
เตรียมแล้วเนี่ย
In the util.
ชอบเลยไอ้เรื่องทะเลาะ
Jig is here with his showstopper just around the corner.
แต่เคน
Second though
เกนมี
is
วา
a
ร์ป
difficult target
บน
with that
อยู่บีลึก
teleport.
กันดิถ้าโดนจังหวะเดียว
Right as the gate crash was really about to fade, yeah. So Zekken forced to try and take this one out.
Ui.
A lot of
Mày
brave
lọt,
means spotted
mày
out
lọt.
here. The Nightfall now scatters away. The rocket into the back. To no avail. Something though.
ทำไม
Michael's doing a dirty Zekken.
ทำไมภาพที่ผมเห็นแม่งเหมือน
Pounds on
ยิ
the
งก่อน
chance to
นี่
trade that one out, but it's an instant pivot again. PRX. Making moves across the map.
ก็ไปได้ตัวที่มีอันติด้วยนะ
From Davai, got himself
Oh, lob
all the
there.
way into A, pulled every
Let's say B,
rotate
let's
over
say
towards
A.
B. With double ultimates, they found themselves in a 4v4
Let's say
where they
Ken
have the
มีอันติ
ace like
แต่
completely
เซน
for free.
ซื้อสุดจริง
And
นะ
Narrate
มัน
is
มาทรง
dead,
เล่นด้วย
so
ไมซ์เซ็ตที่
no
แบบ
breach ult to be able to
เป็น
go
เล็
for
ก
the
มันเอาแน่
retake.
ไซน์นะอะไร
Though
เงี้ย
Zekken has earned his dimensional drift,
โรเท
which
ต
will allow them to scout out defensive positions. But I mean, look how many threats are around the map. You've got Jing
30
in a deep
seconds
spot, Davai in a deep spot. These are all things that Sentinels need
นั่น
to
แหละ
deal with
เดี๋ยวดู
before
จริ
they
ง
can even get close.
Danger lurking around every
จริง
corner.
เก็บงานหมด
Smoke
ครับ
in your face.
แต่ว่ามัน
แต่ไม่ได้เดินทาง
ออกมา
Lay
ซี
down
ที
on
หมด
top
เลย
of it.
I'll handle this.
Sending the ult flying
Ken
forward still.
hả?
Zekken, as you
Lừa-
mentioned,
lừa
he wants
hả?
to scout out these positions, but how do you root these players out? They're in every
เอ้า
conceivable spot. That's a good
ไม่เป็น
start.
ไรถือว่าทำดีแล้วถ้ายิงไม่ได้ใช่
วาง
Sees
วางเปิด
rebounding,
ครับ
flash into the face of Patman, but still he
จริง
wants to
มา
hold
ปิด
his
งาน
ground in
ต
through
อน
the back
ท้า
of
ย
the site. Support, reinforcements is going to be arriving finally. Just in
วาง
time.
เป้า
Patman is going to be falling
Ui.
through it, but Forsaken is already there to just fill in the gaps of the play, and his hold
เดี๋ยวพี่
อุ้
จ
ย
อง
จริง
เดียวครับ
rock solid. It's watertight. As
จอนไม่จัดวันนี้
This is PRX. They're feeling themselves at this
5-0
point. It's 5-0. None of the signature fast plays that we really seen from them. It's cautious all the way throughout, but with no mistakes being made.
It's an absolutely
โอ้
immaculate
ซัมติง
round.
ไปตัดตัว
I
มี
mean,
อันติ
finding the rate when he's setting up
เป็น
for the
เรื่อง
นาเล่บอก
pivot,
นาเล่บอกกำลัง
catching
เพลินเลย
it. Good. And then also
นาเล่บอกไม่คิดว่าจะเป็นกู
working Davai into A is just masterful. The
นาเล่ต้องแบบว่าบอกเลย
that
เฮ้ย
presumably comes
ไอโย
from
ลูนี่
the
ปกติเขา
side
อัน
of the
ติหา
map.
ข่าวแล้วก็ไปไม่ใช่เหรอ ชิวโผล่กล้าเฉย
If it looks difficult, if it looks like they've got a
ต่อ
step,
อาวุธลับ
let's go back into A.
มีอาวุธลับ
Absolutely gorgeous play.
And the slow play
เอ
continues.
สันนี่วัน
Something
ละเป้าจริงนะ
tremendous value that he's been getting out of this outlaw. Attack side off.
ไม่จำเป็นเลิกเล่นเป้าจุดเหรอ
over the course of this tournament, but when he knows he's up against a half armor, a lot of confidence.
วิ่งนี่เป้าดีฟอลต์เลยใช้สันเลยนะ
Sentinel's
เป้า
taking
เย
a
อะโคตร
gamble stack.
And this is where we were giving credit to PRX before. They were
Signature
leading
เลย
with something's outlaw and never
หาย
walking
แล้วโดนช
into
นทะ
the
เลาะ
stack.
Oh, this is going to be explosive. Swinging.
ปาดปื้ดหรือเปล่า
He's
เนี่ย
trying to chop these players down to the knees. Vulnerable dump. What is that?
What
Every single player.
เดี๋ยวนะเรา
หมดครับแต่วินของเป
เป็นผมเป็นเหล็กพวกตายก่อน
Another moment
เชื่อ
of
มาแล้วเนี่ย
hesitation. And perhaps
10
Sentinels
คน
won just based on time.
เนี่ย
Stuck inside the snake bite, ticking down.
อุณไว
Vulnerable.
And it's
หันมาให้หัวพอดี
Snaps that final kill. If he got that a second
แต่ไวสำคัญ
later,
จัดช็อตนี้
Sentinels end up winning the round.
ก่อน
A
ตาย
little bit
หัน
more
แจก
touch and
หัว
go.
ไม่มีรีเพย์แบบการยิงให้ดู งงวะ
And this is
But
another
Victor
round
บอกไว
to
เกิน
look to
จับ
try
ไม่
to
ทัน
invest ultimates.
Weaponry in the hands of these Sentinels players, though. This time they want to try and get that hold over towards A heaven. Heavy stack with the bodies. A lot of util.
โอ้ย
Gonna be
ผม
expended
สังเกตแล้ว
here.
เป็นเล็ก
PRX
จังหวะแรกจะ
sure
ชวน
they
ค
gain
ล้ายๆแบบ
control of
คำชวน
round.
ทะเลาะก่อนอะ
The tap, seeing if they can
แล้ว
bait
พอแบบ
out a
ไม่มีใครมาทะเลาะ
response.
ก็เริ่มไปเข้าที่เข้าทางก่อน
Now giving up that space as well, going walkabouts, re-exploring in through mid, just in
แต่
case.
เอายาก
Again,
มัน
they
นะ
won't
ไม่
play
รู้
in
มัน
a
จะเล่น
slow
อะไร
spread default. They do have to clear
ถ้าได้
these
บวกก็
areas.
คือ
A lot of
เทรด
unknowns.
5เลยอะ
In through B main, in through mid.
ที่ตอนนี้เจอเบเบเลตโคตรงงว่าแม่งจะมาแนวไหนอะคือถ้าเป็นสมัยก่อนยังรู้เว้ยจับทางได้แม่งเล่
Sen
นดับบิว
looking to re-clear over towards
แต่
A
นี้แบบ
ramp.
มีแบบลูก
And
ลงลูกหลอก
Forsaken's heard that. He heard the dog, realized that they've got bad information. They think that nobody from PRX is over towards A, so he's calling for the rest of the team to regroup on him. And they're leaving something as a lurk, which was so crucial in their win over G2 on Lotus.
They've waited so
Yoru
much
was
time
pulling.
out. I mean, the gate crash is going to be fading soon enough. Second, it's the last one available to him. He's tucked into the corner for now, though. In through hell.
The Zekas are
Zekas
massive.
pointing the way.
อย่างเงี้ย
Just wrangles barely. Jin gets onto it anyway.
ยังเข้ามาเตะ
Good
ได้
trade all the way through, and now sight. He's
Yeah,
retaken.
รื่อง
The
เทรด
rate's holding it primed. Rolling
เรื่องเทรด
Thunder
นี้
is
ต้อง
going to
ยกให้
getting ready to go. As soon as they hear this one, Patman going for it. As a flash into the corner, and everybody going to be scattered
เอาละครับ
up
ถ่าย
into
ไซ
the
ด์
air. PRX, how the hell do you hold on to
ทัน
this
เปล่า
one? Stunned up,
ไม่ทัน
taken out. Bang! He's already regained a bit of that control, and ground Patman swinging from the side, and time is
Patman.
running short. PRX got to get a bit of a move on here. They need to claim these kills, but it's all Sentinels. Finally putting a round on the board.
นับหนึ่งนับช้ามากครับ
Those seekers from
ก
Chong
ลางๆ
QT could not have been better
ถ้า
timed.
ช้ามากก็แบบ
Three of them
11
all
เลย
flying towards the A site, giving away
อันนี้ถือว่ากลาง
exactly where Forsaken had called the team to regroup.
ๆรับได้แต่อย่ารับยาว
We've seen the rate times with the value.
บุญแบงกรีน
With time running short and good information about where they were going to pop, they get that sky flash at the same time as the breach ult, and they're there for the fast flood before the spike can even go down. But it's going to be a long road back to an even half if that's even possible for Sentinels.
Ult's going to make it a bit more easier though.
PRX grouped up outside A, looking to try to dodge the sky flash. John used that first one.
ชั่วโมงหน้าบี
No
ลูกนั้นแม่ง
information.
โคตร
Now uses the
โคตรว้าวุ่น
trailblazer.
อ่ะ
Can they dodge that?
ตัวไม่ถูก
And just break
ข
in with a
อง
couple.
นั่นแหละเจสันเลยนะทำไงดีว่า
That's a fake TP.
อันนี้บางทีมันจะเอาไลน์อัพไวเปอร์มา
มันจะปรับเปิดเลย
ข้ามทิ้งไว้อะคู่เมื่อกี้ก็ทำ
beginnings, they have often been defaulting into trying to take a bit of mid control at the minute mark.
Yeah, and I think Sentinel's defensive setup, they'll be very happy about this one. Still full breach utility, bang with a paranoia. They've got tools to be able to defend this.
เมียนตีอีกแล้ว
Doesn't have to be that playmaker. A lot of util, Nightfall coming out, sticks himself into the back of the site. He's going to look to try and pre-aim potentially a TP into the back. There's a horn to deal with. And a TP back as well alongside that flank.
โอ้โหมาจากทุกที่ครับ
โคตรดีครับ
มาจากทุกแหล่ง
There's an ult from him on top of the Nightfall, cuts away the
ยิง
sound
สแกน
cues. They
โด
were
น
not
แปด
expecting him to
โด
snap
นวาร์ป
them in that direction.
มีใบอีกวาร์ปหลังไซด์
คือตัวในไซด์มันรู้แล้วนะรอยิงวาร์ปโยรู้แล้วนะ
Fully
ไม่ได้
locked down and rooted in
แต่อัพ
spot
โคตร
onto
เดือด
this site. It's going to be a
จริงๆ
very
ไม่ดี
difficult
หรอ
task for Sentinels to try and
จะ
retake.
โดนสแปมมั้ยเนี่ย
มุมนี้
They
ต้อง
need
ทั้ง
to
หนึ่ง
clear
ครับผ
hell
ม
first.
All the way forwards here. The clone is going to be taken.
อุ้ยเฮ้ย what
What is that?
โดดลงมาไลน์อัพเหรอ
I don't know how
โดนลง
Jing
มาแล้ว
did.
สองตัวหันไปให้สอง
Snaps 180 and 2 players deleted.
มองไม่ทัน
That's an immaculate round again from PRX. I said that Sentinels had the right players in the right position to stop that. But Jing flies to new box, something flies into the back of the site, and Forsaken ults deep into spawn, making use of the fact that they had that fade ultimate that takes away all of the sound cues.
มันยิงกันเองอยู่ข้างหลัง
How has he got the read whilst flash
Oh,
up there's 2 players right behind him?
มันไม่เห็นต้องจริงนี่ว่ะ
Crazy round from Jing. Just beautifully executed.
Hey,
Players
Leg.
flying into all different
ยัง
areas.
ไม่พอใจเท่าไหร่
Something Forsaken. They all take a
พอชมหน่อยเปล่าพี่เล็กเจนบอกไม่ไหวว่ะต้องใช้หมดเลยตามเอาเนี่ยแต่เมื่อกี้เหมือนมันจะบอดกันเองปะใช่ปะ
รออะไรอ่ะ
หน้าขาวมันเนี่ยไม่ใช่แฟดฝั่งเปเปอร์เล็กนะใครถ้าเป็นแฟดเปเปอร์เล็กน่าจะหัวฟ้าๆป่ะ7-1แล้วพี่เล็กก็ยังไม่พอใจเท่าไหร่อ๋อยิงตัวปลอมมันบอดกันเองด้วยเหรอใช่เหรอทำไมผมภาพจำผมคือยิงโยรุแล้วเพื่อนไม่บอดวะ
Looking to rewrite the history books as well from that last fated matchup. This time around, it's PRX who want to be gone even deeper into the tournament. Here, Flash connects to almost absolutely everyone here, just trying to step up towards it. But again, Sentinels don't really have the weapons to be fighting too hard. It's been slow going from PRX. They've never been overcommitting so far. It's always just been dipping your feet in the pool, almost just seeing what the temperature's like every single time. Slow walking up. Not using too much util now, all grouped up, really testing their own fundamentals and trusting in them that that's going to carry them through. Raw aim. For Jing, maybe if a better weapons in the hands of the Ray, you could have handled it still. Zekin's there, there's walls on walls, obfuscating a lot of the fight. It's yet to be taking place, but now, moving around, wrapping around, you can see that dimensional drift. It's ripped off. Something wants to clear most of the site out. Bit of peace of mind here for PRX, so the plan going down on top of it.
I think it's really important that PRX don't put their players in one and done
เฮ้ยมุม
positions
นี้แล้ว
now.
พี่
They need to be playing off each other.
So eager to take that fight.
Yeah, this is maybe a bit over eager, but he's played the situation. He
Well,
played it perfectly.
It's impeccable. There was no cue for John to play off. He had no idea that it was going to be that deep onto the line.
เดินขึ้นแล้ว
Right around here, bang.
He made the long pilgrimage
ว้าวุ่นเลยเดินขึ้นแรม
through
มา
sewer, and he's rewarded with a gun.
Needs a few more. Hold on. Something's going to be dropped. There's another one on the table. Maybe there's a chance. Second.
One enemy
Tippy tappy, happy feet. Leaves it just down to the
Back
With the blink of an eye.
Back
Bang!
That's going to get a huge reaction from Alex.
อะไร
You
อ่ะ
can't be losing a round
ต้อง
like
จากเรียเล็
that.
กตัวนะจังหวะนี้
MasterCard thrifty from Sentinels, but one that they were pretty much gifted with there. Looked like a scramble from PRX. I think they thought they'd already won the round.
เอาแล้วไง
You know, once Forsaken is in heaven and he's taken down 2, it's a 4v2. Where PRX have guns and Sentinels have nothing. Fair enough. This flank from Bang, unexpected, but the challenge from something and then Batman out in the open. What are you doing?
What are you doing
Exactly what Sentinels needed to try to get this half back to somewhat even.
There it is.
ปวดหัว
เล่น
So
ไม่ห
put
น่อยค
together
รับ
from
ดันเยอะ
falls apart
เอา
in
อี
the
กแล้ว
end. PRX looking to put it back
มันไม่มี
together
ความ
once
เป็นต้องเดินไปสู้
more.
ไง
Players
บาง
going to be ready that. Okay, second.
เทรดไว
Dealt
ที่
with.
สู้กันไม่หยุดเลย
Getting
เออร้อย
cheeky.
เซเคนเมียนติ
Every round,
Bang
it
out,
feels
eh?
like PRX are bunched up as 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So Sen, they know that they can take space on the opposite side.
Oh, Alt's expended now with the showstopper into the hands of Jing and just
I got
snaps
them.
it to the side.
Same, same,
Catches John in time. Satchel forwards.
เลสธรรมชาติ
Regaining sight control for them.
That's
It's not going to be a
movement.
heaven plan. They've lost control of that entirely. It's Sentinels that are in a pretty decent spot to try and play this retake despite the player disadvantage.
พอละอย่าอีกนะไอ้เราแบบ
Bang's
เนี้ย
in a decent position for a
นำ
paranoia
ไอ้
as
เหลือ
well.
หลาย
Which
คน
chooses to challenge elbow early.
Shock into the corner. It's all on this kill here.
Yeah.
Something plays it.
เกือบ
Celtics
Law.
gone. Something going okay. Just swinging around to the side there.
รอ
Out
ฟิก
to
รอ
the raids. Leaves it into this spot. Good flash round towards it, but he did blind up Bang in the process. So
มอบเลยเมื่อกี้
PRX continue to accrue and add rounds to the tally.
ไอ้แบงค์มันสายเมาส์หลุดอะเมื่อกี้
8-2, extremely powerful half. And I think a lot of these early rounds, it feels like Sentinels are expecting PRX to be starting in a bit more of a defaulty spot, but they're always running into 3 or 4 players when they try to early fight. You know, when Zekken takes a challenge there,
ที่ม้วนตัวหลบ
maybe you could get out if there was only 1 or 2
Smack there.
PRX players starting towards A, but look at it again,
Always grouped up.
5 of them towards A
นี่ถ้าไปโดนเราที่91เหรอ
tough
พี่
to stop. This train's got massive momentum, but Zekken, he takes down the
เขา
tip
กล้า
of
พี
it.
กไง
Forsaken dealt with, no smokes now.
Second wave
Hey,
still as
hey,
well.
you
Flash with no
know,
connection.
win.
A bit of spam though. Bullets exchanged. Through top ramp. Both teams going to be conceding that space up, honestly. Drawing new battle lines.
And if indeed PRX make the call to try to go up through B heaven here, they're going to be running into a Bucky. Zelsis, with money in the bank actually, still 2k, has opted into the Bucky this round.
Money's a bit skew whiff all over the place here for Sentinels, but he might be able to do work with it. All depends on the discipline, and he just bides his time, holds it down
เกือบเอ้ยเฮ้ย
to the wall, saves the life of Jing. He's able to get that trade off and online. Fault line, even better. It's going to be slowing this one down, allowing Sen to try and get some bodies into the mix. Can they try and help them out? Bang! Drifting in outside to side. Still one player tucked towards the corner. Take that swing to Vi. Just drops them all.
A 2v2 though, and Guardian retrieved for Narate. Very winnable, especially with Zekken's information, but Narate's got to make sure he doesn't take a 1v2.
Here it is. Dimensional drift spots them out. It's 2 players alerted to the presence, and it's not planted for them. PRX know that they have to refight for this space. All the way forwards again, out wide. Narate was high up onto the perch. Defensive angle and a swing.
โอ้ยโคตรของดีอ่ะโหดจัด
It's a monster in the clutch, isn't he? 1v3 against G2
ตัวเนี้ย
was part of the biggest reasons that PRX are where they are right now. And here a 1v2 against G2's America's rivals deletes Narate and Zekken.
ยืนเลย
Mini said it. He's got the talent. He just needs the belief. And the more clutches he gets, the more
ยิ้มเรียบร้อย
เก็บทรงไม่อยู่เนี่ย
เก็บทรงไม่อยู่คัดสวยเกิน
ได้ใจนี่ได้ใจเก็บทรงไม่อยู่ขอยิ้มหน่อยเว้ย
PRX
รอนบอกถ้าเป็นกูนะกูว่าทำได้วะ
They still have this combo Fadol with the Omenal
ไปแล้วครับยิ้ม
Has the exit at least with the TP. Horn's going to be spawning them double TP.
รอดได้ไงวะ
ก็ตามมาเทรด
Try and catch him round to the side now. This is Sen getting into these anchor positions. Heal online, Nightfall's going to be connecting though, and that's going to be cutting away the sound cues. This is fast, hot, and heavy. It's what we're used to here with PRX, but they insert a bit of a pause. Looking for the response, and now they're going to see it.
เฮ้ยมีให้เห็นนะพี่แบงค์
เรียบร้อย
อุ้ย Lighten up the feed.
โอ้ยจริง
ไม่ได้
One left to find.
ยิงแม่งให้หมด
ข้างบน
Spike gonna be retrieved. Forsaken can get access to that one, but in a 1v3, Zekken is gonna have to pull off a miracle.
The spike is kind of
แต่ยันนี่
committed.
เซคันด์นะ
Forsaken committed alongside it. Matters not with aim like that. 10-2 for the first half of this matchup.
ยิงหมดอะเมื่อกี้อะไรขยับ แต่การยิงตัวปลอมเมื่อกี้ถือว่าเป็นเรื่องที่ดีนะ ถ้าเกิดแม่งเฟกโคดนี่ชิบหายเลย
ต้องยิงทิ้งหมดแล้วตอนนั้น
จะโดนแบบลิควิดไม่ได้นะรอบ2อะ
แต่ไม่ค่อยเจอคนแบบว่าเฟกแล้วแบบเฟกแล้วโดนยิงนะส่วนมากคือเฟกแล้วไม่โดนยิงนะเก็บปะที่มันเป็นแบบว่า
เฟกโคนของไอคาโม่อะโอ้โหอิมแพคที่สุดละตั้งแต่เห็นมาแม่งแบบคัมแบ็กเป็นราวที่แบบ12อะพี่ใครมันจะทำวะ
ได้อินโฟในไวเบอร์พิทอะโอ้โหโคตรเดือด
คุ้มสุดแล้วอะแบบที่แม่งของแท้นะจริงเลยกลับมาเล่นแฟนตี้เปลี่ยนไปเล่นแฟนทอมแบบยาวๆเลยน่าจะของดี
ดูแบบว่าดูเหมาะกว่าเยอะ
โหตอนแรกแวนดอลก็โหดอยู่แล้วพอมาแฟนทอมนี่รู้สึกแบบดีกว่าเดิมเยอะเยอะ
น่าจะผิดบทครับ เดี๋ยวส่งเอาจัดเลยไปเล็ก
ใจเย็นพี่ยังไม่จบเลย11-1มีให้เห็นนะเปเปอร์เล็กเนี่ยอย่าให้มีครั้งที่2หลอนแหละเจอมาน้ำอ่ะตอนเนี้ยผู้เมื่อกี้บูฟ2-0ชนะเจนจีมาน้ำมันดูแล้วมันดูแบบสรุปมาน้ำมันเอาเพนนีกลับไปด้วยเหรอ
มีคนบอกเซ็นงงกัน
ข่าวไม่รู้ข่าวเลยนี่ไม่ได้ดูเลย
from not even being here. But generally speaking, this should be absolute dominance.
With low team.
It's definitely going to be at the back of the
PRX
players' heads, I think, thinking about making sure they don't lose grip of opportunities, especially when they put themselves in good spots like this. But Sentinels trying to turn that around entirely here with this round win. Easy access to the A side, no resistance.
แต่ว่าเซฟน่าหลุดแล้วได้เกมใหม่
But they have given up A heaven.
ก็ผมว่าวิทต้องมีไอเจลใหม่มาดูเล่นมั่วๆแล้วหรอ
คืออันเฟกแล้วก็เทคใหม่1คนถ้ากับว่าเดิร์กับเอนี่ก็อยู่เหมือนเดิม
ทำงี้กับเซคเคนทำงี้กับเซคเคนได้ยังไงวะอุ้ยพี่ติง
เลี้ยงค่ายก่อนเลี้ยงค่าย
น่าเล่นสามชาติว่ะพี่สมแล้วที่เป็นคนไทย
Oh, you won't find a better round than that from something That is sick.
แต่ก็
He's playing
เป็นเล็กแล้วครับผม
anti-flash
ตอน
in
นี้
heaven, completely shuts down Sentinel's refight, and then he rips a
11-2 พี่ว่าจะโดนล่าไหม
in the backside.
ไม่น่าโดนใครจะมีอะไรบ่อยๆใช่ไหม
Look at that. That is gorgeous.
เสี
Team
ย
play
เชิญเลยพี่จอน
coordination,
โดน
and
เอล
all
คิว
set up so fast. Yeah, that's a masterclass. That is brilliant. And SEN are going to pull out those America's Stingers to see if they can turn this around. But my God, the damage has been done already, surely.
It's the last resort at this
ดี
point.
ว่าปืนแรง
Easily dealing with second. Chopping them down on the knees with a Guardian in hand. Full group up from Sentinels. They're looking to really just try and take this one with bodies and by storm. But again, something is holding it down. Jinx by his side. Going to be calling for a refight of their own. Flash. Forwards, no connection. Nobody blinded, but
นี่ต้องปืนนี้
trying to turn him into mincemeat with that judge in hand. There's a 2v3.
เอาให้หมด
PRX can't get too ahead of themselves. But so much damage done.
เปิดมุมแบบมั่นใจครับ
Take much to bring down Zelsis and the Rate.
An incredible confidence from something. Throws down the teleport into Mail, and then he's getting around all the way behind.
ไอ้ไลน์กำลังมาข้างหลัง
Just through the X-ray. Paranoia is good. Blind's going to be slowing down the approach once more.
เตะจนหลังมา
Smoke in their faces. They're just trying to push them into something,
They're
just
trapped.
in case they
โอ้
are.
ยิงเสร็จแล้วรีโพซิชั่นพี่ดูดิ
Nowhere to hide. You're going to try and fight your way out.
โอ้ยเจสันยิงล่อสายแล้วไปรีโพซิชั่นไป
แปดออกมาหาไม่เจอ
That force buy of the Stingers may well be the last hurrah for Sentinels here on Split. Last time they played against each other, 13-5 was the scoreline for PRX on Split.
อีเซลซินเมื่อ
I
กี้
think
คือ
this
เดด
looks
แมน
even
แล้ว
more dominant
ต่อให้มัน
today.
ไม่ตายเขา
Now,
โดน
having
เน็ต
said that, Sentinels did end up winning that match 3-1.
โอ้ยครับ
In fact, final match was Sunset, which is where we're going next, but
ร
it's
อบ
going to
นี้
have
เน้
to
น
be
จ
a
นจบแน่นอน
huge turnaround
มี
for
ประสบ
this
การณ์มา
series
แล้ว
not to just look
อัน
massively
นี้มินิจดไป
one-sided.
เยอะแมตช์นั้นใช่ว่าทำอะไรไปบ้าง
again.
ประสบการณ์แล้วรอบนี้
PRX up to 12 now. A lot of
ผิด
damage
จริง
done. Jing Decay down, going to be regenning all the way back up at least partially. And this is a spread approach from Sentinels. We're actually exploring other areas of the map, not just A main for once.
มีภาพ 2-0 อยู่ครับ
It's mainly PRX though that we're doing that on our own attack side. Still, it's nice to see that the rest of Split does exist.
Using double initiator utility to try to get
The
up
Sen
mid,
could
put
sunset
pressure on
side.
Dubai. But these players with light armor most of
น่าจะ
them,
หนุกอยู่
on
แมตช์หน้า
a full armor, but still they will go down like
Hey!
Multiple fronts.
ไม่ตายได้ไงวะเนี่ยเต็ม
Sentinels.
ตัวเลย
They run over them B main, they run over them Heaven as well. That's going to unlock the site for their taking. Heal online as well, make sure to shore up the weaknesses, and PRX are going to try and play this one.
โซนนี้
Batman
ชอบ
and
เล่น
Jing
ติงเจอร์นะ
side
ไม่
by
หลัง
side
ๆ
in
รู้
a
สึกเห็นแบบ
2v4.
สติงเกอร์เยอะแปลก
โซนนี้ NA ชอบเล่นเยอะ
First time
Just
it
Jing
feels.
going for it.
Yeah, it's first time it feels like we've had
แบงไปคำๆ
PRX
จริง
in a spot
ๆ
where they aren't ready to go for that flood defend. They aren't up players. Sent
ๆเปลี่ยน
completely
ปืนมา
in their proper spots for the post plan. But also not really that much of an opportunity to upgrade to better weapons. There's still 3 on Sentinels that are running the Stinger and bang with a Guardian. Can they get guns on the retreat?
Jing
Not
was
really.
hoping, I think, to maybe get an exit or two. Don't think you're going to want to keep the
เฮ้ย
jump.
เซฟเลยเหร
I
อ
mean, you don't necessarily need
Fair
the
play.
exit kills here. Look, Sen are still saving 0 proper
คุ้มเหรอ
rifles.
Yeah.
เกาะไม่มีด้วย
And there's also 9 opportunities for PRX to close this out.
เจอแบบ
Something tapping away on the keyboard. I mean, the spirits are so
โอ้โห
high.
จอ
for
หนักจัด
PRX.
เลยพี่ดูดิจอทั้งเซลซิตเลยจอ
เซ
จั
ล
ด
เซ
เลย
ล
นะ
ซิสเวลาเจอเกมแบบว่าอย่างเงี้ยชอบ
And they can
ชอบ
feel it.
หลับ
It's about as good as a beginning as you could hope for.
เกมแบบต้องใช้ไฟพาวเวอร์สู้
After
อ่ะ
3. We're all just wondering at this point. What's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Re-clearance there with a fault line trying to take a bit of B main
ช
control.
วนทะเลาะแต่
Sentinels,
หน้าบี
they earn it, but they back themselves away.
ฮัลโหล
มาแล้วมาช้า
It's
แต่
a
มานะ
flurry of utility on both sides towards B main, but it's PRX who are more
Knocked out.
bold.
ดูอยู่
Jing
ดู
has
อยู่
just got walkabouts, hunting for a
แปลก
kill,
ของ
but
จริ
he's
ง
handed a freebie. Straight over here to Sentinels. Vi trying to re-clear some of that space and regain that gun. Does so successfully.
This
เดินมาเอา
control
ปืน
though
แบบ
that
ชิว
Forsaken's got in B main is really important.
It's going to be painting out a pretty
Oi.
picture now.
เข้า
PRX and look at even
เข้าแก็บ
divide
ว่ะ
his
เดิน
position.
ไป
He's moving over towards A to reinforce it.
เดินซื้อเลยว่าแม่งมาเอแน่นอนอ่ะ
That B main control. They've got the read that
ดา
this is
วัน
going
ไป
to
เค
be
ลียร์กลาง
ending
แล้ว
over
เมื่อกี้
towards
ใช่
A.
ใช่เอเลย
Up through heaven, flash, no connection.
นี่อ่ะ
Dots for
อุ้ย
now.
ดูตัวหลังด้วย
Defy!
อันลัคกี้จัดจัด
Two out, don't know where it is. Not going to ask for the location, but he's claimed two anyway.
ตัวร้อยซัมติง
In a 4v3, something
Lang
is
một.
close,
Một.
and no
Một
one
GG.
is watching.
เอาไปก่อนครับแบบหนึ่งเปเปอร์เล็ก
สงสัยจะนอนไววันนี้ จีจี
เซลซิตแม่งไม่ได้ยืนเลย เซลซิตบอกเฮ้ยให้กูยืนบ้างดิ
โอ้โห
โอ้โห
มี
มัน
อยู่มีวินให้ดีใจอยู่ไม่กี่วินเอาตอนไหนไปยืน
อด
เพราะ
ยื
มัน
น
ไม่เป็นไรเหมือนเดิม
นอนไวแล้ววันเนี้ย
แก๊งนี้
ปั่นจัด
ตอนจัดมาสเตอร์แบงคอกพี่เลยหน้าแต่งตัวอย่างนี้ไปนะ
อ้าว
ได้คอนเทนต์นะพี่
โอ้
เห็นภาพเลยเอ้ยแต่ก็ดีนะลองทำดูดิเลย
ไม่ทันแล้วดิ
เดี๋ยวนี้ไง Ascension ไง
เดินมันต้องเดินกลุ่มเป้าเดี๋ยวเนี่ยมันรัดติ้วเกิน
พี่อเล็กวะสัมภาษณ์พี่อเล็กพี่เล็กบอกถ้าน้องๆชอบพี่ก็ดีใจกันเล่นอย่างเงี้ย
เฮ้ยได้ดูผ่านทางไหนกันนะ
วิชครับ
บ้านม่วง
ดูก่อนทำไมมันเหมือนกันวะเดี๋ยวค่อยถึงเข้าเกมเดี๋ยวค่อยคุยไงตอนเวลาสักกัน
เป็ดใครนั่นสิ
Not flash them.
Yeah, it's been really difficult for Sentinels to have to deal with that. What is Coach Kaplan thinking as he gets ready for map 2? We have Yinsu standing by.
Ahead of sunset, I'm joined by Sentinel's coach Kaplan. Now, Device Sage is such a hallmark of their identity with their sunset comms. You've actually faced that before last year. How do you deal with his Sage?
Yeah, they only have a few losses on this map. One of them is to us when they're playing that kind of comp. I don't want to give anything away before we play, but hopefully people can stay tuned and we can teach everyone how to do it.
You heard him. Stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Coach Kaplan saying, hey, they're going to teach people how to beat this team on Sunset. But hey, you look at that 13-3 on Split. I got to feel pretty damn good about PRX going into map 2.
Yeah, speaking of 13-3s and speaking of Sunset, the last map that these two played against each other before today in that lower bracket in Madrid that we were referencing earlier was Sunset.
Yep,
and that is
right.
what Kaplan is speaking about. If they are to show the same composition, which I do not think, I think that they will stick to what they're doing right now, not going back to the Gecko and the KO. PRX could have had a different fate, but now they should be scared because the momentum is all in the side of PRX.
Yeah, squarely on their side. PRX really just taking these corners and taking these fights like they know they're not going to lose, like they have the spoiler available to them. But here comes the agents, they're locking things in here, and yeah, I mean, basically getting the same thing for PRX.
Yeah, we are running it back for PRX. This Sage comp that they have been running in some variation for a very long time. That's what Coach Kaplan was alluding to. If you're looking at a Sentinels bounce back, you have to look to Zekin. He was unbelievable in their last map of Sunset against XLG. He's the guy who can bring the momentum, bring the energy to try and get them back into this game.
Yeah, and especially with them starting on the defense again, given the chance of for PRX now having the chance of
แย่แล้วครับผม
just like they did on Split.
something
เดวิด
something โดนแบบโดนล่ามโซ่รอบนี้
เฮ้ย
Ever since that
จะด่านไปเป็นเล็กเลยนะนี่
PRX last year, this is only going to be the second time they're seeing this kind of composition.
Pressure's on here for Sentinels. They got to keep the drive alive here. This is
เหมือนรอบนี้เหมือนต่อสู้แบบมีลูกตุ้มถ่วงขารอบเนี้ย something
ขนาดนั้นเลยพี่
มีธนูแบกหลังอยู่หนักมากไม่ค่อยพิว
with an understanding of exactly what they want to execute on, BB.
And they're so
เติม
confident.
เยอะ
after
เติม
that
เยอะ
win. John QT got a trophy in his first ever Masters with this
การที่พี่เอ๋ยพูดอะไร
squad
แบบ
in
นี้
his
เป็นนิมิต
rookie
หมาย
year.
ที่ดีนะสำหรับ
ทำติงหน้าฝึกหนีอ่อนนะ
Players on the roster with pressure high again. A chance to try and come back to beat PRX.
โหดเลยอะ
again.
สองดูเอลอะเลสนีออน
They
อะ
do not want to go to that lower bracket. Fnatic, G2 down there waiting. That's a terrifying fate.
It's a shark pit without a doubt, BB. But let's see if we're going to be going to
ถ้าเซนแพ้นี่ลงไปเจอเลย เจอเป็นตี ไอ้เหี้ย
If you're a Sentinels fan, I think your spirits have to be lifted seeing Kaplan smile. They're understanding that they've got a way to try and break this PRX map of Sunset. They've looked dominant on it. They've looked quirky. They've had some interesting ideas at that, but they have been really good. And a lot of momentum behind them after winning that first map of Split. Looking to carry it all the way to knock Sentinels into that lower bracket, as the desk was alluding to. That's a dangerous pit of opponents. You do not want to step into that. Yeah. Fnatic, G2,
that is
Gen
tough.
G.
But as we come in here, you mentioned that Kaplan's still feeling fairly confident, right? That he's got a game plan. Well, they had a bit of a game plan on Split, but Alex changed up everything.
นับวิให้นิดนึงแป๊บนึง
0
โอเคพอละ
And absolutely demolished Sentinels 13-3. What have PRX got cooking here?
We'll see if SEN have any bite back. Footsteps going to be heard. Presence noted.
มาคอนโทรลครับ เอาออกไปก่อน
บวกหนึ่ง
กลับไปจบ A
Now steadily walking their way out. Re-exploration over towards A. Nothing crazy.
ก็เหมือนเซนจะทิ้ง A
But they've hit the perfect
Oh,
timing
yeah,
just as
man,
both
a lot.
initiators, John and
อะไรทำให้คุณ
have
ขน
gone
ลุก
off of A to go and
ผม
re-escort
ว่า
mid
เดียวครับ
now. Defensive reclearing.
จะได้ A
Sentinels
เลย
were not doing very much of that on
แต่ต้อง
Split.
เฮ้ยเรามาแล้ว
So I like the idea of them getting active.
มันรู้แล้วว่า
เดี๋ยวมันต้องไป
They
วอล
might
ปิด
have
ตรง
found the
นี้ไว้
timing to just get back
หรือเปล่า
into A in
เข้า
time.
ไอ้วัว
Three players ready to receive. The slow walk kind of spells it all out.
ปูรีเทีย
50 seconds on the mark. Plenty of time to PRX to work with now, and they're full steam ahead.
Again, those Sentinels allowing them to get the plant. 10 out of 12 rounds PRX
เหมือน
were
จะ
able
ซัด
to
เลยหรือเป
plant
ล่า
on Split.
อ๋อ
วอแล้ววอ
Devi's got an abundance of util here.
Wall
That's a
pit.
nightmare scenario to
ถ้า
be
วอลอย่าง
facing.
นี้
All in through the
Enter
back.
that.
Cuts out that
Yeah,
avenue,
wall.
especially against the pistols. How the hell do you break this in time?
At least they didn't
Oh,
send the
what?
retake
Yep.
utility before meeting the wall.
ปลา
เพราะ
น้ำ
อัน
แข็
ต
ง
ราย
Smoke to replace it though.
Ui,
Gap into the
sao
wall. Now
lỗi?
you're seeing it. Going to be used
Oh.
now for power.
Lỗi yạc à?
Slowing them all
เล่น
down.
ไงอ่ะ
เออจริง
ไม่ต้องเล่นครับ
Retaking control. Zelsis
โอ้แล้วดูโดน
might be
ช็อก
the
ดาด
player.
ไม่มีคนมาหลัง
Swing
น้อง
around to the side here.
Ui.
Sees everything being used up
Ui.
towards the top. Pac-Man going to be gone.
ไม่ต้องเล่น
มันเอาพลังยิงเลยดิ
Immediately forward. And everyone's gone from PRX. Highest
ยาก
of their seats.
กลายเป็นไง
There's
ใส่
the
แบบโดนด้วยเหรอ
game plan working to perfection. Sentinels took a long time to set up that retake. Everything had to be perfect. Zelsis had to be ready for the backstab. They needed to break that sage wall. Everybody had to get in the right spot to maximize value from the fault line, from the paranoia, from all of the pieces, utility that were
วอ
necessary.
ขายแล้ว
But once they pulled the trigger, they completely collapsed onto PaperX from
เล
every
ยบอก
angle.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นครับน้อง
And that's where you might actually argue that the Sage Wall could have hurt PaperX, because in those kind of spots, sometimes PaperX are going to want to try to catch Sentinels as they go for the retake.
Deep smoke. Judge into the hands of Zelsis. He's about to farm! Put him into the blender. Side by side though, Bang having a reload. He couldn't quite back him up in time, so they have handed over a gun still. Close quarters is what it's going to be favouring, and a slight swing out to Vi. It's going to be dropped.
And a very
as clean as you can get.
Yeah, very clean round. Sentinels giving a lot of respect to PaperX though, making sure that they fully buy. You know, nobody just coming in there with a pistol looking to buy up a better gun for the bonus round. So they are going to be working with some lighter weaponry here for the bonus.
Enemy remaining.
But overall, it's a much better start here on Sunset, on Sentinel's map pick, than what we were looking at on Split, where PaperX just dominated right from the
ติง
beginning.
เกอร์3 คนอะเอาอะไรไปชนะ
Jing trying to pull a little bit of attention by the look of things towards B main. And then instantly going for the group up on A. Now this one way is dangerous. You've often got to burn this overdrone to get past it, through it. You're expecting Bang to be holding it.
You do have the Viper wall though. So
Even then,
still going to be used.
You can step in front of this Viper wall. You can't perfectly rely on it.
Tepid, tiptoeing up to the mark, just spotting the shoulder, Bang.
Baiting for narrate.
มัน
Bit
มี
of
ตัวเบ
damage.
สอยู่นะ
Yeah. There's that bait and switch setup. We'll see if there's YouTube going to
Tapi
be used
kau
to clear the
heboh.
corner. Still Forsaken. Wants to send it forwards here. TP
ถือว่าทำถูก
Trip. Gone. Taken out, but no control towards elbow, and Bang finally reveals
Oi.
his hand once more from that angle. Paranoia. Swings forward, sidestepping.
รู้เอโวยังไม่เคลียร์นะ
Still something there to receive. Open arms with the rifle in the
ๆเฮ้ย
hand.
เราช้ากว่าเขาอีกแล้ว
Just accounted for, and he has picked up Patman, and that means main control.
Retakers are going to find it difficult to come back through A link because Devi's put his wall down there. And Devi kind of solo fighting towards spawn. PaperX know they need to make a play. The weaponry's bad as well from SEN, and they are slow, aiming to be meticulous.
Take a first fight. Oh my goodness, barely there. Still in hand, something. Able to help out over the shoulder, but not anticipating Bang.
ระวังปิดด้วย
Quick collection with the two, and that quick snap to the side from the rate.
มาแล้วว่ะเซนติเนล
Injection of energy for Sentinels here.
As dominant as Split began for PaperX, it feels like the same the other way around here for Sentinels. They are really in control of what's happening. Funneling PaperX into these A-side hits. And then being really cautious as they group up for retakes. Any kind of push out is getting controlled. And already Alex is hitting that big red button. Tactical timeout being called after only 3 rounds here. And there are so many other things that Paper...
G2 สาขา 2 อุ้ยว่ามันเป็นวัฒนธรรมอเมริกาไม่รู้อะสังเกตดิ
ทำไม
ติง
อะ
เจอร์ก่อนเล็กเนี่ยเฮ้ยขอ
ใช่อะวัฒนธรรม G2 จริงอเมริกามันใช้กันมานานแล้วนะ ถ้าใครติดตามดูตลอดอะดูลีกอเมริกามันเป็นแบบเมตาของอเมริกาอยู่แล้ว แต่สังเกตว่าพอแข่งพวกรายการ international จะเห็น G2 แบบหยิบมาใช้แล้วมันได้ผลบ่อยไง
normal style to throw Sentinels off. This round they're coming in with only 2 stingers.
Yeah.
So really this tack timeout is going to be based on the next round, for round 5.
Based on the next round and used to settle the nerves perhaps a little bit.
Yeah. Jing, if he takes Orb here, If he gets a kill or dies, he's going to have Showstopper back for that rifle round. You're also looking towards something who'll have the Sova ult online. So big tools for them to be able to work with next time around. But once more, a little bit of B main and back into A. It's the same game plan in all 4 of these rounds.
A high-low setup to receive. Drones there. Stun going to be used. Both stuns, in fact, overlaid. Aftershock into the corner. But he gets out in time. No damage onto the PRX boys. But a one-way quickly replaced. So good luck trying to get past that when you don't have a drone anymore.
Exactly. As soon as you burn the drone, that's one of the primary ways, arguably the only way that PRX can safely take A main. So even though that util battle feels like it favored PRX, in reality, I don't think it did.
So up through mid they go. Risky haphazard, but here we go. It's a one-way setup. Jing! Beautiful movement! Still going to be isolated and taken out, but a glide into the slow. Second, not to be denied his own. Into a 2v3 here. Spikes drop down, but it is smoked off, so Forsaken can reclaim it. Safely for now, 24 seconds time to get the plant down.
And look how passively Sentinels are. They're not going to cross this line until they're sure that the plant is down. They're never going to give an opportunity for Patman to walk up and get a free kill. Very disciplined from Sen. It's going to be tough for Forsaken to pick them apart.
The TP almost unexpected. The stun's going to be clearing them out though. B-hop in the same thing. Smoke going to be blossoming now. Zekken. Just a bit of raw spam there into the smoke. It's Patman versus the world in a 1v3. You can hear it jumping around. Zekken willing to put his life on the line. Slightest a chance with the lineup, but all secured in the end here by Sen.
Really disciplined. I think that's the first word you've got to go towards when you're giving credit to Sentinels and how they're playing this. They are really far away, never taking a risk once it comes to a retake scenario. In the mid-round, look, Zekken's happy to challenge, happy to fight. And they're looking for those defensive re-clears, but once their player advantage up and the spike's committed, it's all about playing together. Now this is the round where Alex took the time out to try to get PRX back onto the right track. See if they could get the train going again. Jing and Something's ultimates have got to be what you're looking towards. And normally, this B main noise is a fake. Every round, they've been putting a bit of noise B main, throw down the boombot, and then they group up A. It's not a fake this time.
See if that conditioning sticks. Right now, there's plenty of bodies. And Sentinels reinforcing, gathering. Rocket!
นี่อ่ะมาละ
Can't be stopped.
เอาจัด
All the way through, and he wants a little
นี่อ่ะมาละเอสบัง
เก็บ3ให้ทำไงต่อ
There's 2 left alive. He's going to go hunting. Paranoid.
เฮ้ยบัง
ยังไง
เอส
เอกมาแล้ว
The crowd wants it. You can feel it.
เจอ4 คิวหรือเปล่า
โอ้ยเก็บรอยยิ้มไม่อยู่แอบยิ้มนิดหน่อย
Bang does not want to give it to him. He's hiding towards Pillar. 4-1. Still plenty of money. He definitely could go for it. He should go for it to try to limit the economy of PRX.
แบ่งมันก็จ้องจะคัด
Drifting in.
เชี่ยไอ้คนก็จ้องจะเอ
Where he is now, closing the door straight on him.
And Jing is gonna hunt.
Running him down. Patman to receive.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย what
We'll call it intentional. He's just trying to give him the kill.
ตลกอะ
But I don't think Jing's got the timing.
Yeah, the time's ticking.
Banks, I think, gonna live this one. Ridiculous. He's somehow managed to escape Jing. Jing's going for it.
He's trying to get it, man.
He's not got the time. I mean, he ruined the clip anyway, didn't he?
Yeah, that's not getting into 60 seconds.
He's a coward, Bang, a coward. An incredible entry. What a rocket. Perfect, precise, catches Zelsis around the corner. Immediately on top of Zekken, who was also running away in case the showstopper was going towards Market. That's the kind of entry.
What a rocket.
What a rocket.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, credit given.
What a rocket.
But they are not going to have that same tool again.
So a bit of a reset here for round 6 second.
เดี๋ยวหมุนทีกูก็ต้องมารี
He
เซ็ต
knows
ที
he's getting some sort and form of response. Holding close now.
At this point, I think Sentinels have the read that this is real B main again.
Surely.
Yeah.
The Hunter's Fury is going to be in that back pocket still. Dark going into the back.
ยิงไม่หยุด
It's amazing on the entries.
He's straight in
จริง
there.
คนทุ่มเท
Beautiful movement. TP though, reinforcements arriving. Bang is just trying to get into the action and the fray from behind. Just cut Celsius to pieces still. Needs to play his life a little bit better.
เล่นแวนดอลเหรอเอ้าพี่จอนเขาเดินชิวจัด
To reclaim some kills. And he's severed to
ล้วนนะ
control
เออ
of
มัน
the
เดิน
round,
ตรง
but
เหมื
he's
อนกัน
given
เลย
up entirely at this point.
มันเนี่ยเฟกโครนพี่
เฟกโค
So PRX spent those first 4 rounds with a little bit of pressure towards B main and then instantly regrouping A.
เหมือนเจอบอล
In
หรือ
this
เปล่า
round,
เป็นเล็ก
Sentinels knew that they were about to pop towards B. They'd thrown a haunt, they'd got Bang on the deep A line. Bang was controlling all of this space right at the start. And Sentinels started moving the defensive rotations over, but they still weren't ready for it. Second's job was to try to control that push, the entry from Jing, and he just couldn't deny it.
It's a critical 1v1.
And again, it's Jing coming out on top. He's been immaculate. I hear this might be a gun going down.
Oh, okay.
เอ้า
ใครตายวะน่ะ
Ended up getting
แล้วไม่ให้ดู
เจสัน
holds on to the rifle. That's going to be fairly critical, actually, for the Sentinels' economy.
Yeah.
We're
ว่า
still
ใครตาย
getting
วะ
the rifle round.
Exactly.
But this,
ปริศนายังคงไม่
Second
เป็น
starts
ที่
shooting while Jing
ยัง
is
ไม่กระ
still
จ่างว่าใครตาย
จังหวะกระ
And
โดดมา
because
อย่าง
the
นี้แฟน
first
ทอมมัน
bullet doesn't
ขาด
land, no bullet tag doesn't slow him down. He's in the kind of random spray component by the time he's taking a fair fight. If you miss your first shots, Jing's all over you. Give him an inch, he takes a mile. He's 7-4. And his team's only got 2 rounds.
Different look for PRX.
What is this trip
That's interesting.
over towards upper mid?
แทบอะไรวะนะ
Spam to
พอ
try
พี่
to
เฮยบอก
break the normal trip.
ยาก
ไม่ให้
This
เลิกด้าน
one's
ขวา
wonky.
Leaves a
แต่
gap.
เลิกไป B ได้
Safe from the
ไม่ให้
random
เลิก A
spam. Both the trips are in fact intact, but it does leave a window of opportunity for Patman. If he's slow,
Yeah, but it
crawling up
doesn't.
here,
He can only lurk on the left side. He
they're ready
can't
to
lurk on
pounce
the
him.
right.
I think as soon as he breaks this, he's still from their side. It's bang! Can't get out in time. He overstayed as well.
ไม่ได้ลอยนวลเป็นเล็กเทรดไป
And there's a gap. Hold on, creeping straight past all that noise pressure.
จะไปอ่ะทำไมอ่ะ
แล้วดูดิเป็นเรื่องนะ
Daging straight up and down once more. The
พี่ดูแถบแล้วยังเป็นเรื่อง
อย่างนี้ตายใจวะ
Paranoia.
Here comes Patman.
Holds into the back. Patman's right there with him. It's an ult that's
ก็ผมเจอเลิก
being
เอครับ
cancelled, just faking them out. Trying to make Sentinels think that they're in the walls themselves. Still it's a 2v4. Kills need to be earned at this point. Speed needs to be built up, but it's just not happening. PRX have them surrounded.
What a tap.
Not even down.
เป็นเดินมายิง3 ตัว
Everybody decided to follow Patman into spawn there. A really bizarre round set up by that trip. And you can see why Celsius is going for the trip. It avoids the spam that you would do usually to break.
ใครบอกว่าแถบเป็นศูนย์เลยดูแพนเดินไม่เดินไปยิง3 ตัว
If something threw one in. But actually it opened an avenue that Sentinels weren't looking at properly. They need to be monitoring that timing. And Patman found the avenue to be able to get behind and win the round. And these slower paced rounds where they're not just sending it A have been working for PRX. So hey, why not change it up?
Fast take now. Fight to be taken. Jing. Anybody want to offer themselves up to challenge him?
ไปแล้วเดือด
Still
จัด
there. Just a bit of spam actually. Meant for that actually. Deep push in through mid and a big blind.
Yeah, that's a crazy push. Just off rip, Bang walks down tiles. Catches Patman very early. And that's the main guy that's been doing the lurking for PRX. So now I think SEN are going to be feeling pretty fine about this. They've got Cam watching over towards B main, Trip towards
ต้อง
top
ไป
mid.
ขุกอยู่ CT กัน3
Small
คน
gap in market, but Celsius is going to be happy to cover that. And a high, low, and lower setup. But again, the discipline that I was talking about, there's a fine line between being
สังเกตมาแล้วเต็มชอบแบบ
But Sentinels
ชอ
are
บเล่น
giving
แบบรับลึก
so
แบบ
much
หลัง
space
ที่
to
กำแพงสุด
A
เลย
lot of respect and a lot of trust, I think, in their retakes.
Very heavy trust in the retakes.
ทำให้
Now,
มัน
that did not work
เป็น
on
ยาก
Split.
มันมั่นใจ
They won
รีเทคกันไป
9 out of 10 post plants, PRX.
Gave Jing the plan, he would have a showstopper, but he wants to keep the gun out for now. And taking a fight towards the back net. Does connect, and even at the follow-up, rolling thunder through and out. Hunter's Fury, causing juking, skipping and hopping. Second has access now. Flagpole going to be planted into the site. This defuse is stuck to the half.
โดนดับเบิลอันติ
Something is just looking to save his gun at this point. He's not even trying to win the round. He knows it is unwinnable. That's another
ไอ้ไป
perfect
3 อันติ
take
อันนี้มันก็รีเทคได้ไงแต่มัน
The
แต่
game
ภาพที่มัน
plan
แบบ
is
ทำอย่าง
crystal
เงี้ยแล้วมันไม่
clear.
ได้ก็มีเยอะ
PRX know exactly what SEN are looking for.
เมื่อกี้
They can't
ถ้ามีวอล
do
ปิดไว้
anything
อัน
about
หนึง
it.
นะ
If you try to push into spawn there and catch them as they're trying to retake,
Pero
you're
pick
going into a
thằng
triple stack facing you. And then if you try to play disciplined post plans,
โอ้ขนาดนั้นเลย
they're
พี่
just
เล็ก
running at you with
เขา
every
อัน
piece
ติ
of
มาครับ
utility.
พี่
PRX at this
ติ
point
มา
needs
ส
to
อง
be
เลย
saving big
พี่
pieces
ก็
of
สาม
utility.
อันตี
You
อ่ะ
need to
พี่
be saving if you can. Showstopper, paranoia, you know, these things that are going to be able to counteract.
Big tools, you say that and they've just sent it. Letting it rip. Fault line's going to be slowing down Jing to deal with that trip. Broken for now. Into the corner. Close as anything. Second has not been accounted for. But he's still overstaying, still tucked to the side. Shorty in hand. Right down the top in. How the hell did he get out of this one? Going for the kills and a wall in his face to evacuate. Even the watch for life through mid. He knows that's a possibility. Gaps in the defensive player, Sentinels. Pacman could be anywhere, and he's been good at slinking into them. Bang. It's all slow. It's all steady. And PRX, they jump on the chance.
What a contact play through
โดน
the
หลอกเลย
smoke.
โดนดึงจังหวะไปแป๊บเดียวนึกว่าโยก
Play for PRX to get set up into this one. Pacman and the off angle.
โมเมน
Lot
ตัม
of
ตีเมื่อ
damage
กี้
done. Drops Narrate down to 52 health.
ทะลุมา
All missing.
อ้าวเฮ้ย
มือไม้ไม่นอนเลยแล้ว
Collapse into the moment. PRX not leaving any
Hell,
chance.
เลย
They're doubled up here. Backside control. Someone with a dart to get their acknowledgement. That's what they were looking for. And Narrate is just left wondering, stewing, wondering how to win this possible chance. But he spotted the barrel, but time is running short. Time is running dry. It's ticking now. Narrate has got to get a move on. But if he makes noise, it won't play into his hands. It won't play into his odds.
ว่ายังได้อยู่ครับ
What a recovery of that.
เกือบเป็นเรื่อง
PRX in the 3v3 make the play that they need to. Wandering out through that smoke. Because what was going on here? Not
มัน
anticipating
ว้า
how
แบบไม่รอ
close
อินโฟ
the second
โด
was
นเลยด้วย
holding. Forsaken anticipating that
ที่มันรีบ
everybody
เกิ
was
น
going to be playing backside. A cute little wall as well to be able to
วอล
take down John. But it's this walkout here that you're watching. Something and divide together.
ซัมติง
Through
ก็
the smoke.
นารูโซโวออกมาซะ
Divide wins a 1v1.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหไม่พอใจอยู่ดีครับ
PRX are getting themselves back into this game. It's a 1-point lead right now.
ไอ้ที่กุมหน้านี่คือลุ้นเนี่ย
Wrangling control back.
ลุ้น
Trying to make it even.
เลิกแท็บ
It's
แบ
a
บเดิม
trip
เนาะ
and a cam watching for the mid load.
ไม่เอาแล้วแท็บแล้ว
So
ไม่เอาแล้ว
Zenith
ไม่เอาแล้ว
is trying to
ไม่เอาแล้ว
ensure
แท็บแล้วนะ
that there is
โด
no
นไป3
opportunity
คิวไป
for
แบบ
Pacman
เข็ด
to
เลย
go on a wild
เลิกแท็บ
load.
ตลอดชีวิต
นักแท็บมา
But to some degree, why would he want to do that? He's got the Viper ultimate to work with
เฮ้ย
here.
ก็มุมแบงยิงแท็บพัง
Still
เลย
going to go towards mid though, with the rest of PRX grouping up in B.
Late backstab by Pacman perhaps, but PRX are going to be hitting the go button here. Util's going to be used though. As soon as that nade flies forwards, up and over.
โดนฟอลไล
Orchestrates
น์
pretty well that
Game
PRX
third,
are going for this.
They're a big fan of using high
Beat.
ground angles like
นี้
this.
ได้มาอยู่บอมนี้แล้วไง
You haven't heard the wall, so you might not be thinking about it, because it's normally Divine that's going to be looking for these kind of
โอ้
angles.
ยแต่มันดันไปเลย
Bang's holding
นา
the
เล่มัน
paranoia.
ได้
That's
แมป
going
แล้ว
to be
อะ
off the contact of Zelsis. He's tucked himself into a forward
เป็น
position.
ตับบอก
If
เล
you
ยตอน
wait
เนี้ย
too long, John will have the fault line back up.
Look at the rates position as well.
เซนไม่โยก
They
ด้วย
all
ดิ
know this is going to be going towards B. There's a smoke. Paranoia does connect. It's going to go pound for pound, but Jing is straight past it and out. Kill's going to be claimed and collected here for SEN. And the res, yeah, there's no collecting those bodies either. There's the rate. Fast up, we were talking about, there was no clearance in sight, and now he's just keeping them collected, corralled into a corner. He's not going to be connecting, but he's got the spike down with 15 seconds left. There's nowhere to go at this point.
ปิดจบ
Very
เลย
nice
ทีนี้
defensive utility from Sentinels. They've got the right read now. I think they're really in control of the information game. You know, there was one round where they let Pacman completely slip through top mid, but most of the rest of the time they know where PRX is going. It's just a matter of actually stopping them. And this time, Fault Line denies the first phase of the exec, then Paranoia is great at denying phase 2. And here, Jing just tries to get through anyway, hoping that everyone would be blind. He's just gambling on the fact that everyone is going to be hit by the Paranoia on both sides. This does seem like a good round, though, to go for a bit of fake B and try to catch somebody alone on the A side of the map. You know that Sentinels have been kind of cheating the rotations over to B and leaving kind of one person pushing out. So, a bit of pressure towards mid.
I'm going for it, though. Hot shots taken. Zekin is quick to get the hell out of there and evacuate. But Narrate's just holding it down. That A-lurk shut down. No more threat of the wall going up. Res in sight though. Divine might be looking for a play towards this. In
ต้อง
fact,
มัน
the
ต้อง
whole
ต้องเอา
team
เออะ
grouping up
เป๊ป
to
ต้อง
take
เอา
this
เออะ
space.
เอถือแล้วเอ
Very important that gets broken, but okay, Satchel forward. Jing doesn't hard commit.
ไอ้นั่นนี่แต่ละใกล้
มันจะรู้ปะ
ต้องชุบ
มัน
นะ
จะรู้ปะ
Deal with his body, and Sentinel is not willing to concede the space. They're still trying to make a go for this one. A bit of raw spamming through the box. Trying to bend it up through mid.
หายเจสันแตก
Forsaken is the one who's going to be
เจ
going
สันไป
down.
โดนตร
And
งกลา
Device
ง
Ultimate make sure that this is only a 4v5.
I don't know if they know about this. Must have heard the Satchel, but today
เฮ้ย
expect
พาว
Jing
เลอ
to
ร์ไม่
be
เจ
up
อ
on
เนี่
top
ย
of the box.
อ่า
ไม่เจอ
โอ้
ไม่เจอไม่เจอ
Timing and take
เป็นเรื่องครับ
Oh,
อู้น้องจริง
he's cracked it open. The A side should be there, but there's still two players left unaccounted. Out
อาจ
towards
จะ
the
ได้ยิน
back
แต่
of
ไม่
the
ได้
side
คิด
of
ว่ากระโดด
PRX.
ขึ้นมาไง
Getting cold feet on that
นึกว่า
idea.
แบบอาจจะมาแท็กกลับอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
This is where PRX need to be regrouping, I think.
แล้วดู
You can't
ได้แมป
afford to have Patman and Jing be playing off on their own like this. Just group together, use the Viper ultimate, try to close out the round.
30 seconds left.
Patman should have a safe
fight.
avenue to the rest of the team.
Very important fight.
โอ้โห
And
ปั่น
Jing,
เทียบ
he survives.
เขาบอกว่า
So
เจ้า
danger
จริงเลยว่ะ
probably
วินเนี้ย
averted at this point.
เฮ้ยจะ
Missed the reload though, plenty more to work with now, but he has to jump into the corner.
What
Oh, what is that? Get the hell out of here!
Oh, that is absurd.
โคตรเหมือนอะ
That is truly ridiculous. And it's left
จอห์นบอกเซ็งสัตว์กูโดนอะไรวะเนี่ย
Almighty.
which he's not even going to go for.
Jing.
13 and 5, having a great game, but it's all Jing all day. 2 rounds out of the 5 that PRX have won
จอห์น
coming straight from Jing.
ตอนมาไทยเลยไม่ได้
And
แวะ
one
ทำ
of
บุญ
them set up really heavily by the rest of his team too. Flies in with a showstopper, beautiful snipe onto Zelsis, takes down second as well in market. This one was much more about his intelligence rather than his mechanics. Up inside the one way and then utilizing the fact that he knew Narrate had missed him with the Prowler.
เกิดอะไรขึ้น
And
พี่
then he just
งง
tucks
วะ
himself into a wonky spot. And listen,
I need to see that.
ผลจริงจัดให้เลยเราเนี่ย
you're only going to hit him if you go for them.
Yeah.
I respect it.
Gotta respect it.
ดูขอดูภาพตรงนี้หน่อย
Nowhere to run.
Last player standing.
เฮ้ยแต่ขาถึงพื้นแล้วตอน
Any
ยิงอะ
developers in the
แต่
building.
แต่
เป้าตรง
เป้ามันตรงแบบ
Oh,
ตรงๆ
that
แล้วก็
is
ดีเลยนะ
crazy, isn't
เรีย
it?
กว่างงเลย
Fucking all.
อะไรจะเกาหัว
อะไรวะ
Astounding stuff, man. It's 6 to 5. We've got one more.
จากตอนแรกจะ
round to go
2-3
this
ยังได้
round.
ลุ้นไง
Sunset.
เหลือคนเดียวนี่ไม่เล่นเลย
Double swing. Bottom section of mid. This is PRX trying to take control of it. A bit of util sent flying forwards to A.
จอห์นซวยสัตว์
Keeping Sentinel's players anchored for now.
They've just got such a nice ult combo to win this round. You know, Showstop has been amazing at opening these places up. And Jing's got that over towards B main.
This is Bang going to be tested, assuming they just pull the trigger on it.
But I think it's also Bang to try to
เป็น
get
ต้อง
out
5
and
เลย
live.
เป็นไปเร็ว
Close it now. As soon as you hear that one
Bang
voice
by
line,
Holland,
everybody's going to be
clearly.
scurrying away, evacuating. It does give that access now towards the site. You're trapped up. Oh my goodness.
Chip damage,
Yeah.
but no more. And here's that
To the back of
Viper
the
ult.
wall. And here it is. Yeah, this is going to be a blight on the map now for Sentinels to try and deal with. Nightfall should be clearing this one up ever so slightly. Doesn't get
Viper
the
pick
site
up.
though.
ไม่โดน
And it doesn't
ไม่
hit
เจอไม่
Patman,
เจอ
which
แค่คน
is
เดียว
huge.
Hold up to a degree, random spam praying for a connection. Wall needs to be dealt with, finally broken, at least in one partition.
Good.
Forsaken
Yeah,
is going to be tucked
yeah,
into the corner
just-
still, caught by that stun to the side. Seconds all the way in and through, but unaccounted for.
Yeah.
Forsaken, how long do you bide your time? Chooses to just take him out now.
Yeah,
To
well.
deal with the rest of the team, no
Oi.
one flooding in.
Yeah,
Fast
well.
out, Sentinels trying to get a handle on it.
โอ้
And access to
ยาก
control is
ๆ
theirs
โดนส
now
แปมจ
for
น
the
ตาย
side. That final round
เป็นไป
earns
ได้ครับ
And every round that Sentinels got, this final one, a theme that
Well,
lasted
it's in
right from the beginning.
มันคือมันมีตัวเคลียร์ตรงนี้โซนนี้แต่มีตัวที่เหลือก็สแปมเนี่ยสแปมไปโดน
แต่มุฟไอ้
ใช่
โอ้อารักกี้ว่ะ
มันสแปม
กำลัง
ไป
ง
โด
งอน ยู่ว่า
เนี่ย
ไอ้ผัดเม่นโดนได้ไง
อ๋อสแปม
สวยแต่มูเมนต์เซคันออกมาโคตรผิวอะสไลด์ออกมาสวยอยู่
เล่นกับอันติโอเมนไงอันติโอเมนมันเช็คตรงเมื่อกี้แล้ว
มูเมนต์บ้าจัด ใครจะไปคิดว่าสไลด์ไอวอลมาลงตรงนั้นอะเป๋อดิ
ไลท์ไอวอล ของแท้อะพี่เอ๋ยไอ้ถ้าเซ็นลงสายล่างนี่โดน G2 ล้อเนี่ยล้อเขาไว้
เซนก็จะสวนบอกว่าเอ้าลงมาหาเพื่อนไง
มาแล้ว
I think he's going to be
It reflected. I mean, he's 15 and 6 so far.
and going for the light armor buy here.
It's going to be a
With the
big
stun.
face in the bottom of mid. This is going to be a brawl
แต่
and
ตั้
a
งแต่ดู
clash
มา
of potential
มา
bloodbath.
เตอร์นี้โอ้โห
The
เดายาก
pistols
จั
are
ง
a lot better for long range fights on Paper X.
Yeah, it's Jing. Just waiting it out.
เกิ
He
ด
sees
มา
that
มืดขึ้นมาก
cage.
มาย
Sailing sky high, and it is walking contact plays, but a jump spot might have just ruined it all. Spoiled the surprise that Sen were going for. Maybe not. Gonna see it now. 3, 2, 1, and a swing!
นั่นไง
For Paranoid, a support from the side. This is Paper X are the ones ready to collapse. Still jumping around, just making sure that they can bait and play their teammates in. Paper X.
เรียบร้อยครับเหลือ
Blinder
ตัว
of
นี้
a
คนสุดท้าย
pistol.
An ambush that completely caught the rest of Sen. And Celsius is getting bullied out of his position towards mid, pushed further and further away from the spike. And with only 45 health left, even a single body shot from Jing would take him down. Everybody on Paper X grouped up as well. Forsaken going for a little bit of information.
Sniffing them out.
But then goes for the wide swing of Jing.
อืม
It is that body shot that delivers. A nice
ปาด
missile
กว้าง
round
มาเลยครับ
idea. And good weaponry to be buying for it as well. Mainly opting into the Sheriffs and Ghosts that are super effective at this kind of range.
Just dissect it, don't they?
Now that's
Cage going overhead.
that's a gross beginning kill from Patman. Didn't quite realize that he got that kill through the cage. But yeah, they couldn't have landed any better. Both teams going for mid and a massive trap from Paper X. The spider waiting in the web.
Pistol round win should mean that Paper X brought up to even.
And I think it bears talking about that we saw Sentinels looking really dominant at the beginning of this map.
โห
And that's
วีโถ
dissipated quite a lot. It's now looking like absolutely anybody's game.
Dare step into the cage. Bots trying to face up. Potentially set Forsaken up there with the judge. You're right, it is still anyone's game.
This round, though, I mean, massively favoured towards Paper X. An opportunity to build up towards some of these big
เบรก
ults.
ไว้ก่อนเบรกไว้ก่อน
Sentinels.
ยิงเป็นแฟนทอมเลย
Bodies on the line here. There's no trade, obviously, with the slow place down. You can hear it. And a good reposition by Patman.
โอ้ยตัวหลังตายไอ้ทาเลน
Ready to
โคตร
help
สวย
him by his side. Spikes in the middle of nowhere. Not retrievable here. So Celsius, we're doing
Again.
this the easy way or the hard way?
Well, who on Paper X wants to try to build up their ult? I think that's one of the key things that
โค
they
ตร
should
คุม
be
อ่ะ
thinking
แบทแมน
about.
เมื่อกี้
Looking towards giving it to Patman, I would imagine. I mean, that
เฮ้ย
defensive
ขายของ
30 seconds left.
Viper ult can
แพ้
change
ขายของ
the
ทำไม
course
คน
of the rounds,
คนนี้ขาย
allow
ต
you
ลอดจริ
access
ง
to defensive setups that you wouldn't normally be able to run. I think it's worth paying attention as well to Patman as to where he puts his Viper wall. We see this one at the moment, but there's also a pretty
Ni
common
kung
one
yung
that we're seeing
platform,
as
pwede
well
after.
that goes through mid.
ได้ลองไม่มีใครฆ่ามันจะ
He
เป็นไง
survives for a moment. Oh, and they're looking at
มันเก็บ
trying to keep him
มัน
alive.
เก็บสไปไปวางได้สไปไปวางแล้วมันก็วาง
And you can still plant even if it's in the post round as well in order to get your money. So they did definitely have to deal with him there. In the end, they don't actually maximize the ults, I don't think, but it's not too shabby.
Poison's off. One enemy remaining.
นั่นเลย
Last
อ๋อ
player.
ยืนโลอยู่
Clearly, PRX
Player standing.
have got a pretty good idea of what they want to be doing on the defense side of this map. A lot of it as well can come down to the retakes. This Sage Wall really useful for that if you play offsite post plants.
ผมว่าเซลซิฟนี่มี
Sentinels
แวว
got
โด
to
น
think
เปลี่ยน
about how
แล้
they
ว
want to
ถ้า
set up the
มัน
rounds
เซ็
in
น
the first place, and then also how they want to play the
น่าจะรอ
post.
รีดักอยู่กำลังปั้นอายุ
holding this stun, ready for some kind of mid fight.
ใกล้ยังดี
You're expecting PRX to be doing
กรก
something
ฎา
aggressive on
ใกล้
the
ละเดือน
bonus
เดียว
round, or a
ก็เนี่ย
trap play,
สเตจ
some
2เดี๋ยวได้
aggression.
เล่นละ
Fault line held just in case. Slow orbs already going to be used. Why? Just making sure that they can slow down the inevitable approach, really. Sentinels are going at a bit of a glacial place, but might be turning their sights up towards the top section of the mid. Fault line, no connection. Pacman not slowed down,
จ
not
ริง
stunned
ๆให้
up.
เดือดๆให้ดีดักมาอยู่แกงตีดีก
อุ้
ว่าย
ไปมูเมนต์ใส่จริง
Then the wedging was
สอง
That's rough.
Sleep.
Narrate though has found a bit of an opportunity and more. It's grasped it with both hands now. Full control of market and the front of the site now. Access for Sentinels.
Incredible play from Narrate to get them back in. Might have another.
Yeah, could be beautiful with the positioning and even better with the crosshair placement, even spotting out something.
เฮ้ยเอ็ดไปเนี่ย
Deep Seas flash in your face, going to be blinded up, but he has complete control and it just makes this hold that much easier here for Sentinels. Out wide, facing into many of them. Last one spotted something. There's not much you can do from this spot. Got to scurry and
จริง
save.
ทำมาอย่างดีแต่เพื่
Yeah,
อน
the one that he saves here is Divine actually forced
เอา
into
ให้
the
สอง
round. Only 700 credits on
เพื่อน
Divine.
ที่ทุ่มทิ้งหมด
So
เลย
keeping
สาย
this
เมื่อกี้
rifle
นั่นเลย
really
ทั้ง
helps
เวอร์
the
ด้วย
economy.
แต่นั่นเลยเป็นเวอร์จริงใช่
A massive round from Narrate there. Looked like Sentinels had squandered this one.
แต่นั่นเลยมัน
Slightly
ก็
better
เอาจริง
eco.
ยังไม่ใช่ฟอร์ม
Came
ที่มัน
in.
เคยแบ
They
บ
ran a slow
Được.
mid take, trying to feel out, I think, what the defensive setup actually looked like. And as they committed through, they went for like a market pinch, where you tried to pull the mid player towards market, and then you pop through top mid. And it looked messy. Very messy from second and back.
He's not ready for Jing at all.
I mean, Bang is walking into that angle backwards because he's worried about the other side of mid.
Yo,
He's worried about
man.
somebody pushing his own smoke. And it's Narrate, the hero, especially that second kill on Patman.
Yeah.
One enemy
Turns the round
remaining.
in Sen's favor.
If he doesn't do all that,
back to my
wind is out of the sails for Sentinels. It's a bonus
Water.
conversion for PRX.
And he keeps his team in it.
Again, all eyes on either side here, down towards mid. Smoked off for now, but calling for the 3-2-1 and a
ดู
screen.
มันเก่าจัดเลย
Stays
นี่
alive
ไง
for one kill, but PRX had more than just a singular body.
ปืน
Trying to
พ
take
ก
down
บีให้เห็น
five.
บินพิ
Do it
ตอล
together.
ไม่เข็ด
They end up on the better side of it.
Divine winning that with a bulldog. Second swinging, nobody else to try to support Narrate.
บูทเปล่าบูทตรงกลาง
So a little bit out of sync there, Sentinels. Oh, we've seen that across 2 rounds now, despite the fact that Narrate was able to save the previous one. Now he's gone, he's dead. 3v4, somebody else needs to step up now for Sen. Good stun.
Line, yeah, it's good to push. Taking off that line, but immediately the paranoia is going to be used to try and get him straight back in. Smoke fades though. It's still opportunities for granted for these kills, and
เดี๋ยวสั่นเดินโคตร
decent
เก่า
movement enough. Zeltas actually does manage to take out something, so putting a bit of a wraparound here. Forsaken is the one that's been put in a pinch.
Hasn't been able to find too many kills so far this map, Forsaken.
Just
Oi.
not wide enough for Zeltas to capitalize. This is now
เซล
a
ซิตมันเดินได้
2v2,
ชิว
very
อย่างนี้เลย
winnable
เกม
Sentinels.
เซลซิตเห็น
30
ก่อน
seconds left.
PRX not quite aware of the gaps in defensive play that they're putting up.
But they do know where both players are roughly. They know that John's on the plant, Zeltas is defending somewhere.
Walking up now, steps up. That's a jump spot now. Spotting these players out. Slow walk. Way ahead of it.
เฮีย
Takes matters into his own hands.
Beautiful round there from the emotional leader on Sentinels. Gets himself into a lurk through top mid, and they needed a hero after this first
คน
play.
เยอะกว่าแพ้ละสองละ
The 2 young guns from Sen got chopped down early.
Last player
And
standing.
Zelsis decided to
Enemy
get his way
remaining.
in, play off John,
กี้บอกอะไรนะ
And shut the round down.
Perfectly.
This is now 2 rounds in a row though. They're sent about a sloppy beginning.
ทุกทีเลย
Energy is back up.
Yeah, 2 rounds where
ในเลดมันยืนเร็ววะ
And I think that's going to be especially tilting
สมัยล่างมันท็อปฟอร์มนี่มันนิ่งๆนะ
right at the start.
ยิงโอ้ยิงอย่างเดียวเดือดเลย
นี่คือเอาลอนมาดูงานนะ
เอามานวดเปล่า
นวด
2-round lead though for Sentinels, and they've got that economy advantage. Usually going to be converting into a round win, so...
We actually saw Bang take a really fast timing when they were on defense. It's Forsaken doing something similar.
Doesn't have a long-range gun, it's just a Bucky. Looking to see if he can punish here. Plenty of players stepping up to that mark. Bang. Orb down. Jing's up onto the high ground angle.
Okay,
there's 2 players ready to receive him. Takes down the one. Zelsa's going to be out of action now.
No
Flank
smokes.
needs to be watched for. No smokes though.
Yeah, no smokes over towards spawn. And Forsaken's on the flank with a Bucky.
Even committed here. TP forwards. Uh-oh.
Ui.
That's how you get value out
What
of
the?
it. Beautiful play by Forsaken. And now that distraction being
เพื่อนไม่ออกมา
into a turn. Spins. 180 all around. Second. Looking to receive a couple of bodies. Other end of his outlaw. Sightline is open. Spots it with a jump peek. Sets up John for it to buy. Makes a good go of it.
Forsaken's there to close the door in his face and ensure that the better economy wins the day for Sentinels. But that one got a bit scrappy, a little bit tough. I can't believe Forsaken got value on the flank. I can't believe this TP ends up getting the job done, and then he goes for a second teleport on top of the other box. I mean, mad play.
Enemy remaining.
But good finisher from Second there. He's having a blinder of a map. He's got 18 kills already in 17 rounds.
ไปช็อตเมื่อกี้นะเล่นรอดได้ไงก่อนจังหวะแรก
มันไม่ออกมันออกมาเพจไม่ทันโอ้โห
This round though,
what the fuck เลยครับ
almost everybody on PRX
ขึ้นสาย
has
ไป
their ultimate to be able to work with.
It's instinctual from him.
อ่านขาดว่ะ
เสือชิโร่โอ้ my
Bullets
god
go into it.
กูเจ๊ง
Clear game plan.
And this now puts a bit more pressure over towards Bang because with the trip disappearing on A, you're worried. Oh my god, and another sick shot.
This is PRX on top form.
Well, you haven't even forced out any ultimates here from PRX either. So this one's just a bit of a GG go next.
Yeah, scattered into the spawn just in case there are players creeping up onto the gaps we can see. Bang's there, Forsaken taking a bit of a jiggle.
It feels like PRX are trying to go for the same level of discipline that we saw from SEN, but they're all playing it alone.
God almighty, it's a bullet to the brains. Luckily saved by the wall.
เล่นเป็นตะเดินเลยรอเล่นก็ได้5-2 ใช่
PRX just need to make sure to not leave any gaps, mistakes to be played into.
It is quite a committed position from something, and like I said, they're all playing alone.
I don't want to get too worried here. They still have the player advantage. It should be massive for them as long as they play with that discipline here. Plan stuck, but John has an ult. Good look to expend it. Still has a slow and an aid in through the back and easily dealt with indeed. Dubai. Safe pair of hands of him usually is the case.
And still no ultimate forced out from PRX. That slow nade combo was brilliant there. And PRX have cut this one down to an only 2-round lead. This next one, you've got to imagine, is going to be explosive, with so many ultimates all around the map.
One enemy remaining.
Very clean shots though.
Hitman แบบ
Now, having said that, I just set up a really explosive round. Didn't realize that Sentinel's economy, despite winning 3 in a row, is not in a spot where they can buy again.
I mean, that's bizarre.
Yeah, they
โอ้แล้ว
just
เซนจนพอดี
the
เลย
economy was kept honest the
ต้อง
entire
ไม่พลาด
time.
นะ
โอ้โหตีแบบแน่นๆอะเซนอะ
So 4 stingers.
I'm out of here.
And honestly, a win here would be to force out some of those defensive ultimates.
They group up. TP4s. This is aggressive Forsaken. Forsaken! Doesn't know about a second player though. Just the one for his trouble, but it was a big one to find. Zekken is gone. Celsius
ทำอะไรไม่ได้ด้วย
soon. Denise just missed the timing. Stinger in hand, not exactly the weapon for the job. Crazy play to make against a half by.
เดี๋ยวคันเดี๋ยวนี้คันตี้โคกันอย่างเงี้ยดันมาเอา
I think what's now going through Sentinel's head is who's defending A? Because usually it is Forsaken with a one-way on A, and that's allowed John
ลอง
and
ดูว่า
Celsius to just
ไอ้เจสัน
walk
ตาย
back.
แล้วปืนตก
A is
เป็น
being
เรื่อง
played pretty heavy for retake right now, and the fake is beautiful. They're so worried about A. The bang and narrate, the other part of the duo,
the push and the pull
can just
อั
wander
นนี้
in.
ดีนะที่ตัดเซนเคนมาก่อน
Got it now. The B side is theirs.
ที่ถ้าเซนเคนได้มารวมตอนมาวอร์มนี่เป็นเรื่อง
They really want to pick. They really want to equalize numbers because their guns are just so much worse.
They need something, but it's been spotted out here. Stinger in your hand, bang, just about gets around the corner.
Now Zelsis becomes the lurker.
Snake bite though.
อะไร
That's an unlucky one.
Bit of a spam on top of it.
ไฮไลท์กำลังมั้งหลัง มันจะเลท
ไฟไลท์
หรือเปล่า
ไฟไลท์ปืนนี่
ไม่แต่ไพไลท์แต่เป็นเลยเข้าเร็วนะปกติแล้วแต่ไพไลท์จะทันหรือเปล่าไม่วิ่ง
The ideal task for them is
Main
one way up
อันนี้
now.
รู้
That backstab, as you mentioned, has to be coming to fruition. Forsaken, a counter force still is playable for the spike now, tapping away, but there's that ult. Here it is, Roll of Thunder, push them back and away. PRX tapped for that one. They were hoping that it wouldn't walk out. Bit of the big tools, and now running forward to try and take the play, and the Stinger cannot get it done. A lot pulled out of the war chest for Sentinels, but it's PRX who win the day.
อาจจะมี2อ่ะเมื่อกี้ถ้าเป็นปืน
So I was talking about a silver
ถ้าปืน
lining.
ดีนี่ภาพ
A
เปลี่
win
ยน
in
เลย
this
เมื่อกี้
round might be to expend some of the defensive ultimates from PRX.
พี่แชท
And yet
แม่ง
PRX
ค้าง
come
อยู่
away
แล้ว
without having to use a single one of them. Still 5 ults in the back for the defenders, and they creep ever closer to an even game.
Spike planted.
You can see what SEN were cooking. They thought if they expected the breach ult, after having killed Forsaken on the flank, maybe Zelsis would be able to clutch. But it
ยืน
wasn't
อันนี้
quite
ยืนแบบ
good enough.
1.5
And now Kaplan,
เฮ้ย
he's gonna
เจสันมันสั่งแล้วมันทำมือด้วยมันล้อเลียนแนทไปเนี่ย
ไม่น่าใช่
เจสันบอกเป็นวิชาของแนทครับเวลาพูดแล้วแบบยกมือด้วยมันดูตั้งใจดิเซนกำลังโดนโมเมนตัมแล้วเนี่ย
But it will
จริงๆถ้าเซนได้เซนติเนลที่ไฟมาเวอร์เดือดๆโคตรน่ากลัวนะทีมมันอะ
the 9, but the ults are flowing right now for PRX, and they
แบ
have
บว่า
been
ตัว
controlled largely.
กันไซส์เหนียวๆคมๆอะ
and the 2 ultimates the Sentinels have.
โอ้โหดวนตีดิ
ก็ตอนแรกพี่
And
จอน
second, most of the time he's going to be getting more
Ten
value
point
rifle than the Neon ult either.
And Jinx goes straight down at mid, rocket in your hands.
Got him.
You're no more. Celsius obliterated. Turned into pink mist. And he wants seconds, bang. Trying to step up the challenge. Can anyone get this guy out
ไอ้
of
ชิ
here?
บ
And
หาย
away to
back to the
John.
game
Seem to find themselves the
เราดาไวเดิน
be
มา
able to do
ดาไว
so.
มีชุบดาไวมีชุบ
วอลทุบแม่งเลยปะล่ะ
Just chilling at this point, I think, is advantageous for PRX.
ทุบก่อน
They
ไหม
can allow Narrate and John to leave because there's 2 free reses.
ทุบจริงเหรอ
Divide though is actually going for the info
ไปเคลียร์ก่อน
himself.
ครับใจ
If
เย็น
he
พี่
had died there, wouldn't have been able to res Jeng, but all good.
4-2
They
นะ
get
4-2
themselves
นะ
into a 2-player
ไม่น่าเชื่อว่า
advantage.
ทีมกันแม่งดันมาถึงขนาดนี้แล้วต้องเดินมาชุบตรงนี้ได้
Fast dive down mid. A little bit reminiscent of what Forsaken went for previously.
4-2 กับนาเรศซากชีวิต
They've
ด้วย
put themselves in a great spot.
ทำไมตอนเหลือ2มันเหลือไอ้2คนนี้ตลอดเลย
They did use almost every ultimate though to accomplish it.
ไอ้2อินนี่
But as long as they can clean up John and Narrate, they will have crushed the economy as well.
Narrate and John
นี่คือเป็นเล็ก 2.0
hoping that somebody will offer them a
ปกตินี่
lifeline.
ล่าแล้วนะ
Head on the chopping block, Patman. So likely. So I'm going to be caught by that seize as well. A bit of spam and straight bullets into the box, but no one watching for the back there. And now PRX look to swarm. 10-10 here for PRX. The guns out of the Sentinels players' hands. Back to the drawing board for them on top of it. This is a rough position to be in if you're Sentinels.
To be honest, it's a weird setup. They raise all down mid right at the beginning.
เปิดกล้องดูแล้วเห็นจริงลอยแล้วทำอะไรไม่ทันเลยดูดิดูคนเศร้าอ่ะจริงๆเก็บข้าวของไม่ทันเลย
And Sentinels, their economy's not great. 4 players with light armor, 1 player with a stinger, but it's Zekken who still has his ult as a backup. Sen are looking to go A again.
Yeah, this is 5 players grouped up.
อุ้ยแล้วเซนซิงเลย
Confiscating it. Jing is all the way down mid already.
Face your
Straight
fear.
behind them. Knife falls forward though. They want to take this one fast and loose. You can't afford to make mistakes at this point. If you are Sentinels, Trip's going to be triggering Zelsis. You don't know why, so you got to hear it now. The rumble of the footsteps in your face. He's primed and ready with a rifle in hand, trying to take that fight with the util. It's perfect. Timing could not be better. Zelsis wants a little bit more. Can he stun this push off from the flank? Defy! Be denied. This guy now taking control of the situation, but Sentinels still on the site. Bang! Remove something from the picture. In through the back shot.
Very decisive.
Taking care of Forsaken.
Making sure that they delete the players in front, so it's only Defy as a threat. And he's left in a 1v3. Walled himself off even from going towards elbow. So Sen,
เมื่อกี้คือเข้าไซด์
in
อ่ะ
what was a scrappy
พอไลน์ของจอนแม่งยังอยู่อีกอ่ะ
I think
พอไลน์ข้างห
Zelsis
ลัง
should be able to give them the information
เออ
about how
มันไม่
quick
ใช่ for line
PRX were down mid again. With 2 players,
เมื่อ
not
กี้มัน
just
เข้า
Jing
ไซด์แบบไม่มี
sending
ฟอ
it
ร์ไลน์
tiles.
มันน่าจะแบบว่า
Also
ถ้าไม่มี
following
โฟ
up,
ก็
but
ไม่ใช้
the
ฟรี
goal
อ่ะ
there was
มันเหมือนมันรู้อะว่าเปเล็กมัน
it
เล่นดี
feels
เฉย
like only
เล่น
one
แบบว่า
player
ปล่อย
on the
ปล่อย
flank
ไซ
and
ด์
then
อะ
Device able
มัน
to
เลย
come
ไม่
in unexpected. But because Zelsis instantly used Cypher ult, he just got perfect info as to where everyone was. Love this stun as well, by the way. Perfect from John. I mean, he has been great with these reactive fault lines. It's just that usually Jing's already got the kill.
Enemy remaining.
11-10. Tension in the air. You can cut it with a knife at this point. Operator in the hands of
ไป
Divine.
ไป
And he's looking at, is he going to try to wall up at the beginning?
Oh, this is going to be crazy, surely. What's he going for? Just a bit of a pre-fire onto the cam. Sentinels not slowing down at all. In through elbow. Stun connects. And a boom box. Collateral damage in through. No damage to be dealt. Something is taking this alone.
มีคนเมอครับจาน
Coordination. PRX getting antsy, getting frantic. It's up to Patman to see if it can contain and maintain the team's composure. Divide reinforces one of the gaps.
I mean, the pace of the whole game has increased.
คอมเปเล็กต้องเล่นอย่างนี้
Finding
นะ
Zelsis
ต้อ
in
ง
mid as
ต้อง
well.
หาท
And now finally,
มันต้องหา
a
ทำ
breather. But there are
Bring me
so
the
many
Ocean
gaps
anyway.
around the map that PRX need to fill. A Divide could get caught. The more aggressive he gets.
As wall fades too, he's going to have to commit. Yeah, playing a further back line and angle. Too many unknowns on the map right now for PRX, and it gives Sentinels free reign. Contacting, not necessarily something you want to do when you're going up against an operator, but...
There's also no smokes, so no matter what, they're going to be taking risks. It is going to be, there are always going to be openings for Divide to take this shot.
แบบโดนกดดันโดนนู่นแล้วต่างรับแล้วถอยไงในแรงมันไม่สนนะเขาเดินเลยแต่มันเสียไซฟรีอันนี้ดูดิถือเวลา
There's and there's a reflank occurring. PRX from behind. Narrate's going to try and slow this one down. He's going to be buying it. He's time with the seize, and the Narrate just peeks straight into it.
เจอเลยใช้2 ตัว
The pincer maneuver is almost complete. It's just second left alone to try and pull off a miracle with
โอ้
a
โห
snake
ยากไป
เดดแมนอย่างนี้
โดน
แฮนด์อัพไอ้อย่าง
โดนยิงสเน็กไบต์ไปนี่เดดแมน
ตีเหมอ
There's a great call in this round from PRX where they decide to double up and push mid really late in the round. They had no retake utility. And they had a snake bite and like a heal. That's it. And yet they still, by putting 2 people on the flank and Divide just locking down angles with his off, managed to crunch Sentinels on the site. And the economy's not looking good again here for the Americas team.
I need a drop.
มี3แล้วน้อง
Last minute decisions to be made here, but again, all in from Sentinels. 5 players grouped up, 11-11. With the upper bracket on the line.
Everything is going A.
Full committal. Forsaken going to be retreating, trying to play a bit of a further back position. No one's watching his back in through the elbow angle. He's got a lot to account for here. Just trying to break some of that util as well so it doesn't get cleared all the way out. And wow, really just overstays onto the line. Second.
โอ้ยแล้วไปสอง
John GT was next. Bang, it's up to him to
โอ้
deliver.
ย
ได้โอเคครับ GG ครับ
And PRX.
เริ่มที่สุดท้ายโมโห
นี่ตลกละ
เฮ้ยอเล็กไม่ปลื้มนะอย่างเงี้ยอเล็กไม่ปลื้มนะ
Sentinels are watching this map slip
เรา
away
สำคัญ
from
นะน้อง
They had such a great start. Looked like they'd rebounded after getting flattened on split.
อุ๊ยแล้วเราหน้าเซ็น
But
ไม่
they
ค่อยมีเงิน
can't
ด้วย
put it together here on the attack side. PRX were playing a retake. They cleared mid, looking for Zelsis in the mid round. They know
หน้าจน
exactly where he is
ส
now.
บายแล้ว
Doubled up. Not even enough of the chance.
พี่ไอเจอรัวๆเลยโว้ย
But yeah, discipline like that.
โอ้หวานเจี๊ยบเลย
12 to 11 now.
จบได้อันนี้
And
จ
it's
บ
match point
ทุกอย่างอยู่ใน
for
กำมือ
อัน
PRX.
นี้พี่ว่าจบยัง
คิดว่าจบ
This is a gorgeous angle. I mean, it's as far back as you could possibly get while still playing to defend that. And again, value out of the wall. Device always got these tricky little spots to work with. Sentinels have been forced by in quite a few of these attack rounds. People with stingers or
อุ้ยทำเอาอะ
ไม่ชอบจับหน้าสีแดงไม่หล่อนจัด
เราจะได้นอนตีสามครึ่งหรือว่าเราจะได้นอนตีสี่
เนี่ยตี 3:30
จริงครับ
ให้มันจบตรงนี้แหละ
ได้นอนแล้วจริงสบาย
and look at the buy. I was alluding to it earlier. Second with a stinger. Narrate. John, the best weapon. Bang with a bulldog. This one, it looks done. It looks chalked. How are SEN going to be able to get this into overtime?
รู้สึกมันจะ enjoy การตี
Heavy
เอ
group up once more. This is all in from Sentinels, and it could just crumble at a moment's notice. Flash avoided. Jing is there.
Ow,
But it's going to be taken
yeah.
out.
เฮ้ย
No one to deal with a haunt over the shoulder.
And
That's
that's,
commits into it.
that's such a valuable weapon to upgrade to as well.
Rolling Thunder now, it's available.
โอ้โห
Lay siege now to the other side of
Another
things,
gun
but it did not catch up to the buy. Propped up on a perch.
เอ้ยยิงเพื่อนก่อน ติง
It's been so
ดาวไว้
difficult.
ดาว
He's
ไว้
been
ขอ
so
อีก
good
1
with
คิ
these
ว
walls.
มองเลยเป็น
And now he's going for a little bit more. Slowed himself in the process. Can't really overstep.
Bang's paranoia here is amazing when the
It's like
retake
album.
begins.
The re-flank occurring for Forsaken. Going walkabouts with something himself. Smokes are going to be dropped down here. Patience is called for from PRX themselves. Slow and close. Trying to play time and bait out these shots potentially for them. The range is going to do a lot. Right now,
Ow.
finally
It
deals
did
with
hit,
it
it
again.
hit.
The trap is triggered all the way from the side. PRX is there and he's stopping this train. It's looking so damn unlikely. And it's up to the captain, it's up to John. Stinger in hand. Flash. He's got a bullet. The supplement. He's going to run him down. It's a full stack.
ยิงไม่โดนอ่ะแบบไอ้นี่เลย
สโมกไว้ข้างหน้า
ยิงไม่โดน
เหมือนใครว่าเหมือนว่าลินตอนนั้นเลยวะยิงไม่โดน ไอ้เจสันแม่งปรับ DPI เมาส์แล้วหมุนเนี่ย หมุนแบบโหยเฮีย2-0ว่ะน้อง
เอาว่ะ2-0ครับ
ท็อป3แล้วครับแอสลิส
ไปเจอวูฟ
อืม
เป็นเหล็ก
พี่เล็ก
ลม
เดิน
ยางทั้งคู่บ้าจัด
โหแล้วถ่ายล่าง
อ
เฟ
เล็
น
ก
ติก
ยิ้มว่ะ
เจนจี G2 เซน สายล่างนี่วัดดุปักจริงพี่เฟนติก G2 เซนเจนจี อีโคตรเดือดอะสมแล้วที่เป็นทีมที่แบบว่าเข้ามาได้ถึงขนาดนี้ ขอบคุณท่านจิรานะครับสำหรับ109 บาทขอบคุณครับ บอกแล้วพี่เอ๋ยเอาให้เจิมเข้มๆเลย จะกลัวเคิร์ดพี่เอ๋ยกันทำไมใช่ไหมเมื่อกี้ซัมติงมันมาเทรดให้ตะไวจากตรงไหนอะเมนเหรอเดินมาจากข้างหลังใช่ปะจำได้มันมันอ้อมหลัง ผมเห็นตอนที่ตะไวลงจากวอลมันเดินออกจากกลางไปอะน่าจะไปอ้อมหลังมาพอน้องจริงตายตัวแรกเนี่ยขนลุกเลยบอกเลย ขอบคุณเมมูมูนะครับ19 บาทชื่อเปเปอร์เล็กแชมป์เหมือนเนี้ยเหลือเชื่อหรือทีเฮดไม่แย่แค่เจอท็อปโอ้โหหนักอะดีทีเฮดคุณน้องมิกกี้นะครับ5 กล่องนะครับ เรียบร้อยไปรอดูทวิตของ G2 ด้วยเลย โดนแน่เซนที่มันบอกว่าแพ้เป๊ปได้ไงวะเซลซิสแต่วูฟมันมามืดจริงเลยที่น่ากลัวจัด ผมว่าเป๊ปชนะได้ถ้าเจอวูฟอะเป๊ปเล่นโมเมนตัมเก่งครับ แล้วก็โดนเล่นโมเมนตัมเก่งเหมือนกัน เซนไว้เปิดเดมอนถ้าอยู่ดีเซนติเนลเขาแบบส่งจดหมายมาเชิญเนี่ยเชิญพี่เข้าสังกัดไปไหมแบบ
เฮ้ย
มาฉีกสัญญาไปไหม
เหรอ
เอาไปเจิมอย่างเงี้ย เฮ้ยเป๊ปเป็นเล็กพี่เอ๋ยเอาให้สามรอบเลยนะ สายบนอ่ะพี่เอ๋ยไม่ทายเป๊ปสักรอบเป็นไงท็อป3ในตอนนี้ ที่จากทีมที่จะตกรอบตอนนั้นอะจำได้ ที่เมาแล้วเดี๋ยวรันจากสายล่างเข้ามาโตลอนโต เข้ามาถึงสู่ท็อป3โคตรคือง่ายกดเข้าเกมนี่แม่งตอนเลือกเกมโหมดนี่คือกดโหมดฮาร์ดมา
ปุ๊บอ่ะ
บู๊มาพอๆกันเลยตอนเนี้ย
You were spinning. It was basically like zero.
In that moment when you were so close, we're speaking about.
แข่งรอบชิงวันไหนวะพรุ่งนี้เจน G2 เฟนติกเซนติเนลโคตรเดือด แล้วเป๊ปไปเจอกับบูฟอีกทีอีก3 วัน4 วันวันนั้น
เดือดทุกคู่เลยวะบ้าเลยอ่ะ
แล้วเซนก็จะไต่สายล่างขึ้นมาได้แชมป์สรุปซีนิมาใส่น่าจะโดนฟนาติกดับฝันวะโดนบันเดาพี่โบ๊ทไม่ไหวหรอก
เปิดเซนเจอวูฟตอนนี้ก็โดนวูฟเลยเนี่ย
แล้วพี่เทียบทีมที่เข้ามาแข่งมาสเตอร์นี้กับตอนมาสเตอร์แบงคอกนี่โอ้โหทีมที่เข้ามาสเตอร์แบงคอกนี่สภาพเยินหมดเลยตอนนี้ อันนี้ของจริงทีมพวกนี้แหละเขามีข่าวแว่วๆว่าลาเกียจะไปอยู่ DFM นะเพราะว่าเห็นไปเล่นกับใครวะเล่นกับพวกแก๊งนั้นอะจะไปแทนไงจะไปแทนพี่อาร์ตเหรอ
ใช่ไออินนี้ไอพวกนั้นนะ
อินนี้ตอนนั้นก็โอ้โหวากาเมะผมว่าวากาเมะมันเล่นดีมากเลยนุ้ยไม่น่าปะวิทย์ตอนแรกเป็นซุปเปอร์ทีมนี้ทีมแตกตั้งแต่มาแบงคอกกลับไปก็ไม่เอาอะไรอีกเลยสงสัยแม่งเดิร์กแม่งเผลอไปเยี่ยวใส่ต้นตะเคียนปะวะมันแบบว่าที่โดนาท
โดนของอ่ะ
โดนของ กลับประเทศไปโดนของ ทีวันก็เหมือนกัน ของหมด
วันนี้
ทุก
น่าจะโดนของแรงสุดแหละ
จากหน้ามือเป็นหลังตีนเลย
ทีมที่แบบโอ้โหแม่งทรงแชมป์ยาวๆอ่ะดีๆแบบ
ทีวันนะ
ทรงได้
แต่ก็แต่ถ้ามาสเตอร์แบงคอกสภาพทีมเข้ามาประมาณเนี้ยเซนติเนลเจนจีทูอะไรเงี้ยผมว่าก็เหนื่อยอยู่นะ ผมว่าอันนี้ของจริงแล้วหลังโตลันโต้เนี่ยน่าจะแบบทีมที่แบบว่าแม่งของแท้ที่เข้ามาเนี่ย
ก็ทีม เหมือนกับทีมมันทำยังไงอ่ะมันเปลี่ยนไลน์อัพมาต้นปีอ่ะแล้วมันเริ่มแบบเข้าที่เข้าทางหมดแล้ว
ตอนนี้สายล่างก็ลุ้นเลยว่าไอ้4 ทีมนรกเนี่ย ใครมันจะได้เข้ามาท็อป3มาชิงแชมป์เรียกได้ว่าเหนื่อยทำไมผมคิดว่า4 ทีมจะเป็นแฟนติกวะแต่แฟนติกนี่ต้องดูพี่โบ๊ทเลยดูอัลฟาเจอร์ด้วย
โค้ชแบบว่าเสมอตัวมาเยอะลั่นอ่ะ
ต้องปลุกใจอัลฟาเจอร์ลั่นหน่อยเอาไว้2 ทีมNA น่าจะไม่ไหวละผมให้เฟรติกเจนจีพวกเนี้ยพรุ่งนี้ผมให้เลยเฟรติกกับเจนจีรีแมตช์หรือจริงๆ แม่ง Absolute Cinema ครับ G2 เข้าไปเจอกับเซนให้มันจบไปเถียงกันอยู่ได้ ถ้าผมเป็นแบบอวยเปเปอร์เล็กสุดนะแล้วแบบพิกเอ็มไปตั้งแต่ตอนแรกๆให้มันจบไปนี่ได้เนี่ยโอ้โหไปแล้วฉันเจอกันสวัสดีราตรีสวัสดิ์เจอกันพรุ่งนี้นะครับ เรียกได้ว่าพรุ่งนี้มันแน่ครับ มาเลย